He defeated the Demon King, saved another world, and returned home stronger than anyone alive. But when dungeons appeared on Earth, his mark showed only level 1. To the world, he's weak, but he knows he's unrivaled. Armed with knowledge no one else has, he turns to the camera, teaching, guiding, and profiting as the world's first dungeon influencer. Can the world's weakest adventurer become its most influential hero? Let's find out. This story begins with the protagonist, Ryoji Furuyari, thinking a dungeon had appeared out of nowhere. Why would a dungeon suddenly appear in modern-day Japan? It looked very similar to the one he'd seen in another world. He didn't like it. He'd seen this dungeon before. 2 weeks ago, during summer break before 9th grade, he fell into a pit that appeared beneath his feet. When he came to his senses, he realized that he entered another world. Before him sat the king on his throne, flanked by guards and an advisor. His Majesty addressed the protagonist and said that they had summoned him, a brave warrior, to this world to save it from extinction. The king asked the protagonist to defeat the demon lord and save their world. Ryoji, surprised, asked him, "What?" But he didn't want to and he couldn't. His Majesty exclaimed in bewilderment. What did he say? The protagonist explained to him that he had entrance exams next year and had to return to school in 2 weeks, so please let them return him to his world. At that moment, Princess Daenerys approached him and told him not to worry, he would return to his world. The king called his daughter by name, and the advisor politely greeted her according to her rank. MC, looking at her, noted that she was a typical isekai princess. The girl continued, but the magic of moving between worlds requires a lot of mana stones, so first he would have to collect them. The protagonist asked her how long it would take. Daenerys said, since they used all their mana stones to summon him, if you think about it, it would take about 50 years. She added, unless of course, the demon lord exterminated them by then. The protagonist stared at her, dumbfounded. 50 years? Is there no way to speed it up? The girl told him that if he defeated the demon lord, he could go home immediately, as he would likely receive a very large mana stone for defeating him. MC was simply forced to agree. A few months later, while fighting another monster, he thought, so that's how he signed up to defeat the demon lord and return home. He was summoned to this world because of his immense potential, so he began to develop it to become the warrior everyone envisioned. After defeating the monster, the protagonist felt his strength waning. He was surprised to notice that the princess had activated her healing skill, and he regained his strength. The protagonist thanked her for this. Daenerys admonished him that he would have to train hard if he wanted to become a great warrior. She was very worried when a level 1 slime nearly killed him. The protagonist indignantly remarked that he was still a schoolboy, so she should tone down her ardor. Ryoji added that he felt like he was getting stronger, but it would be more practical if there was at least some level indication. He just had to be careful. He wondered why she had come with him. The princess smiled and asked him if he was worried about her. He shouldn't worry. Low-level monsters weren't a problem for her. The protagonist thought, she's much stronger than him. The girl continued, he lacked stamina. Once he built it up, he'd be able to fight non-stop. She suggested he focus on that. MC gloomily asked her if she could go easy on him. Daenerys said she'd help him until he learned to heal himself. She couldn't let him die, so he could thank her. The protagonist sarcastically thanked her. A year later, after defeating another monster, the protagonist exclaimed, wow. He defeated a low-level boss and completed the dungeon. Daenerys quipped that she never thought it would take him a whole year to complete the first dungeon. What awaited them next? The protagonist replied that he knew healing magic now, so he'd complete the next dungeon much faster. He knew how to heal himself now, didn't he? The girl asked him what he'd do when he ran out of mana. Had he even thought about that? The protagonist, puzzled, replied that he didn't know. The princess said she'd accompany him until he learned how to make potions. She added that relying on healing magic alone was foolish. The MC thanked her, wondering if she was a tsundere. 6 months later, after defeating another enemy, the protagonist exclaimed, excellent. The second dungeon is complete. Now he can make healing potions too. The princess advised him not to get too cocky. There were still plenty of dungeons left. The protagonist asked her in surprise, do they really have to go through them all? The main thing is defeating the Demon King. The rest isn't that important, right? Daenerys replied that the Demon Lord was incomparable to dungeon bosses. Until he cleared all dungeons, he shouldn't even think about Demon Lord. He remarked that it sounded hard. The girl said she didn't want him to die, so they should train harder. MC looked at her in confusion and asked if she really had to go with him. The princess remarked irritably, he doesn't understand, does he? What if he runs out of mana? Healing potions don't restore mana, so she'll accompany him until he learns how to make mana potions. The protagonist thought with resignation, she's definitely a tsundere. 5 years later, something unexpected happened. A monster in the form of a huge dragon almost attacked the princess. She froze in surprise. MC saw this, cursed, and rushed to Daenerys' aid. Having defeated the enemy, he remarked that it was close. It was good that he had done so in time. Moving on, the protagonist said they had already completed half the dungeons. If they continued like this, in his opinion, they could fight the Demon Lord in just 2 years. The princess thoughtfully called him by name and seemed to express that she had become a burden to him. The protagonist confessed to her that, with his current abilities, it was difficult for him to simultaneously fight monsters and protect her. Since he could now make mana potions, it would be better if she stayed home. The girl indignantly pushed him. The protagonist, perplexed, asked her what she was doing. The princess irritably remarked, "What did he just say?" The protagonist, perplexed, remarked that he would be glad if she stayed with him, for which he was very grateful. Daenerys giggled contentedly in response. She told him the people of this world couldn't defeat the Demon King, but she knew he could. The protagonist replied that he would try his best. He thought about it, but he really wanted to go home. The princess told him she would be waiting for him in her castle. Without going into unnecessary details, 10 years passed. The protagonist narrowly escaped death more than once, but he still managed to defeat the demon lord. He arrived at the king's castle, and his majesty addressed him as the great warrior Ryojo, declaring that he had saved them from the demon lord's oppression. He added that on behalf of all the inhabitants of this world, they thanked him heartily. The king gave him a meaningful look and continued, "But did he still wish to return to his world? As the king of this country, he would be very happy if he married his daughter and took the throne." Daenerys lowered her head in embarrassment, a blush blooming on her cheeks. The protagonist thanked his majesty for his kind words and told him he very much wanted to return home and see his family again. The princess, saying goodbye to her hope, could not hold back her tears. The advisor placed his hand on her shoulder in support. The girl found the strength to activate the magic circle and cast the spell. The protagonist waved his hand at her and asked her to take care of herself. She irritably answered him to shut up already and go back to his world. A bright glow appeared, and the protagonist fell into emptiness. When he could see something, he realized he was standing on the street of his hometown, and so he returned to his world. Kayoko Mitsuhashi appeared next to him, asking if everything was all right. The protagonist exclaimed her name in surprise. He recognized her. They had known each other since first grade. In other words, she's his childhood friend. He told her she hasn't changed at all, but why is she still wearing her school uniform? The girl looked at him in amazement and asked him what he said. It turned out that in his world, the 10 years he spent in another world hadn't passed at all, and he hadn't aged a day. MC asked her for a mirror for a second. When he looked at his reflection, he thought the tsundere princess had brought him back in time when he was still an 8th grader. Well, that's not all that important. The main thing is that he returned home. The protagonist found his house with a sign. Sometime later, sitting at the table with his mother, he looked at her carefully. She asked him what was wrong. Was there food left on her lips? The protagonist answered with a smile that it wasn't so. It's just that so much time had passed. He had been in another world for so many years. His mother looked at him in surprise, then giggled in surprise, wondering what he was talking about. Was he having a bad dream? The protagonist thought he should have expected such a reaction. She mentioned, by the way, that he and his dad were going shopping, and that he should keep an eye on the house for now. MC agreed and wished them happy shopping. After his parents left, he decided to go to the store, buy some chips and a soda, and watch anime. Now he could enjoy life to his heart's content. Leaving the store, he leisurely walked home, thinking about how much he loved this world. He was so glad to be home. At that moment, Kayoko called out to him anxiously. She asked him if he was okay. His parents had been in an accident. For the protagonist, it was as if the world had turned upside down. Not believing her words, he asked her again what she said. His mom and dad had been in an accident. A short time later, he rushed to the hospital to identify the bodies. The doctor sadly told him that the car his parents were driving had collided with a truck. They had been killed instantly, and he regretted it. The protagonist was perplexed. How could this have happened? Why did it happen just as he returned? Was this some kind of joke? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It must be the Demon King's influence, or the price for defeating him. Those were the only reasons he could come up with. After the funeral, Kayoko brought his parents' ashes and said she would place this here. The protagonist thanked her for her concern and placed a second urn. Kayoko said she would bring everything else here too. The protagonist sadly looked at his parents' portraits and thought he had finally defeated the Demon King and returned here to them, but he hadn't had the chance to enjoy their family. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. A man's voice exclaimed indignantly. He'd already said they were his relatives. This was their family business, so they shouldn't get in their way. The door swung open, and the protagonist's aunt and uncle, along with his cousins, entered the room. The uncle greeted him and asked him how much he'd gotten from the insurance policy. It was a lot, wasn't it? MC wondered what the uncle was talking about on such a sad day. The aunt said, he knows, right? That all the insurance payments and inheritance belong to him and his uncle? Since he's still a child, he can't legally get any of it. The protagonist wondered, what on earth is that? The aunt continued that if he didn't give them the money, they would report the matter to the police. He doesn't want to end up in a juvenile detention center, does he? A stunned Kayoko peeked into the room and told MC she should probably go home. No one paid any attention to her. Her uncle said his father had an expensive watch, mind you. It'll be his. One of the cousins, Sima, said he'll take his father's signature suit then. He turned to his father and explained that he probably wouldn't fit into it, so he'll take it for himself. Ryuichi yelled at the protagonist. Why was he standing there? Let him give them the insurance money, and don't lie to them about him spending it on the funeral. Ryuni said the house will have to be transferred to them too. This isn't their whim. It's all legal. He can ask a lawyer. The aunt pestered the protagonist, asking where the jewelry is. Let him bring it to her. Sima rummaged through the closet, and MC thought irritably, well, there are relatives. What were they thinking when they barged in on him? What kind of joke is this? Ryoji told them all he couldn't do that. His parents' belongings would stay with him. The Tanahashi family froze in astonishment upon hearing his words. Ryuichi asked him, perplexed, what he'd said. His uncle was furious. Who was he arguing with? He was the head of the influential Tanakashi family. His family was a rotten branch and should obey them. Ryuni growled at the protagonist, saying he was just an insolent idiot. MC calmly replied, their arguments were so-so. They seemed like adults, but in reality, they still hadn't developed any brains. The uncle exclaimed angrily. What did he say? He angrily called his sons and ordered them to tell the protagonist a lesson. The aunt exclaimed, Ryoji is insolent, just like his parents. Ryuni asked his father if he'd give him a raise in return. Uncle said he'd raise his share. Just don't hit him in the face. The bruises shouldn't be visible. Ryuichi asked the protagonist sarcastically, are you scared yet? The cousins surrounded him. Ryuichi flexed his fists. Seima came up behind him and placed his hands firmly on his shoulders, and Ryuni angrily patted him on the head. The cousins swung their arms. What happened next? None of them understood. The brothers punched each other, while the protagonist stood calmly to the side. All the relatives looked at Ryoji in bewilderment. He thought, they're like snails. They're slower than level 2 goblins. They're even slower than slimes. The cousins approached him again, patted his shoulders. They exclaimed menacingly, what's he thinking? Hold still. The protagonist looked at them and wondered if they weren't ashamed to say such a thing. The brothers wanted to hit him again, but their fists hit the wall, and MC found himself on the sidelines again. The aunt shouted at her sons in bewilderment, asking what they were doing there. The uncle asked his offspring in amazement, is everything all right? The protagonist replied that he was fine, and that his uncle shouldn't worry about him. The man exclaimed angrily, what does this have to do with him? He and the aunt rushed to their sons. They rubbed their fists and complained to their parents that the protagonist looked like he was made of concrete. Ryoji said, well, and stepped toward the aunt and uncle. He told them they wouldn't be able to move or speak. The protagonist activated his hypnosis skill and continued that they would only answer his questions and only the truth. He said, it seems like these two have pulled this kind of thing before. Are they extorting property by deceiving people? The uncle admitted it was true with a goofy smile. He remarked, that's very impressive, isn't it? He's very cunning. A fool wouldn't think of something like that. Did his nephew agree? The protagonist thought, yeah, he didn't expect such straightforwardness. MC said, in that case, they'll fulfill some of his conditions. The relatives listened attentively. After all this, the protagonist thought the hypnosis skill hadn't been all that useful when he was fighting the Demon King and his minions. He was sure it could only be used to extract information. But the people of his world have very low resistance to magic, hence the ability's effectiveness. After some time, the uncle and his entire family brought the protagonist envelopes with condolences. The protagonist thanked them for this, adding, as expected of the head of the Tanakashi family. His aunt wanted to tell him there was more, but the protagonist interrupted her and added, yes, he could see it was only half. His uncle thanked him for teaching their children a lesson. Ryoji told them that he was expecting the remaining donations from them and that they did not need to visit him on the days of the memorial service. And so, his hypnotized aunt and uncle withdrew all their money from their accounts, leaving only change for transportation expenses to return home. They even took out loans according to their means, and then sent him the money in letters of condolence. The money wasn't as much as the protagonist expected, but so be it. He hoped they'd learned their lesson. MC sat down in front of his parents' portraits, and thought that if he had left with them back then, all of this could have been avoided. If his parents had lived, his uncle wouldn't have shown up. Had he done the right thing by them? Suddenly, he was overcome with sobs. The protagonist noted he'd only shed tears over his parents' ashes, but he'd held his own at the funeral. A few weeks later, on the way to school, Kayoko asked him if he'd seen the news. The protagonist asked if she meant about the good harvest this year. The girl was amazed at his ignorance. But no, the very same news. Dungeons had appeared all over the world. He asked her in surprise. Dungeons? Kayoko declared that they were, just like in the games. Dungeons teeming with monsters. She continued, militaries around the world had begun exploring them, but it seemed to be all in vain. Their country's opposition party kept berating the government for allegedly unconstitutional behavior. And the opposition was no joke. With the appearance of the dungeons, all the oil and coal mines had begun to wither. This is just insane. The protagonist remarked in surprise. Seriously, Kayoko exclaimed. Experts say that if this continues, all their resources will quickly run out. What are they supposed to do? She won't survive if they all return to the Stone Age. The protagonist thought, the Stone Age? There wasn't even anime back then. The girl noted that the government is calling an emergency meeting about this, but the opposition continues to resist and protest, causing a ton of problems. The parties are protesting, and it seems they're also causing a lot of trouble. She doesn't know for sure, but they probably just don't like this policy. They say it's too arbitrary and that there's no need for any measures. Kayoko said that the depletion of resources is definitely related to the dungeon's appearance. Otherwise, what's all this about? The protagonist thought, maybe she's right. He told her, they'll need to see what's going on there. Kayoko told him that people write all sorts of things online. The protagonist thought, obviously, he wasn't talking about the internet at all. After a while, he decided to scout out the situation. The dungeon was cordoned off by a squad of police. Walking around the dungeon, the protagonist thought, The security here is solid, everyone is ready. It's good that he has a transparency spell, so it wasn't difficult for him to pass by the police unnoticed. But why did dungeons appear so suddenly? Approaching the door, he noted, strangely, the entrance was exactly the same as in the other world. Descending the stairs, the protagonist remarked he'd seen this dungeon before. Could it be from another world? If so, then he already had experience with them. There should be slimes on the first floor, goblins on the second. Descending further, he confirmed his suspicions were correct. This was definitely a dungeon from another world. He thought he should delve deeper. Having done so, the protagonist found himself lost in thought. Before him, one of the defeated monsters, a huge dragon. Everything was absolutely identical. He wondered if the monsters could be hunted the same way, extracting mana stones and ore from them. There was still hope. If they could hunt the monsters, which would likely reappear again and again, the resource problem could be solved. The fact that military exploration of the dungeons had been unsuccessful suggests that the weapons of this world are ineffective against dungeon monsters. So the only possible path left for them was to follow in the footsteps of the people from another world. In that world, resources could only be obtained in dungeons. Over time, people emerged who hunted monsters to obtain these resources. They were called adventurers. The protagonist hoped that they, too, would find people who would take on this role. MC decided to store the dragon's drop in his inventory, which he did. He thought the king of that world had seen potential in him, a man from another world, so surely there were similar people in his world. After this, the protagonist activated the teleporter and found himself at the exit of the first level of the dungeon. Suddenly, he felt hungry after his journey and decided to buy some food on the way home. The protagonist looked at his palm and chuckled thoughtfully. It said level 1. He thought it was strange that even though all his abilities had transferred with him, it still showed him level 1. This number hadn't existed before he descended into the dungeon. The protagonist tried to activate the effect removal skill on this inscription, but it had no effect. Suddenly, he heard one of the police officers ask his partner if he heard it. His partner replied that he heard nothing, only silence. The protagonist suddenly realized he'd forgotten to use his invisibility ability. Instantly activating it, he realized he'd done it just in time. Police officers appeared near him, and one of them spoke. Or was it his imagination? Finding nothing and no one, the police officers returned to their post. The MC remarked how convenient the invisibility spell was. He heard the police officer say regretfully that, no matter how you look at it, with this kind of thing appearing, resources would only deplete. What would happen to their world? Time to remember God. The protagonist activated the teleporter. It was a rather convenient spell, allowing him to travel between any point he visited. Unless, of course, he was in a dungeon. The protagonist found himself at home. Only then did he realize he'd forgotten to buy himself lunch. He collapsed on his bed, thinking he was too lazy to go outside. After lying there for a while, he heard the doorbell ring. Kayoko came in with a bag and told him her mother had asked her to bring him some beef stew. The girl looked the protagonist up and down, surprised to see he was still wearing his school uniform. After a while, Kayoko set the table for him and announced she'd borrowed their plates. The protagonist, who had changed by then, looked at the dishes and exclaimed that it all looked delicious. Wishing the girl bon appetit, he greedily dug into his meal. Kayoko reminded him to chew everything thoroughly. The main character said her mom cooks better than anyone. The girl asked him how he liked the salad. She made it herself. The MC chuckled and started praising her. Everything tastes perfectly chopped, and this store-bought mayonnaise. She laughed and said, "What kind of comment is that really?" Having eaten his fill, the protagonist thanked her for her concern. Kayoko told him, "Great, now they can play together." They haven't done that in a while. The protagonist was forced to decline her offer. He told her he was busy. Kayoko, surprised, asked him what he was doing. He wasn't the most sociable person after all. The protagonist noticed exactly, and showing her his palm, he asked her to look at it. The girl looked at his palm, puzzled, and asked him what she was looking at. The MC guessed that it seemed she simply couldn't see it. He asked her permission to look at her hands. The astonished girl agreed and held out her palms to him. The protagonist looked at them carefully, but saw nothing. She cautiously pulled her hands back and said, "Oh, stop doing this." She wanted to know, what's wrong with him? After a while, she got ready to leave. The protagonist thanked her again for everything and asked that she convey his gratitude to her mother. After Kayoko left, he looked thoughtfully at his palm, with the inscription, wondering if the level indicator on his hand was somehow related to dungeons. Was that the adventurer level? If so, it was rather odd that the hero who defeated the Demon King would be given a beginner level. The protagonist lay down on the bed, stretched out on it with pleasure, and noted that there was too little information to give the overall picture. A long stay in the dungeon was so tiring. It was time for him to sleep, and tomorrow he could conquer the second dungeon in Ueno Park. With these thoughts, the protagonist fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a squad of police entered the dungeon. The captain told his subordinates to be on guard. They wouldn't be able to use electricity or gunpowder in the dungeon. Sato wondered, surprised, if he was exaggerating the dungeon or something, but with so many people, nothing could stop them. At that moment, he heard a sound from above, but it was too late. wait. A slime from the ceiling lowered its slime and enveloped Sato in it. A stir erupted among the police officers. The senior inspector ordered his subordinates not to expose themselves to danger from above. They must surround and attack the slime that had absorbed Sato. With incredible effort, the police slowed the monster and reported this to their superior. The captain replied that this was excellent news. Now, let them destroy the slime's core. The police took aim and pierced the monster's core. The slime deflated and spread across the floor. Everyone rejoiced. They had won. The captain ordered his subordinates to gather all the magic slime and mana stones, and let them not forget about the dropped items. He ordered Kaneko to monitor the perimeter. After some time, the captain asked his team if anyone had been caught. He was informed that policeman Sato had been crushed to death by a slime. They performed a farewell ritual for the brave policeman. The police asked the captain, "Are they moving on?" The senior officer thought, "They only have 17 mana stones." There were 12 people from the self-defense forces and 10 from the fire department. He ordered his men to retreat. Their operation was over. Have them carefully transport Sato's body. After some time, police officers came into the captain's office and reported that they had brought the person he had asked for. One of the officers stood before him, perplexed as to what he had done wrong. The captain asked him, "He says he has a level on his hand. Let him show him his hand." He saw nothing on the policeman's hand. He told the newcomer that from that day on, he was suspended from service. Let him have a consultation, collect his benefits, and take some time off. The policeman looked upset and turned to leave. The captain asked him what he saw on his hand. The young man replied that he saw a level 2. The captain spoke thoughtfully. "Yes, that's it." He looked at his hand and muttered, "As for me, I see a level 3 warrior." Meanwhile, the protagonist met Kayoko again on the way to school. They greeted each other. The girl incidentally remarked about the numbers on his hand. She'd heard that sometimes those who complete a dungeon get them. They display his adventurer level and profession. The protagonist said thoughtfully, "Is that so?" Kayoko continued, "Doesn't he watch TV at all? There are already 20 of them in America. They have the most of them. They have a real pioneering spirit. In their country, 2 police officers, 5 members of the self-defense forces, and 1 firefighter wear the same license plates. Rumor has it that there are many more, but since only the owner can see the symbols, no one can confirm it for sure." The protagonist looked at his hand and thought, "So this really is the adventurer level?" Then there was an error in his level, and his profession wasn't displayed. Kayoko spoke up, admitting that she'd also been staring at her hands for a long time. "It would be great to become an adventurer." The protagonist looked at her in surprise. She continued, "A lot of people admire adventurers these days, and it's a profitable business. Isn't that cool?" MC answered, "Maybe she's right." When the protagonist entered the classroom, his classmates were chattering. He greeted Yamada, who greeted him back. The protagonist asked him what all the fuss was about. Yokoyama stood in the center, and all his classmates admired him. They told him, "Wow, he's a real man. And how many floors has he conquered already?" Yokoyama smugly told them he was on the 4th floor now, and the monsters there were pretty strong. They knew that. They shouldn't make a big deal out of it. He was doing it illegally. One of the boys exclaimed how cool it was, his classmate conquering a dungeon. Yamada told the protagonist that this guy had earned the adventurer's mark. The MC looked at his classmate in surprise. Yamada sadly said he'd like to go into a dungeon himself and test himself, but until he graduated from high school, it was illegal. The protagonist, looking at Yokoyama, said, "Such a law has already been enacted." The students' screams did not stop until the teacher told Yokoyama to go to the principal's office. He'd heard the police had visited them. The boy waved to his classmates and left the classroom. His classmates were saying, "He's so cool. Had he been discovered?" The protagonist wondered what this guy was hiding. As soon as the teacher announced the start of class, the protagonist asked permission to go to the restroom. Entering one of the stalls, MC activated his clairvoyance skill and looked into the principal's office. The principal apologized to Yokoyama for having to drag him out of class. The police captain said they weren't here to arrest him, but to have a little talk. The captain, looking sternly at the boy, said, "People with the mark of an adventurer are starting to appear all over the world, and each one of them is extremely important." The protagonist thought in surprise, "So that's it?" The captain asked Yokoyama if he could show him his level and profession. The guy, without batting an eye, replied that he was level 6, with the profession of thief. The captain said, "If he's not lying, that's simply excellent." Currently, the highest level belonged to a guy from America. He had reached level 6. Yokoyama chuckled. What was he talking about? The protagonist silently told Yokoyama to stop his nonsense. The captain continued, "Since he was level 6, he'd probably encountered something like this before, right?" He showed the guy an object. Yokoyama asked him what it was. The policeman replied, "This thing is known as a scout. It's a rare item found in dungeons." The captain held it to his eye and noted that usually only people can see their own level. But with a scout, you can see someone else's level too. The protagonist was surprised. What was that? He immediately wanted a scout like that too. Meanwhile, the policeman asked Yokoyama to show him his hand. The boy was sweating from the strain. He had nothing else to do. He tearfully apologized to the policeman and declared that he was no adventurer. He had never even set foot in a dungeon. He did it to become popular. This greatly surprised the protagonist. The captain immediately lost interest in the boy. As he left, the captain said, "What a pity. Let him know if he gets a mark after graduation." The protagonist thought perplexedly about Yokoyama. He wondered if he could fool everyone, since only the mark's owner could see it. Did such people really exist? Sometime later, a crowd of people stood at the checkpoint near the dungeon. The guards told them that exploring the dungeons was very dangerous for those who hadn't acquired a mark, so entry was strictly limited. The boss of a guy named Kunimi said, "So that's it." He turned to a colleague and asked him what they would do if they weren't allowed through. The guy assured his boss that everything would be fine. Walking confidently up to the guards, Kunimi showed them a piece of paper and said, "They have all the necessary documents. The state can't accuse them of anything. Exploring dungeons is their civil right. Let them let him and his colleague through." The guard carefully examined the document, returned it to Kunimi, and declared that everything was fine. They could proceed. Upon entering the dungeon, the boss marveled. "This is simply amazing. They've entered here." Kunimi replied, "A lawyer posted a video on his channel about how to get into the dungeon. He watched it and prepared everything in advance." The guy looked at his palm and cursed. No mark had appeared. He asked his boss, "How are things going?" The boss looked at his hand and said he had nothing either. Kunimi smiled and exclaimed, "Don't worry. They could still give it their all. There were supposed to be slimes on the first floor. They could be defeated without any superpowers." The boss asked him doubtfully, "Are you sure they could?" Kunimi replied that they were. He'd watched a bunch of adventurer strategy videos. The boss was surprised. People had already started making strategy videos. It was incredible. His subordinate explained that the cameras weren't working in the dungeon, so these videos mostly consisted of conversations and notes from past missions. He unfolded the sheet of paper and thought, puzzled. He'd printed out the map from the video, but it didn't show the passage on the left. The boss, noticing Kunimi's frown, asked him anxiously, "Is something wrong?" The guy smiled and told him that everything was fine and they were moving on. He thought he shouldn't disturb the boss. The video's creator must have simply forgotten about this passage. Suddenly, a slime appeared in front of them. Kunimi warned the boss about it and called him after him, suggesting that he chase the monster into a dead end. The boss ran after his subordinate, but suddenly another slime appeared ahead of them. Kunimi exclaimed in alarm, "Another slime. This wasn't in the guide. There shouldn't be slimes here." Meanwhile, in one of the apartments, a young man sat staring at his monitors. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, how many views have already accumulated?" He couldn't wait to get his money. His girlfriend approached him and asked which video he was talking about. The one with the fake dungeon capturing guide? The guy told her that it was. He added that the views were simply insane. The girl said with a grin, "Who even watches this nonsense? She definitely wouldn't understand them." The boy muttered, "Maybe these are laid-off employees?" He heard a lot of companies had gone bankrupt. Meanwhile, Kunimi exclaimed, "It's not a given they can defeat even one, and here there are two of them at once. They didn't stand a chance." He turned to the boss and told him to draw the monster's attention to himself, and the boss should run away as quickly as possible. The boss called out his subordinate's name in warning, and the boy barely managed to fend off the slime's attack. After the blow, he saw that his weapon was covered in slime. He needed another weapon, but at that moment, Kunimi discovered that his legs were also being enveloped in slime. He screamed in panic, and instantly the slime engulfed him completely. Kunimi despairingly wondered if he was going to die. But at that moment, the boss struck the slime with a stick and yelled at the monster to let Kunimi go. The boy gratefully turned to his boss. The man yelled at him to wait a little while. He would save him. Kunimi tried to stop him, but it was no use. Let him run. He had a wife and daughter. The boss yelled at him. That's why he wouldn't be able to face his family if he abandoned his subordinate. Kunimi wouldn't die. He'd try to get him out at any cost. No one noticed how the slime had reached the boss and instantly enveloped him in its slime. Kunimi anxiously called out to the boss. He thought he'd met him 3 years ago. Kunimi had been wandering from place to place after leaving juvenile detention. His relatives, who owned a small store, told him they'd be happy to help him get back on his feet. A short time later, his uncle asked him if he'd happened to go to the cash register. It turned out they were only good at chatting. His aunt smiled and said, "Please forgive her. She must have miscalculated the take." Uncle remarked, "Well, given his past, their suspicions weren't surprising." And so, Kunimi met the boss. He told him with a smile that he believed everyone deserved a chance to start over. At first, Kunimi didn't believe him. Most likely, he was just pretending to be kind. One day, his boss asked him to move a truck with cargo. Kunimi was stopped by his friends from his past life. They told him that they needed to sell goods from the warehouse on the black market, and Tatsumi would give him the route. Kunimi told the boss to stop dragging him into all this. He told them he was starting a new life. The boss threatened him, then let him give them the contents of the truck. Kunimi took out his phone and told him he refused. He told them he had a new life, and if they continued to bother him, he would call the police on them. The thugs pounced on him, shouting, "Who is he even talking about?" They started beating him. One of the thugs asked the boss what they should do with the truck. Kunimi yelled at them to stay away from him. The bandits laughed and set fire to the boss's truck. Sometime later, Kunimi in the hospital thought this was the end. He hadn't lived up to his boss's expectations. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and the boss himself walked in. He turned to his subordinate and asked how his injuries were. Kunimi, in a downcast voice, apologized and added that his truck, loaded with goods, had been destroyed. The boss told him everything was fine and not to worry. Everything was insured, and he had savings for such emergencies. So next time, he shouldn't try to put out the fire himself. Kunimi looked at his boss in amazement and thought, he's a good man. The boss, with tears in his eyes, told him that he could buy a new truck, but no one would replace him. He should try to take better care of himself. And now Kunimi, himself in the slime, looked at his boss, who was also being absorbed by the slime, and thought it was all his fault because he believed that fake video. He closed his eyes and prayed, "Oh God, if you exist," he's begging him, please let him at least spare his boss's life. At that moment, something happened that confused Kunimi. The slime suddenly burst, freeing the boss and himself from the slime. The protagonist appeared before Kunimi's eyes. He adjusted his mask and declared that he had made it just in time. They both leaned over the boss. Kunimi gratefully told the protagonist that he had saved him. What about the boss? MC, activating his skill, told him that he would use healing magic and that he should make sure the boss didn't move. The protagonist added that they both could still be helped, so he shouldn't worry. Finally, the protagonist said, "Great, the boss is fine." Kunimi looked at the protagonist in surprise and thanked him for his help. He added that if MC hadn't come, they would have simply been killed. Kunimi thought his prayers had been answered. Ryoji told him there was no need to thank him, he was just passing by. Kunimi asked him his name. He wanted to thank him properly. The protagonist said he preferred to remain anonymous. He added, by the way, that if they didn't change their equipment, they would die in obscurity. The protagonist said this floor belonged to slimes. If they planned to hunt them, they'd better catch them one by one in a space about 30 meters wide, and if they attacked, one of them should be the target, and the other should hit the monster, then take turns. Then the protagonist said he needed to go, because he still needed to find a scout. He left, and Kunimi, watching him go, thought in surprise, hunt, target, even the police and self-defense forces suffer a ton of casualties, and this guy took out slimes with a single blow. Who the hell is he? After some time, the protagonist's dream came true. He found the very item called the Scout. It was a rare drop from monsters, and it allowed him to see another person's level and profession. The government of the protagonist's country bought all the found copies from adventurers at an exorbitant price, but the protagonist found it himself. He tried on the item, and it made a beeping sound. The protagonist was surprised. Only 3 combat damage? It was just trash, but it looked good. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The protagonist shouted for them to come in, and Kayoko appeared on the threshold. The girl told him she had come to study with him. Seeing the amazing object on Ryoji's eye, she exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a scout?" But the protagonist had forgotten to take it off, and now looked embarrassed. Kayoko remarked, "It's a nice model. Where did he get it?" She's currently making costume number 29. It would go perfectly with the cosplay. The protagonist objected, saying it wouldn't suit her design. Kayoko insisted, waving her hand and saying, "No problem, this one will suit her." So where did he find it? The protagonist stared at her palm in surprise. The girl had a level 1 mark. She asked him, surprised, "What's wrong with him?" The MC wondered. She has an adventurer's mark? She hadn't entered the dungeon, and yet he could still see it? People with this mark have every chance of becoming adventurers. But if a newbie goes into a dungeon without an experienced guide, in another world, he has seen too often how this ends. Kayoko didn't understand what was happening to him. She called out to him again, and finally, she pulled him out of his thoughts. He told her she wouldn't buy it. It was a rare lottery prize. The girl said, "Upset, that's it." She added that she was very envious of him. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought, there was no point in dwelling on it now. He'd deal with problems as they came. His profession wasn't showing up. It was probably some kind of glitch. Besides, his level itself was strange. Kayoko remarked, "Well, they need to do their homework, so she'll go in to see him." After a while, Kayoko said that his knowledge had improved significantly over the holidays. He'd even taken first place on his exams. How did he do that? The protagonist was confused by her question, so he told her the first thing that came to mind. He told her it was probably because he was just reading textbooks in his spare time. She asked him with a smile, "Are you sure he's telling the truth? Maybe he was cheating?" The protagonist didn't know what to say, but he decided he needed to tell her the truth. So MC said the truth is he'd ended up in another world where he'd honed his skills. He exhaled. Great, he'd told her the truth. Kayoko looked at him in confusion and asked hesitantly, "Is he serious?" Ryoji stared at her silently. She asked him in surprise, "Where is this other world?" The protagonist exclaimed in confusion. "What?" The girl told him she wanted to go there too. "Is it somewhere near the station?" After she'd completed the winter training, it had gotten easier for her too. The protagonist thought with embarrassment, the other world isn't like a preparatory course for her. He remembered his training with Daenerys. When he defeated a monster yet again, he'd exclaimed, "He did it! The monster might be physically strong, but it simply doesn't stand a chance against magic." Daenerys told him, he knows the copper turtle will continue to regenerate until he destroys its core, right? The protagonist asked her in surprise, "Where is its core?" The princess replied that it's under its shell. As the protagonist began to reach the monster's core, the girl impatiently asked, Would you mind speeding up already? Otherwise, the copper turtle would rise again. Ryoji replied, it's not as easy as it looks. One blade won't be enough. Daenerys added, come to think of it, this isn't the kind of monster a beginner can handle alone. Then she asked him ironically, should I help him? The protagonist looked at her and replied that it wasn't necessary. He could handle it himself. He even felt a little offended. At that moment, the monster jumped up and let out a deafening roar. MC nearly fell over in surprise. He had to activate his thunder skill to deal with the enemy again. After he killed the turtle and began to quickly obtain its core, the princess remarked that they were probably going to be here for a while. While the protagonist dealt with the enemy, Daenerys activated the tea table and sat down to drink tea. After a short while, the protagonist exclaimed, finally, the copper turtle is finished. He reached the core and destroyed it. Ryoji straightened up and thought, that feeling again. His body felt lighter. His vision improved. The princess remarked, excellent work. As she could see, he'd leveled up. Now he could take a break. When the protagonist turned to her, he asked in surprise, where did the tea set come from in the dungeon? Daenerys replied that she'd brought it from her storage. She added that he should sit down and have some tea while she stored the materials and the copper turtle's loot in the storage. He told her he wanted the same skill. The protagonist continued, saying that, by the way, he hadn't seen his level displayed anywhere. Was there any way he could find it out? The princess replied that he could. After all, his level had just increased when he killed the copper turtle. The protagonist wondered if that feeling of lightness was actually leveling up. He asked her to tell him more about it. Daenerys looked puzzled. Hadn't she told him that? Ryoji said sadly, if only he remembered how many times he'd already leveled up. The princess remarked, don't be afraid, she remembers everything. The girl added, perhaps he should try some baked goods in the meantime? The protagonist asked her if she really remembered everything. Daenerys had told him that leveling up also increased his intelligence and all other stats. She only had to see something once, and she'd remember it in detail. MC asked her in surprise, so the more monsters he killed, the stronger he became. The princess noted, in general terms, yes. He thought, biting into the baked goods. If his skills carried over to the other world, then after killing the Demon King, he could become the smartest in his homeland. The princess asked him how it tasted. She was afraid he might not like it. Suddenly, another copper turtle interrupted their conversation. Daenerys exclaimed, how resilient. She continued, but the protagonist didn't hear her. He rushed forward to attack the monster. In a matter of seconds, he dispatched the enemy, slicing it in half and destroying the core. When it was all over, the protagonist didn't expect to destroy it so quickly. He wondered, surprised, what? He thought this monster would be just as difficult as the first one. But now he understood. It seemed to be the level up. All his stats had improved. MC looked at the princess. She stood with her head down, looking at the crumbled cookies. She said sadly, baked goods. He wondered if these were her favorite sweets, and that's why she was so upset. The protagonist began to review his victories. First, he killed 3 slimes, then the goblins from the second floor. Amazing, he actually managed to remember. However, increasing intelligence paired with leveling up was a bit much. He thought, at this point, he'd leveled up to 73. Perhaps now he could remember all his favorite anime lines. When he defeated the Demon King, his level was over 1400. Sometime later, during the 3rd general exam after the protagonist returned from another world, the teacher told them it was time to begin their exam. He warned his students not to cheat. The entire class sat quietly, completely silent. The protagonist looked at the test paper and happily thought he knew the answers to all the problems, and all it took was just reading the textbook once. All that work in that world wasn't in vain. Thank Daenerys, he didn't let her down. After some time, the teacher announced the exam results and announced that the protagonist had won first place, scoring 496 points in 5 subjects. The protagonist rejoiced at his grade. The teacher told him they needed to talk about his future. He should stop by the staff room after class. MC was surprised to hear this. During recess, his classmates congratulated him on his high grade. They still couldn't believe he had such knowledge. Yamada confided in him that he was amazed by his knowledge. Would he tell them what the magic was? The protagonist apologized to everyone and told them he had to go. The teacher had called him and he shouldn't linger. When the protagonist approached the staff room, the teacher remarked, how has he grown so quickly? If he wants to go to that college, then it's time for him to decide on a high school. The other teachers were murmuring among themselves. Is that kid Ryoji's best student? The protagonist told the teacher he'd think about it. He thought he was in trouble. Standing out from the crowd was too much of a hassle. Leaving the teacher's office, the protagonist thought this was child's play for him. But he'd better try to maintain an average level of knowledge. He wouldn't be able to dive into the dungeon with that kind of attention. Walking down the hallway, lost in his thoughts, MC didn't hear the other students asking each other, is that the guy who took first place, second year, Ryoji? The protagonist continued his thoughts. He'd risked his life to defeat the Demon King, and he wasn't about to miss his chance at a peaceful life. And now, in the present, the protagonist told Kayoko, but that's the story. The girl said, well, that's not all. Maybe then he'd come up with another story about how she was reincarnated as a villain. MC looked at her in surprise. Did he even need to ask her to trust him? A little later, while doing her homework, she noticed she couldn't solve one problem. The protagonist, glancing at her difficulty, told the girl that she needed to use this equation. Kayoko exclaimed, he really is a real hero from another world. So smart. After class, they decided to grab a snack. The protagonist remarked, After class, your brain just craves something sweet, doesn't it? Kayoko agreed and asked him if he wanted to go with her to have her level assessed. He seemed interested. Level assessed? The girl remarked. Had he heard about a high school for adventurers being built in the city center? Only those with the adventurer's mark were accepted there. Therefore, representatives of the Ministry of Culture decided to conduct an assessment of the third-year high school students using a scout. Naturally, theirs is a real one, unlike his. The protagonist said thoughtfully, I see. She asked him if he wanted to know if he had the adventurer's mark. Let him even remember his story from another world. MC told her, to the girl's surprise, that he didn't want to find out. He thought that he already knew he had one. Kayoko's expression sank. Wasn't he the least bit interested? Ryoji told her, not at all. He was too lazy to go there. She looked at him with distrust and said, really? After a moment's hesitation, Kayoko admitted that she felt a bit awkward going alone. The protagonist thought, there it is, that sly look of hers. She'd been using that trick since she was a baby. The girl had asked him point blank if he would go with her. How could he refuse someone he'd been friends with since childhood? Of course, the protagonist had agreed. The girl's joy knew no bounds. She exclaimed, now he's a real hero. When Kayoko went home, the protagonist remembered Daenerys. Returning from another expedition, he asked her if she didn't think not being able to see her level was the most inconvenient thing. The princess told him she'd never thought about it. It might be more convenient, but it would also cause problems. She continued, she'd heard rumors that some nobles who claimed to have a high level were actually just making it up. If everyone could see their level, they wouldn't be able to pretend anymore, right? She felt like that would lead to quite a brawl. Ryoji asked her in surprise why anyone would lie about their level. She said he was stupid. People liked to look down on those below them. Even he would do that when he surpassed her in level. The protagonist exclaimed indignantly, why all of a sudden? He wasn't going to do that. Daenerys pointed out that everyone said that. The protagonist countered, they summoned him into this world using enough energy to power the country for 50 years, right? The princess looked at him in surprise, forced to admit it. He continued, even though she said he was the savior of this world, it was usually she who saved him from trouble. Besides, she had managed to cast an extremely complex spell, knowing there would be no second attempt. He admired her too much to look down on her. The princess looked at him with interest. The main character said, and the summoned hero turned out to be a frail schoolboy who needs to be accompanied everywhere so that he doesn't die. He had certainly become stronger, but she was constantly coddling him and couldn't spare a moment for herself. The protagonist added that if he were asked to do the same, he wouldn't be able to. He looked at her and declared that she is amazing. Therefore, even if he were level 1000, he would never be able to look down on her. Daenerys, looking at him with tears in her eyes, couldn't hold back and burst into tears. He was frightened. Had he offended her somehow? The girl asked him to simply shut up. At the princess's request, they temporarily stopped exploring the dungeon that day. In this world, a person can see their level and profession. Discrimination could arise based on this. Less popular and low-level professions would have a hard time. But he was a hero, so his level had exceeded 1400, so it didn't concern him. He looked at his palm, where the level 1 mark was, and thought he had a bad feeling about this. At City Hall, government officials were gathered for a meeting. One of the officials approached Chairman Takahashi and said that, according to their information, dungeon exploration was underway in all countries, including the United States. The chairman replied that when the existing resources were completely depleted, they would have to mine new ones from the dungeons. The official remarked that for the sake of their country, they needed to send as many adventurers there as quickly as possible. The chairman agreed. He remarked that, fortunately, a large number of dungeons had appeared in their country. Furthermore, the percentage of adventurers among their citizens was extremely high, a whopping 2%. The global average was only 0.5%. They had already sharply raised the prices of all items found in the dungeons. Did they have any other suggestions? The official remarked that they should expand their search for adventurers, especially among the youth. The Minister of Education said they had introduced a law allowing high school students to visit dungeons. They also planned to conduct a placement test for middle school graduates. The chairman asked his subordinates about permission to build a school for adventurers. He thought it could determine the future of their country. After a while, a large crowd of students gathered outside the building where the placement test was being held. The protagonist, arriving here with Kayoko, was surprised to see so many people here. It was simply astonishing. The girl told him there were tons of people from their school, all wanting to become adventurers. The protagonist countered that they were just looking to make money. Kayoko told him he was right. They said even if someone simply hunted slimes from the first floor, they could earn several times more in a month than an average office worker. A student from their school caught their attention. The boy exclaimed indignantly, "This is ridiculous. Let them check him again. He'll see the results himself." The inspector told him it wouldn't work. This was expensive equipment. If he broke it, he'd have to pay over 100 million yen. The protagonist remarked in surprise, taking this too seriously. Kayoko remarked that she understood his feelings, but this was going too far. Ryoji's sensitive hearing allowed him to hear the inspector quietly mutter about how difficult it was to deal with children. So many problematic moments. He was already itching to get home. The protagonist thought the inspector was at his wit's end. Kyoko was next on the list. A few minutes later, the inspector told her that, according to the scout, she was a level 1 warrior. Kyoko exclaimed delightedly, "How wonderful." Her classmates recognized her and asked each other in bewilderment, "Seriously, she's that level?" The protagonist, listening to their discussion, thought that it seemed the adventurer's mark wasn't that common. The inspector advised Kyoko to apply to an adventurer's academy. The girl happily assured him that she would do so. The protagonist was next on the list. Ryoji approached the inspector and showed his palm, confident of his success. The inspector looked at his hand through the scout very carefully and perplexedly. MC thought that after all, he wasn't the only one who couldn't see his profession. The inspector regretfully said that he didn't have a mark. At first, the protagonist didn't understand what the inspector was saying. Then he exclaimed in bewilderment, "How could this be?" He was asking the inspector to take another closer look. Kyoko approached him and told him to calm down. She understood he was upset, but he shouldn't embarrass himself. The protagonist exclaimed indignantly, "That's not the point. He definitely has an adventurer's mark." The inspector's assistant turned to him, surprised, and said, "This child definitely has a first-level adventurer's mark." The inspector gritted his teeth and told her not to blab. He didn't have a profession. It would be better if he forgot about becoming an adventurer. The protagonist asked him what he meant. The inspector thought irritably, "Another problem." Out loud, he answered the protagonist, "Is that what he really wants to know? To conquer dungeons, people form parties of several people. If you go there alone, you can die even on the first floor. In a party, the balance is between attackers and those defending from the rear. A person's profession determines their special skills, spells, and bonus status points. Without a profession, their contribution to the party will be 0. To put it bluntly, they'll become dead weight for the group." The protagonist replied that his profession wasn't displayed only due to a random error. He really did have one. He could feel it. He had enough strength to venture into the dungeon even alone. The inspector was already struggling to contain his emotions. He exclaimed in irritation, "Enough! He's just a kid who's never even been there. No one would know it from looking at him, but he's a 6th-level mage who's been to the 5th floor. Does he understand that?" He couldn't understand how dangerous the dungeon can be. The protagonist chuckled to himself at his words, and he says this to the hero who's been to the 999th floor. The classmates anxiously tried to figure out what was going on between the inspector and the protagonist. Kyoko told him he was overreacting. He sheepishly remarked, "Really? He hadn't meant to push it that far." He bowed politely to the inspector, apologizing for arguing with him, even though he had never been in the dungeon before. He couldn't even imagine that he, the inspector, was fighting mad bees on the 5th floor. Kyoko called the protagonist to come with her. The inspector looked at the protagonist in surprise. Why had he even mentioned mad bees? Information about the 5th floor was still strictly classified. On the way home, Kyoko told him that he, surprisingly, had been so persistent. The protagonist replied that it was his fault. The girl remarked, but she was glad they both had the adventurer's mark. They should apply to that school together. The protagonist wasn't against it. At that moment, Kei called out to Kyoko. The girl recognized the guy as someone she knew and greeted him. MC was surprised, wondering who it was. Her classmate? Kei told Kyoko that they'd found his mark. He was a level 1 hunter. The girl exclaimed, "That's great." The protagonist, looking at them, thought with a smile, "They both look so happy. It's a joy to behold." Kei told her there would be a career training session nearby. Would she like to join? Kyoko said hesitantly, "I don't even know if I'll go." The guy was persistent. She had to listen to him. She should go. The girl finally decided to do it. She said goodbye to the protagonist and told him they'd see each other again. On the way, Kei told her what a relief it was that someone he knew also had the adventurer's mark. Kyoko told him that she understood him. The protagonist looked confused and watched them for a long moment. Meanwhile, in Great Britain, in Crinwich County, Countess Isabella Lune Crinwich, a holy knight, addressed her adventurers and announced that it was becoming increasingly difficult for them to level up on the 4th floor. Today, they would descend to the 5th floor. She added that it was a dangerous dungeon, so she asked them to remain vigilant. Her team reported that she could count on them. She smiled and exclaimed, "Then, they're off to the dungeon." The countess looked at her palm, which bore the mark Level 9 Holy Knight, and thought that in most cases, the offensive-type profession was either warriors or martial artists. She had never heard of anyone else holding the Holy Knight title. In games, it's something like a high-class profession, but she'd only just noticed that her stats were growing faster than those of warriors and martial artists. The girl and her team arrived at the 1st floor of a dungeon in Crinwich County. They were greeted by a multitude of slimes. Mustache said, "Slimes. Lately, they even look cute." The saint told everyone not to relax. Azumi replied that she understood. Beard remarked, "They wiped them all out yesterday, didn't they? It was all strange." Isabella told them to focus. "They're moving forward and attacking. The rest of you should cover the rear and keep an eye on the situation." At that moment, a slime attacked Beard and wounded him. The saint immediately activated her healing skill and healed Beard's wounds. He thanked her for saving him. Azumi, meanwhile, activated a fireball and attacked the monsters. Mustache exclaimed, "I wonder where they come from." Isabella called out anxiously, seeing a slime approaching him from behind. She lunged at the monster and destroyed it. Mustache thanked her for her help in a stuttering voice. The saint remarked admiringly, "The Countess is so beautiful," Isabella remarked. "The monsters are most likely stuck in a time paradox, but given all their resources and experience, it's actually beneficial for them." The saint added, "And the location change. A real game." Mustache replied, "Professions, levels, and skill upgrades." Isabella agreed with her allies, adding that they were being careful. Unlike in the game, they could actually suffer here. The Countess declared that as soon as everyone was ready, they would begin their descent to the second floor. The saint spoke up, detesting goblins. Azumi remarked that they were always stalking female adventurers. At that very moment, one of the goblins placed its paw on her shoulder. The girl, unfazed, fought back, activating a fireball. The goblin was quickly destroyed. Isabella admiringly told her, "Amazing. She managed to defeat a goblin single-handedly. Her diligence in leveling up had not been in vain." The Countess added, "They have MP potions. Don't forget to use them." Azumi sheepishly replied that she understood. These potions were so expensive, and yet the Countess generously gave them to her adventurers. She was very grateful for everything. The saint spoke in bewilderment. And yet, in books, goblins are so small, but in reality, they're almost the size of a human. She doesn't even want to go near them. Isabella smiled and told her allies, "Okay, she'll clear a path for them straight to the second floor exit." The Countess charged at the crowd of monsters. Mustache exclaimed, "This is bad. They've banded together." Azumi asked in confusion, "Is it because of the noise from her magic?" Beard shouted to his allies, "They can't let the enemy surround them. They need to protect the Countess." While they were saying all this, the Countess had easily dispatched an entire horde of goblins. The adventurers were shocked. Azumi chuckled and said, "Shouldn't they be protecting the Countess, not the other way around?" Beard just swallowed loudly and Mustache said, "Isabella is strong." He didn't even have time to blink. The saint spoke. "At least, she can help the Countess. Even her reserves of physical strength are limited. She needs healing." Mustache cursed and exclaimed indignantly, "They can be useful too." Beard called on everyone to help the Countess. After some time, the allies caught their breath after a difficult battle. The saint spoke, "So, now it's time for her healing magic." At that moment, Isabella stepped forward and also activated healing, directing it at Beard. He thanked the Countess for her concern. Mustache also asked her to use this skill on him. The saint asked in surprise, "What is this?" The Countess answered her. With her level up, she had gained the healing skill, and now she will assist her with healing. The saint laughed in bewilderment, while Azumi said, "Let her forget about it." Returning to the mansion, Isabella thanked her allies for all their efforts. They did well today. Having unloaded all the spoils from their raid, the Countess announced that this was the fruit of their expedition today. It contained magic and iron ore, loot, and even monster materials. The allies were amazed. So much stuff. The Countess's vault has incredible capacity. Isabella said she thought the government would buy it all for around 100,000 pounds sterling. It was a shame they hadn't found a scout. Then the sum would have risen to 1 million. After the sale and expenses, the remaining sum would be divided among all the party members. The allies joyfully thanked the Countess for this. Suddenly, Duke Grosvenor told them to wait. He turned to Isabella and asked if she had forgotten anything. Viscount Wyatt asked her why she was wearing such shameless gear. Isabella sarcastically asked them if they had decided to honor them with their attention. The Duke stated that House Crinwich was the sole owner of the dungeon, but this was only with the permission of House Grosvenor, the original owner. The Viscount added that in such gear she was only a disgrace to the family's honor, but he would have liked to have taken a closer look. The Countess replied that she understood everything, so what did they want? The Duke, with a nasty grin, replied, 50%. Isabella, taken aback, couldn't immediately find a reply. The Duke continued that if they gave him 50% of what they found in the dungeon, he would turn a blind eye to everything. Azumi exclaimed in bewilderment, "Half?" Isabella replied that she was willing to give him her own share, but he couldn't expect more. Each member of the party had risked their lives. They couldn't reduce their reward. Exhaling, she thought she'd managed to tell him that. She continued, "He knows the death toll in the dungeon has already surpassed 100,000? It's such a dangerous place that even she can't manage it on her own. She's already negotiating with the government about handing over control of the dungeon." The Duke exclaimed indignantly, "Doesn't she understand that a dungeon is a goose that lays golden eggs? She shouldn't dare hand it over to the state. She said it was dangerous? Then what good are their adventurers' marks? Let them level up and continue conquering the dungeon." The Viscount still couldn't shake the idea of getting to know the Countess's outfit better. Isabella firmly said, "But leveling up alone doesn't solve everything. Only if one's level is high enough to reach the very bottom of the dungeon alone." The Duke asked, puzzled, "The very bottom?" If he wasn't mistaken, the world record was currently the 8th floor, right? And there wasn't a single idiot in the world who would climb into a dungeon alone. She shouldn't be making up examples out of thin air. He thought the Countess was level 9, and her intellect had improved significantly. Perhaps she could see further than all of them. So how sensible was it to create a private company to manage the dungeon and wrest the monopoly from the state? He walked on, noting as he went that they were done for the day. Let her not forget to add his tip of 50,000 pounds sterling. The Viscount turned to his grandfather in bewilderment. What about the clothing inspection? He had promised him that. The Countess looked after him with a detached expression. The allies looked at their leader with concern. Isabella, with tears in her eyes, thought, so, as long as she remains in England, she will be forever a prisoner in the cage created by the Duke. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tokyo, the protagonist, sneezing incessantly, wondered what was going on. He was sneezing non-stop. Had he caught a cold from the air conditioning? He hadn't gotten sick since leveling up. Perhaps he'd relaxed too much? Just in case, the protagonist used a buff skill on himself and then a healing skill. Feeling perfectly fine, he declared that he was now completely cured. After getting dressed, he went outside. Approaching his destination, he noticed that the Ueno Park dungeon was the place to clear out. He used invisibility and teleportation and then stealth. He had no other choice, as the free passage to the dungeon was blocked, and it wouldn't do him any good to be seen. Having entered the dungeon, the protagonist rushed to the 999th floor. He thought about it. He'd thoroughly checked every floor to make sure, but it seemed this really was the Demon King's dungeon. In another world, this was the deepest and most dangerous dungeon. The next floor would be the 1000th. In another world, the Demon King himself lived there. The protagonist remembered how he'd met him, and now, descending the stairs, he wondered, what's going on here? He'd only fought him once, but his detection skill told him perfectly well that whoever was down there was definitely not the Demon King. When the monster appeared before him, MC was surprised to think it was a dragon of pitch darkness. It was simply enormous. The protagonist had never seen one. Was he the boss of this dungeon? The protagonist knew he was also called the God Slayer. Ryoji drew his sword and thought, so, which is stronger, the dragon of darkness or his favorite sword? He activated his acceleration and rushed at the enemy with an attack. The dragon dodged his blow, and the protagonist thought that its speed did not match its incredible size. He still managed to cut off his opponent's tail. The protagonist thought, the enemy has tough scales too. It's a good thing he brought the sword he used to kill the Demon King. The monster looked at MC with amazement in its small eyes. Ryoji wondered in surprise if he'd just now noticed he'd cut off its tail. The dragon let out a chilling roar, released flames from its mouth, and soared upward. The protagonist immediately realized that with the tail, he'd lost weight, and now he couldn't properly balance in flight. Now, aerial combat was a thing of the past. The dragon launched fireballs at him, but the protagonist used ice arrows and repelled the opponent's attack. Ryoji thought that if they were to compare purely on firepower, the dragon would be more powerful than the Demon King. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew out from somewhere, and MC was surprised to notice that the monster had attacked him from a blind spot. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to dodge this unexpected attack. The protagonist fell, thinking the enemy had hit him after all. The monster began to balance directly above the protagonist and, using some kind of spell in its tongue, activated a simply enormous fireball. The protagonist jumped up and exclaimed in surprise, "A meteorite?" Then something happened that the enemy couldn't understand. His own fireball returned and pierced his jaw. MC exclaimed, he'd fallen for his trick after all. He had plenty of his own tricks. He thought he'd have a little more fun, but it would do. It was good that he could nullify meteorites. That was what saved him. The monster was finished. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a slight vibration in his hand and thought it was his level rising. He counted down and said, so, he'd leveled up another 12 levels. He expected no less from a dungeon boss. He looked at his palm and sadly noted that the level marker remained the same. The protagonist approached the fallen enemy and noted that the dark dragon's body was enormous, and it would drop a ton of amazing items. But Ryojiji couldn't take that much home at once, and if he left it there for 24 hours, the dungeon would swallow it all up. A colossal loss. He began examining the enemy's body. More importantly, it had to be here somewhere. Finally, he exclaimed that he had found the dungeon core. He picked it up. It shone with a radiant black light. The protagonist knew that with a dungeon core, one could freely navigate all its floors. It was an extremely useful item if one needed to gather certain materials or level up. He raised his hand with the core and joyfully exclaimed. He still had the core from the king's dungeon, which had been in another world, but in this dungeon, it was completely useless. It was so inconvenient. With this, he would progress faster. Perhaps other dungeons had also formed new cores. How complicated everything was. His main concern now was the loot and materials from the Black Dragon. He'd worry about how to spend them later. He decided to take as much as he could. He knew he wouldn't be able to carry everything. His storage was already cluttered. After a while, the protagonist realized with surprise that he'd managed to fit everything in at once, and come to think of it, he'd never filled it to the brim. He thought he'd proven himself. It was time to put his plan into action, all for the sake of world peace, where he could watch his favorite anime whenever he wanted. Activating the teleporter, MC returned home. Collapsing tiredly onto his bed, he decided that he had to put this plan into action before Kyoko became an adventurer. With these thoughts in mind, he fell asleep. The computer screen glowed on his desk, illuminating the various components lying next to the keyboard. The next day, on the way to school, the protagonist met Kyoko again. They greeted each other. The girl told him they'd confirmed that 100 dungeons had already been discovered in their country. Had he been watching TV? Instead of answering, the protagonist asked her what kind of hairstyle she had. She smiled and asked him, what about her hair? Kay said it made her look cuter. The protagonist, surprised, asked her again. Kyoko changed the subject and noted, by the way, that these were just rumors. But rumors had it that the local dungeon had become overrun with monsters and they had come out. The government quickly mobilized the self-defense forces and they cleared the dungeon in no time. But there were quite a few casualties, both among the military and civilians. He wondered if this was true. The protagonist answered that it was obviously a lie. If this were true, the city would be like a beehive of chaos. The girl said, "He's right, but wouldn't it be too dangerous to live if monsters started breeding outside the dungeons? Humanity could end after that." She continued, "Maybe one of the ancient civilizations was also destroyed after the dungeons appeared and the monsters that emerged from them." The protagonist, surprised, asked her where she got this information. She told him it was written in the Mumu Monthly. He remarked skeptically, "Really? That's not the most reliable source of information." At that moment, Kei called out to her and they greeted each other. She asked the guy if he had really been waiting for her. The protagonist looked at them, confused. Kei remarked, "Her hair was so cute." Kyoko sheepishly thanked him for the compliment. They were about to leave. Kyoko waved to the protagonist and told him they'd see each other again. The MC, looking at them, wondered, confused, what was this mixed feeling he was having? Maybe he's in love with Kyoko? No, that can't be right. He looked at them carefully, at the way the girls stared wide-eyed at Kei, hanging on his every word. The protagonist didn't know what it was exactly. Maybe this is how fathers feel when their daughters meet their boyfriends? Suddenly, he realized Kyoko was like family to him, and that's why he was worried about her. Now, understanding the reason, he felt much better. At school, during recess, Amada asked him if he'd been watching the news. Another victim of the false information about dungeon takeover tactics had shown up. The protagonist asked him, "Is this serious?" There had been more and more of them lately. Amada said the victim was lucky to have escaped the dungeon alive and filed a police report, but he believed the death toll from this was much higher. The MC wondered why they were even falling for these false strategies. Amada told him it was a mystery. They say only the most naive fall for this scam. He added, by the way, that Kyoko and Kei had adventurer's marks found. Perhaps they, too, would want to explore dungeons using the strategies in the videos. If so, that would be the end of them. MC, sweating from the tension, asked him again, "Kyoko, that can't be." After that, the protagonist told Amada he was going to the restroom for a bit and hurried out of the classroom. Amada followed him and said that he understood, he would tell the teacher, and Ryoji can take his time. Once alone, the protagonist began to think. He, too, had been curious about these videos, so he'd watched them. But none of them had a shred of truth. He couldn't understand why the people who uploaded them would lie like that. He wouldn't say they had any particular motivation, but in any case, something had to be done about it. The protagonist activated the storage and pulled out a copy of himself. Looking at himself with satisfaction, MC said that even though they were one and the same, he was glad he was okay. He thought the dummy was a tool that absorbed enemy attacks. Naturally, it resembled him, the protagonist, so they were practically indistinguishable. It was a consumable item that lasted only one day, and it required a lot of resources, so in the other world, he didn't use it often. Yesterday, he made it for the first time in a long time. With such a resemblance, no one would notice if he started going to class in his stead, in theory. The protagonist turned to his copy and told it, well, he was counting on it. He would return at the end of classes and pick it up. The protagonist activated the teleporter and found himself home. He sat down at the computer, booked a ticket, chose a seat, and paid for it online. Then, MC approached the portraits of his parents. He mentally addressed them and apologized for having to use their money for more than just basic living expenses. After checking himself to make sure he had everything he needed, he decided he was ready to go. The protagonist was about to use the teleporter, but remembered just in time that he had almost forgotten one important thing. A short time later, he teleported to Haneda Airport. The protagonist deactivated his invisibility, looked at the ticket counters, and remembered how he had seen his father off at this airport. The man standing next to him was very surprised by the protagonist's appearance. It seemed to him that no one else was there. Ryoji turned away from the man and thought that teleportation and invisibility were indeed very convenient skills. Approaching the security counter, MC felt his heartbeat faster. This was his first flight, his first security check. As he walked through the terminal, he wondered what the staff would do if the terminal dinged. Walking to the check-in counter, the protagonist thought he should have used the money his uncles had stolen. After all, he wasn't a champion of justice. When Ryoji finally boarded the plane, he found his seat and settled comfortably into it, preparing for the flight. During the flight, the protagonist looked out the window and thought, flying without magic is simply amazing. After landing, the protagonist took a bus to Katsurahama. Arriving on the shore, he exclaimed, "Excellent. Now he could get here via teleportation." When the MC approached the dungeon, he saw a huge crowd at the entrance. The adventurers were all whispering about the upcoming expedition, and there was a commotion in places. He activated invisibility and entered the dungeon. He didn't expect there to be so many people here. Descending, the protagonist saw a group of adventurers consisting of a girl and two boys. One of them suggested that his allies go down to the second floor today. He was already tired of the slimes. The girl countered, "Well, actually, they're just scouting." He told her it was fine. He'd been researching strategy games online. The other guy quipped, Is this what you call normal? The protagonist wondered. So, this guy's one of those people who believes things like that? Descending. Ryoji glanced around, satisfied with the results. There was no one nearby. He activated detection and thought, as expected, this dungeon also matched the one he'd encountered in the other world. He turned to his storage and pulled out a homemade golem drone, complete with a highly sensitive camera. Electronics weren't allowed in the dungeon, so he'd modified the camera with magic. The basic magical engineering training Daenerys had given him as part of his hero training had proven useful. He figured that if he could easily modify them, he could launch mass production. But they required rare metals and ingredients, so he'd only made 4 so far. The protagonist activated all 4 golem drones and decided it would be problematic if other adventurers saw them. So, he had to use the invisibility skill on them. Of course, this ability burned up his MP, but when the level is above 1,400 points, this cost is practically unnoticeable. MC thought for a moment and decided to start filming from the point where he'd descended into the dungeon. But then he suddenly remembered that he'd almost forgotten the most important thing again. Meanwhile, in class, Amada turned to the golem replica of the protagonist and remarked that he seemed a bit different today. The golem asked him in surprise, "Is that so?" Amada remarked that he seemed slightly different from his usual self. The protagonist's golem chuckled and said that it was a dummy created using high-level magical engineering. Amada smiled and said that he recognized his old friend now. What a relief. Meanwhile, the MC arrived at the first-floor entrance, donned a special helmet that completely covered his head, and double-checked that his drones were in stealth mode. The protagonist connected the camera, cleared his throat, and greeted his viewers through the camera. He told them that the Dungeon Exploration channel was with them. The protagonist felt like he'd gotten it all wrong, so he decided to start over. He greeted his viewers again and informed them that the Dungeon Exploration channel was with them. Today, they would map the first and second floors of the Katsurahama dungeon. He was extremely nervous. Fighting the Demon King was even less nerve-wracking. The MC added that in the next video, they'd develop anti-monster tactics, and they could figure out how to fight different types of monsters together. Ryoji thought excitedly. The more he tried to control himself, the more he stuttered. What was going on? An hour after filming, the protagonist said he'd leave a link to the preview file below the video, and he'd add similar notes in future videos, so please remember to check the description. Turning off the camera, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally done. It took him about 30 takes just for the opening sequence. Suddenly, the same group he'd met at the entrance appeared nearby. The girl asked her allies what was going on. The guy asked her to be quiet and advised his partners to keep their eyes open. The MC, meanwhile, reconnected the webcam and, walking around the floor, announced that they were now on the first floor. Right next to the entrance was a prime hunting ground, and right now, 3 groups of adventurers are already fighting slimes. He showed the audience a picture of adventurers fighting these monsters. The protagonist said that the more adventurers in a party, the less their personal earnings, but they can always count on the support of their comrades. In the afterlife, no one will need money, so always let his viewers prioritize their safety. The MC exhaled convulsively, thinking that he seemed to be getting used to this. He continued. He would recommend them hunting near this passage, but to be careful, as 2 slimes would be waiting for them along the way. He approached the chest and said that there was a treasure chest in a small room. It was easy to miss, so they should remember to look inside if they passed by this one. The protagonist suggested they open the chest. If there was a scout inside, they could quickly get rich. After peering inside, the protagonist pulled out a vial and said that a potion was inside. A scout is a rare item, usually found in purple chests. A new chest will appear in this location in 24 hours, so they should just be patient. Ryoji then showed the audience a piece of floor slab and said that stepping on it would activate a trap. It was a different color, so it was easy to spot. Suddenly, something hit him on the head, and he let out a gasp of surprise. The protagonist said that everything felt different in the helmet, which is why he fell into the trap, but they usually avoid them, right? In fact, he would never have stepped on it. He did this to make it easier for the viewers to understand. The MC continued, and so, having walked around the entire first floor, it was time to go down to the second. The protagonist warned the audience that the dungeon's stairs were steep and narrow, so they should be careful when descending. Descending to the second floor, Ryoji told the audience that goblins inhabited the second floor. They were slightly stronger than slimes. Unless they had an adventurer's mark, there was a high chance they would kill them, so they shouldn't descend. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist slipped on a step and tumbled down. He said, puzzled, well, he did say the stairs were dangerous. Even though he had fallen, they should still be careful. At that moment, he suddenly heard a woman screaming for help. Ryoji turned his head in confusion and saw a girl named Yoko being pursued by goblins. Without a second thought, the protagonist activated his double-powered fireball, and 2 fiery projectiles curved around the girl and rushed toward the enemy, destroying them. The protagonist asked Yoko if she was okay. The girl, her voice stammering with fear, thanked him for his help. She added that her friend had been captured by goblins, but she had managed to escape. The protagonist thought she was very beautiful and replied, okay, he'll save her friends too. MC activated detection and, showing the girl the dungeon layout, asked if they were in the right room. Yoko didn't even have time to answer. The protagonist rushed forward at the speed of sound. Yoko was surprised. It was so fast. When Ryoji ran into the room he needed and saw Ken tied up, he exclaimed that he had come to his aid. The boy joyfully praised the god and shouted for him to save him. The protagonist was a little confused. What? Yoko's friend was a man? And an old-looking one at that. He finally decided he didn't care about this dungeon couple. MC activated the fireball, and what happened next filled him with confusion and fear. While activating the skill, he imagined Kei inviting Kayoko to explore the dungeon together after graduation, to which she happily agreed. And now the protagonist realized he'd misjudged the force of the blow and nearly destroyed the entire second floor. He thought in amazement, oh my, he hadn't overdone it with a spell like that in 10 years. Quickly using detection, he was relieved to see that he hadn't hit any adventurers. Ken thanked him in surprise and asked him what kind of magic had just been used. He'd never seen such destructive potential before. The confused protagonist replied that it was a powerful version of a fireball, even considered a fire cannon. Ken looked at him apprehensively and remarked that he'd asked for help, but wasn't that a bit much? The protagonist stared at the boy in amazement. He hadn't expected such a reaction. Ken continued. He understood that they wanted to practice powerful magic, but what would they do if the ceiling collapsed? He asked Ryoji to untie him quickly. The protagonist wondered why this sounded so preachy. He told the meticulous boy that he hadn't hurt anyone, and that the place would be completely restored by tomorrow. MC approached him and began untying Ken. At that moment, Yoko approached them, joyfully calling out to her ally. The protagonist was also relieved that she was safe and sound. The protagonist grumbled, if they're too low level for the second floor, they should level up better on the slimes from the first floor. If he weren't here, they'd both be dead by now. Ken snapped back angrily, shut up. They were just a little too guarded. Why is he lecturing them here? Yoko was confused by her partner's rudeness, and she said in surprise, lecturing? The adventurers continued on, and Ken told Yoko, seriously, sometimes these troublesome guys show up here, right? The girl told him to just ignore it. The protagonist wondered, will they stay on the second floor? At this rate, he'd have to keep an eye on them constantly. He wouldn't be able to create a map like this. It was time to retreat. The protagonist activated invisibility and stealth and vanished into thin air. Looking at the two, he wondered if perhaps he should warn them. He recalled Daenerys' words. In the dungeon, he was primarily responsible for himself. It would be foolish for him to die because of someone else's advice. She wasn't perfect either, so he had every right to disregard her advice if he thought it was wrong. The MC left the dungeon, found a suitable teleportation spot, and teleported home. A little later, he lay down on his bed and said there was still time before classes ended. Tomorrow he would need to conquer the second floor and find a place to film the dungeon. Judging by today's experience, he could easily complete 1 dungeon on a weekday and 2 on the weekends. That's 40 dungeons a month. So, in 3 months, he could film footage of the first and second floors of all the dungeons in the country. He was lucky that filming would end before he graduated. The problem was editing. The fastest way would be to cut the video, combine the necessary sections, and add subtitles. But he would like to make a stylish video. He should look for tutorials on how to do it. The protagonist settled in at the computer and happily exclaimed that his favorite seiyuu had released a new video. He should watch it. The next day, Amada asked the protagonist's golem what he had for lunch today. The golem replied that he wasn't hungry. The guy chuckled in confusion and offered to share his lunch with him. He had some yakisoba bread and a bun with bean paste. The golem told him that he, the 4 eyes guy, was a good guy after all. Amada choked in surprise and exclaimed, 4 eyes? Had he forgotten his name was Amada? The golem, biting into his bread, thanked him. He added that he would remember until the day he died that he shared his bun with him. Amada said sheepishly, he's exaggerating. They're friends after all, although, more likely, they weren't friends but rather brothers in spirit. The golem looked at him touchedly, then covered his eyes with his hand, his shoulders shaking. Amada asked him in surprise what was wrong. The golem replied that everything was fine, he just had something in his eye. The next day, the protagonist went back to the dungeon. Once again, on the second floor, he heard a cry for help. Yoko was begging for someone to save her. She could be heard screaming at the goblin not to come near her or touch her. She desperately begged Ken to help her. Tied up again, Ken shouted at the goblin to get away from her. The goblin glared at Yoko and grabbed her clothes. Ken watched in panic, unable to do anything. Yoko fought back as best she could. She asked her ally not to look at her, and the boy lowered his gaze in embarrassment. At that moment, the protagonist appeared and used his freeze skill. The goblin simply froze in place, unable to move. He told the adventurers that, while the freeze was in effect, the monsters would be unable to move. The MC added, looking at the astonished faces of the rescued men, I was curious, so I came. Let them take advantage of this moment and escape to the first floor. He begs them to do so. Ken exclaimed joyfully, they were saved. Let him untie the rope. Yoko, looking at the protagonist with gratitude, addressed him as if he were the mysterious mask. The protagonist activated the wind slash, and the ropes fell off Ken. Yoko thanked the mysterious mask. The partners hugged, overjoyed that they were saved again, safe and sound. Ken turned to the MC and told him that he was saving them for the second time. Thank him so much for that. The guy added that he should forgive them for neglecting his advice back then. If not for him, they would no longer be alive. Ryoji answered him, he helped them of his own free will, no need for thanks. But why were they so stubbornly going to the second floor despite their low level? Ken said it was all because of a video called Conquering the Second Floor at Low Levels. It was a paid subscription. Yoko confirmed this, adding that it kept repeating that the author didn't really want to tell them about it, that only a select few knew, and so on. But it seemed it was all a lie. The protagonist looked at them with surprise and understanding. The protagonist leaned over his device and said, "His faithful servant, Proto-1, rise." The device responded, making a sound. He said, "Excellent." Everything worked. He had built a magical device into it that lightened the weight so there would be no sudden movements. MC asked the device, "Did he understand?" The golem made a sound, and as it stood up, it hit the protagonist in the forehead. Ryoji, rubbing his forehead, exclaimed indignantly, "Why did he stand up so abruptly? If it had been anyone else, he would have completely smashed his head in." Proto-1 answered him. He thought this was a normal custom. The protagonist asked in bewilderment, "Who taught him this? He did it himself, right?" The golem said his body felt so light. Ryoji told him, he'd already said it, that he'd lightened his weight. He added that he shouldn't turn off the device, or it would break through the floor. Did he understand? The golem answered him. He understood. He would break through the floor immediately. The protagonist exclaimed, "No." He explained everything briefly to the device. He, the main character, had defeated the Demon King and returned to his original world. Now they were in the world he came from. Dungeons from another world had begun to appear here, and the world's resources had run out, so they had to descend into the dungeons to find new ones. Meanwhile, many adventurers had already fallen victim to false information about the dungeons. Proto-1 listened attentively to his creator. Ryoji continued, "Therefore, he wants to record his videos with accurate information and eradicate lies. If their civilization deteriorates, he won't be able to watch anime in peace." Did he agree with that? The golem asked him what his job was. Help hunt monsters in the dungeons? The protagonist said he wanted him to help edit the videos. He would never take him into the dungeons with him. Proto-1 wondered if it was because he was useless in the dungeon. The protagonist countered that it wasn't. He was an excellent assistant on the upper floors. The golem stared at him in confusion, as if asking what was the reason. Then MC spoke, "But that doesn't mean he won't take him with him. If anyone sees him, they could be in trouble. In this world, no one knows about golems yet." Proto-1 fell silent meaningfully, his whole appearance showing his offense. Ryoji thought, he won't take him along, even if he makes a sad face at him. It would be sad if he were broken by mistake. After a while, the protagonist said he'd edited the first video. Let Proto-1 use it as a template for the next ones. The golem replied that it obeyed him. How to edit videos? The protagonist told him to try searching online. He'd learned that himself. He'll teach him how to use a computer. The golem asked him again, "A computer? It's like a golem specializing in information gathering." MC confirmed his guess and showed him where the mouse and keyboard were. He added that he mainly needed to learn how to use them. The golem replied that he understood. The protagonist also told him never to open that folder he'd specially allocated. Did he understand? The golem said he understood. It was already late evening, and the protagonist wanted to sleep. He deactivated the golem and went to rest. The next morning, MC activated the golem's rise. Proto-1 told him it seemed to have had a random shutdown. The protagonist reassured him not to worry, that he temporarily disabled it. Ryoji told him he'd used teleportation to buy a laptop in Akihabara. All the files had already been transferred there, and he could use it freely. As the golem began to familiarize itself with the laptop, it noticed that the secret folder was missing. It contained a bunch of images of beauties with different skin tones. The protagonist exclaimed that he forgot to erase its memory. After some time, MC told his assistant that he was going to film a dungeon in Ueno Park, and he should watch and edit the available videos. The golem replied that he understood. Ryoji asked the device if he had any questions for him. The golem turned to its master and explained that he wanted to meet his family. Didn't he? Did he succeed? The protagonist looked at him in amazement and replied that he did. Indeed, he succeeded. The golem spoke, "So that's great." The protagonist felt sad when he remembered his parents. The golem immediately noted that he looked slightly sad. MC asked his assistant not to bring up this painful topic. Proto-1 said that he understood. After some time, Ryoji found himself in the Ueno Park dungeon. He thought that, compared to the dungeons that had appeared in this world, this park's dungeon could be considered the largest. The protagonist donned his gear and continued to ponder. Most adventurers go here. He'd filmed everything up to the 4th floor. It wouldn't hurt to film all the way to the 20th floor. Having reached the 5th floor, the protagonist thought he'd become completely accustomed to the helmet. Maybe he'd be able to film a smoother video today. He was surrounded by frenzied bees, but they didn't attack. The protagonist noted that simply defeating the monster wasn't that difficult. But if you don't want to damage materials, you need to strike in a way that leaves minimal damage. And to do that, you need to know all the monster's weaknesses and strike precisely. The protagonist shouted at the monsters that they wouldn't succeed and activated a wind slash, intensifying it 6-fold. He knew that mad bees had weak joints, easily cut. In a matter of seconds, he easily dealt with his opponents. MC said, "The problem is solved. Now all that remains is to record an explanatory video and create a map." He wondered how his assistant was doing. Proto-1 was the first golem he had created in this world. Usually, after masters improve their skills, they destroy old golems and begin creating new ones. But he believed that the sentimentality inherent in the Japanese had gotten the better of him. So he spent all his free time improving Proto-1. And thanks to its improvements, it became more human. Proto 1 is so versatile that he could trust it with most of his chores. In another world, the golem was responsible for all the household chores. They had lived together for so long that he had long since become attached to it. In a sense, it had become his comrade, if not a member of the family. He awakened Proto 1 in this world to help him with video editing. But it's not just that. He took him into this world so he wouldn't be alone. Taking off his helmet, the protagonist activated the teleporter and found himself at home. He informed the golem that he had returned and asked him how the editing was going. The golem replied that 18 videos were ready. He would like the master to check everything himself. MC exclaimed in surprise. 18 videos? It would take about 15 minutes to process one video. How long did it take him? Hearing the answer from his assistant, the protagonist was even more surprised. 4.5 hours? Although, at double speed, it would take over 2 hours. Proto 1 replied that he had nothing to do while he waited for the processing. He wanted editing equipment. The protagonist replied that if they could make money from these videos, he would buy it for him. While watching the videos, the protagonist asked him why there were so many bad takes. The golem said that he did it on purpose. According to his research, this would help him get closer to the audience, humanizing his image. MC said that everything was fine as is. Let him just leave the parts where he looked cool. The golem asked him in surprise. Cool? Then he added that he understood. Ryoji was indignant. Let him not react as if he was not cool at all. The protagonist thought Proto 1 was much more fun. The month of February had arrived, and this month was the day of the entrance exams to the adventurer school. The protagonist went to pick up Kyoko, but her mother told him that she had already left. MC was surprised, really? The girl's mother continued. She thought they had agreed to go together. Did they happen to have a fight with her? She wished him a safe journey and good luck on the exam. Ryoji arrived at the Adventurer High School, walked to the exam venue, and sat down at a desk. He thought, at first he wasn't very eager to enroll here, but when he found out that this school allows skipping classes to delve into dungeons, he became more motivated. He needs to take these exams seriously and pass them. After the exam, Kei told Kyoko to stop communicating with the protagonist. The girl asked him, perplexed, why this? The guy answered her, she couldn't refuse him if he asked to join their party, could she? He continued, he didn't have a profession, so he couldn't contribute anything to the party. They were already risking their lives, and he didn't want the protagonist to cling to them like a parasite, and also cut into their share of the raids. Besides, if he was with them, they would never compare to other parties. Kyoko was upset by this, but she said that he seemed to be right. Ryoji was a nice guy, but this was too risky. An MC was passing by them. He thought with resentment. As his level increased, his hearing also improved, and he could hear their whispers too. And yet, these two had never even been to a dungeon, and already they were discriminating against people based on their profession. He heard Kei ask Kyoko, is she going home later? The girl answered him that it was so. The protagonist looked at his palm and noted that his level and lack of profession were a simple mistake, but he was too lazy to explain it. Kyoko saw him, she greeted him, and asked him how his exam was. He showed her a finger sign indicating that everything was fine. She was happy for him. Kei called her by name with irritation. She understood him, and told the protagonist that she would go to school with Kei, and that they would see each other again. The protagonist answered her, okay. He thought that all the misunderstandings would soon be cleared up anyway. He watched for a while as the two walked to school, hand in hand. MC decided he should also look around and go home. He wanted to find a convenient place to teleport. Sometime later, in March, the graduation ceremony took place. The protagonist felt a little sad. Amada told him goodbye, that they would remain friends forever. Ryoji wasn't at all opposed to this. The protagonist recalled his teacher's words about how, by law, they weren't allowed to enter the dungeon until they graduated from high school. He thought that, for the same reason, many would rush to the dungeons immediately after graduation. Kyoko would go there with this Kei. There was no doubt about it. He didn't want his best friend to die because of false information. Even though they had already had the graduation ceremony, they would officially remain middle school students until March 31st. MC stared at the clock, waiting for midnight. He figured there were 15 seconds left until the ban was lifted. When midnight struck exactly, the protagonist turned to Proto 1 and told him to upload the video. The golem replied that he was obeying his master's orders. He pressed the start button and announced that the dungeon exploration channel had begun. At the end of March, near the Ueno Park dungeon, adventurers were arguing among themselves. One of them shouted that it was their prey. Another man exclaimed that he knew nothing. Whoever noticed it first would get it. He shouted furiously, who would follow such a stupid rule? The boss called out to Kunimi and noted that it looked like this hunting ground was also overcrowded. He nervously remarked that they wouldn't make a penny at this rate. The guy asked what they should do. Kunimi replied that he suggested they leave and come back another time. Now, the dungeons weren't just frequented by laid-off employees like themselves or those who quit without leave, but also by young people who couldn't find work due to the labor shortage. The boss pointed out that it was possible to kill a slime even without an adventurer's mark, and the earnings would be higher than those of a regular office worker. He replied with a smile that with this influx, they wouldn't be able to earn as much as before. The guy asked if there weren't any good hunting grounds deeper in the floors. Kunimi replied that no one knew. It would be great if they had reliable information about the dungeons, but alas, only false information was circulating on the internet these days. He thinks many people still believe these fakes, which is why they're getting hurt. The boss, upset, said it was true. Many of them never returned from the dungeons. Meanwhile, Sarah and Tara were exploring the labyrinth. She, shining a flashlight, asked if this was the passage they'd mentioned in the video. Suddenly, a girl called out to her and warned her that there was an enemy behind her. Sarah was attacked by a slime, which began sucking her in. She screamed in horror for her to save her. Tara started running away and said it wouldn't work. After a while, she wrote online, saying this was no longer a joke. People should stop spreading false videos. Sarah died because of them. She filed a police report. Meanwhile, the worker and his colleague were reading the comments. She noticed that the negative comments had only been increasing lately. He replied that they all irritated him and that he needed to delete them all. Sometime later, at the central police station, Detective Yama furiously shouted that because of people like him and their videos, people were dying in droves. What was he even thinking? The worker, perplexed, asked if he was really to blame. It was stated everywhere that the information obtained was used at one's own risk. The lawyer told him to please ask him all questions first. Did he have proof that his client was the one spreading false information? Had he at least compared the video with the actual layout of the dungeon before jumping to conclusions? If he didn't stop this lawlessness, they would sue him for slander. The detective thought nervously, if only he had video footage of the dungeon. Sometime later, at the Takanasu TV building, the boss said that if they got video footage of the dungeon from the inside, it would be a gold mine. Let the cameramen film anything. Even the smallest fragment will do. The guy nervously replied that that was impossible. Electronics don't work inside dungeons. He asked with displeasure, was he really thinking of disobeying his superiors? It was their job, so shouldn't they solve the problem? No video, no contract renewal. After that, the cameramen went on the subway. One of them exclaimed with displeasure that this was complete nonsense. He just found an excuse to break their contract. He replied that in such a desperate situation, they had only one choice. The guy asked if he thought this was a shady approach. The cameraman replied that they would go broke one way or another. He hoped to make a fortune. They would sell the footage to the studio that offered the highest price. After some time, they went down to the first floor of the Ueno Park dungeon. One of the cameramen asked if the camera was working. He replied that nothing was working. And this is a dungeon camera developed by the most popular company? The guy excitedly pointed out that he had told him so. And how much did he pay for it? He nervously replied that 1,000,000 yen. He even took out a loan for this camera. This is bad. They didn't even give him severance pay. The assistant said they could sell the camera to someone else. Sometime later, on April 1st at 12 midnight, Proto One announced that the Dungeon Exploration channel was starting. The protagonist exclaimed in delight that this was amazing. They had posted over 100 videos with just one press of the enter key. The robot replied that this wasn't quite true. He had installed a scheduling program on the video hosting service, and the videos had been posted without any intervention. He noted in shock that he had posted the videos in advance. Does it matter? Wasn't he excited about the event itself? Proto One played a video in which the protagonist greeted everyone and announced that viewers had found their way to the Dungeon Exploration channel. He happily thought that this was the true beginning of his channel. Sometime later at Takashi's video studio, the cameraman exclaimed that this was bad. Let the boss take a look at this. He picked up a tablet and asked in shock, are these footage from a dungeon? Are these really real? He didn't see any signs of a computer-generated image. It's definitely not a fake, but how did he do it? The cameraman excitedly asked if they could borrow this guy's equipment, and then they wouldn't give it back to him. He replied that he'd been thinking about it for a long time, but he's quite the optimist. After a while, the worker reported to Yama that a video had been published directly from the dungeon. He asked in confusion how he knew it wasn't another fake. The guy replied that everything looked plausible. Let him see it for himself. The detective, having examined the materials, exclaimed that they needed to be on the safe side. Let him print out 50 frames from the video. This shot is right at the entrance. That's excellent. They'll go there and compare everything. After a while, people started discussing en masse, like what all the fuss was about. Apparently, they published a video from a dungeon. The main character's video was in full swing. On the news, a correspondent reported that there was currently a network outage throughout the country. The protagonist, seeing the statistics, happily noted that the number of views and subscribers was growing by leaps and bounds. Proto One replied that it was all thanks to his keen editing instincts. He didn't need any thanks. He smiled and said that was true. Thanks for that. The robot sheepishly asked, he's serious. He knows where to press. He couldn't possibly hold back like that. The MC remarked that he was pleased to see the number of views and subscribers growing. However, he couldn't read the comments. Proto One explained that the network was overloaded. He nervously asked how this had happened. After all, this was his debut on the video hosting site. Sometime later, the White House descended into complete chaos. The president's advisors excitedly reported that a massive network outage was occurring across America. Neither the internet nor telephone service was working. They were suspecting a cyber attack by another country. The president himself nervously asked, do they already know which country is to blame? One of them replied, no, but that might seem crazy. The channel available worldwide was primarily a video hosting site. According to spyware, most phone conversations and emails were about this channel. The president asked, "Are they saying this is the cause of the outages?" And he was supposed to believe this nonsense? Who owns this channel? An advisor replied, "It's a Japanese account called the Dungeon Exploration Channel." The president watched one video and asked, "Are these footage from a dungeon?" He replied, "A well-crafted fake." The man called out to his granddaughter, Linda Bluestone, and told her to take a look at the video. She's America's top adventurer, and he'd like to hear her opinion. The girl agreed with a smile and, after examining the footage, remarked that she didn't know how he'd done it. The video is quite real. She even wondered what level he was. The president thanked her and took the tablet. The advisors reported that they'd requested his location from the video service. The account itself was Japanese, and the speech in the video was also in Japanese. Should they report their discovery to the Japanese government? The president replied no, they shouldn't reveal their hand. Linda, putting on a cowboy hat, said that after lunch she was heading to the Rocky Mountain dungeon, so if they prepared a camera for her, just like the guy in the video, she'd try to film the dungeon as well. After a while, the president began to wonder if Linda had changed her plans and gone straight to the dungeon. Perhaps the person with the video was a much higher level than her. And this girl hated losing. He said he wanted them to find equipment capable of working inside the dungeon. Although, should they film their dungeon capturing techniques? These videos could be a potential advantage in negotiations. From this day on, a global race will begin. They must be faster than other countries. Meanwhile, in Japan, the protagonist, playing with a robot, exclaimed in displeasure that he had lost again. He forbade him from using inventory items. Proto 1 replied that he understood everything and was ignoring the order. He nervously said, "Let him use whatever he wants. Damn it." At that moment, the accountant, Kijima, called on the phone. MC, perplexed, picked up the phone and said he was listening. The girl happily said that he had finally answered. She was already on her way. She hoped that he would agree to meet her at a family restaurant near the train station. He, perplexed, asked why she was calling so late. He even managed to get scared. She explained that it was about Ryoji's project. The protagonist replied that he would be there soon. Proto 1 wished him a safe journey and said he would focus on editing for now. Afterwards, the protagonist went outside and reflected on how he had opened the Furiari Project company, thinking about his future. Kijima was his tax accountant, whom he had hired at the time. On his orders, Proto 1 found a good professional who could keep secrets. His demands were high, but he also paid a lot. After some time, he arrived at the restaurant and, looking around, realized that Kijima hadn't arrived yet. It was his first time visiting a family restaurant at night. Afterwards, the girl herself came and apologized for the delay. The MC replied that everything was fine, he had just arrived. Kijima, with a serious expression, said that she suggested they sit somewhere quiet. He, looking her over, realized that there was sweat on her face. It seemed she was in a hurry. After some time they sat down at the table. She said that she apologized for calling him in the middle of the night. Maybe he wanted a snack? The protagonist replied that it wasn't necessary. The girl called the waitress and told her to set up the drink bar. She'd get a coffee. And he replied that he needed a soda. After that, Kijima went to the bar. The protagonist was surprised to see that she was working efficiently. After preparing the drinks, she approached him and said they would get straight to business. In 2 hours, the number of subscribers on his channel had surpassed 300 million. In the history of the internet, no one had accumulated that many, and the number continues to grow steadily. The MC beamed with happiness and asked, "Is this serious?" Kijima, smiling, said, "Please accept her congratulations." First, she wanted to clarify a few details. First, let him excuse her. "But are these videos real?" The protagonist agreed and paused. She wanted to understand if he was doing anything illegal. She wondered if other adventurers were capable of filming similar videos. He replied that no, it was simply impossible. He'd used special materials to repurpose a standard digital camera. Obtaining these materials required a huge level, around 900. Furthermore, even if they succeeded, they'd need to study magical engineering to know how and where to apply it. She should note that everything he'd said was a trade secret. Even if someone did manage to fulfill these two conditions, few people would have the knowledge of dungeons to create such tutorial videos. Kijima replied that she understood. She could assume he had a complete advantage over all potential competitors. MC agreed and thought that it would be a different matter if other heroes besides him went to this world, but there shouldn't be such a thing. She said he'd already met all the monetization requirements, so she thought they'd be approved. Their request would take about a week to be processed. Even with the most rough estimates, the annual revenue from the videos could reach several billion. The protagonist picked up his phone and noted that the video hosting site had just sent him a notification about monetization. Speaking of monetization, they wrote that they would provide him with additional incentive bonuses if he agreed to upload videos exclusively to their platform. Kijima replied that if he had no plans to take over other platforms, she would advise him to sign this exclusivity contract. In that case, the video hosting site would be responsible for catching pirates distributing his videos. The protagonist thoughtfully asked, "Pirated copies?" That was entirely possible. Fine, he'd sign the contract. After a while, he said they'd responded quickly. They'd already sent him all the documents for signature. According to the contract, he'd be paid $40 million annually. Kijima, shocked, noted that this was the big leagues. Furiari's project had only recently launched, and at this rate, sales weren't expected to be the best, so she was considering hiring a lawyer and a finance manager. What would he say about that? MC replied that she could do as she saw fit. She agreed, taking out her phone and saying that in that case, she had connections with companies in those fields. They could outsource some of the work to them. They charged quite a lot for their work, but with the projected sales, Ryoji's project could easily afford it. It wouldn't be a problem. For them, it was like a stone in the ocean. Besides, she could assure him that these companies would honestly admit their mistakes if anything happened. Contracts with them would be signed tomorrow. Did he have any questions? The protagonist, glancing at her shirt, asked if she liked cats. Kojima sheepishly apologized and explained that she'd been in her pajamas the whole time. Yes, she likes cats, even though she doesn't have any at home. He thought in surprise, so she's clumsy? He thought she was in a hurry. The protagonist said he didn't care, and she should forgive him for asking. Kojima said she was responsible for his finances, so he shouldn't be shy. She would cover all expenses. He thanked her for the treat, and after that, they went outside. The girl bowed and said that she apologized. She started to leave, but suddenly turned around, and apologizing, pointed out that with her invitation, she had allowed a minor to wander alone in the middle of the night. That was an unacceptable mistake on her part. She would accompany him home. MC replied that everything was fine. He lived nearby. Kojima said that it didn't work that way. Well, they were going. He pointed to the side and said that his house was there. After a while, they set off. The girl asked if he planned to continue uploading dungeon crawling videos in the future. The protagonist agreed, adding that adventurers who could wisely gather and manage their resources sounded like a great idea. If their civilization began to deteriorate, he wouldn't be able to watch anime in peace, and he wanted money too. She replied with a smile that it was a good idea. She sincerely wished him luck. The whole world was thirsting for this knowledge. Who would have thought a 15-year-old boy could own this? If he had any problems in the future, he should feel free to contact her. She'll help in any way she can. MC thanked her with a smile and thought she was a good person. After a while, they approached his house. Kojima bowed with a smile and said she wished him good night. He reciprocated and wondered what kind of professional moves she had. He was worried about the woman being left alone on the street at night, so he used invisibility and stood next to Kojima until her taxi arrived. The next day, the protagonist woke up and wished the robot good morning. Proto-1 reported that the comment section was getting out of control. He wished he could handle it himself. He asked with a smile, "What's going on?" A bunch of comments expressing gratitude and support. The robot replied that most of the complimentary comments were from abroad. The comments from Japanese users were half negative. The most common comments are that it's fake, followed by, "He tried the strategy and it worked," and lastly, "He must be a freak behind the mask." The protagonist asked in confusion, What do they have here? Are they really praising him? Where is all this? He started reading the negative comments and shocked, wondered, what the hell is that? Proto-1 noted that there were also grateful comments, so he shouldn't be sad. MC replied that he was fine. He'd expected something like that. The robot said he thought he should look at the little tsundere's comment, and then he'd perk up. He replied that he was feeling great as is. The girl herself said that he shouldn't focus only on filming videos. It's not as important as him, right? There's nothing good about that at all. The protagonist, in complete shock, asked, "Is she an angel?" Proto-1 replied that he should be praised more often. He remarked that something similar had happened in another world. The robot said he was right. The anonymous ads there were simply terrible. The protagonist replied that it wasn't so much. He should not respond to comments. He reflected on how, when he had just debuted as a hero, there had been a battle between the multinational army and the demon army. MC remembered Daenerys saying that he had done an excellent job. Thanks to him taking on the main forces, the allied army was able to achieve a crushing victory. Now the whole world knew he was a hero. He asked if he really needed this recognition. Wasn't defeating the Demon King enough? She replied with a smile that he had a lot to do for that, including gaining recognition. Well, it was time for her to go to the council meeting. The protagonist agreed with a smile and thought that he wasn't sure he completely understood her. But the main thing was that she was happy. Sometime later, during the council, the king said that she had been through a lot in that battle. Ryoji's success was amazing, but all of this was too strange. Didn't the Demon King's army fall too quickly? Perhaps he conspired with the Demon King. They suspect he's just pretending to be a hero. In that case, isn't she involved too? First of all, it should be noted that transporting people from other worlds is simply impossible. Daenerys excitedly exclaimed that there was nothing strange about that. The reason was that Ryoji's level was incredibly high. His limits were different from theirs. Besides, she received the gift of summoning a hero from the goddess Luna Maria herself. The people in the hall asked that if that were true, then why didn't she summon another hero right then and there? Let her admit that the hero was just a figment of her imagination to boost her standing in the international alliance, right? The boy's name is Ryoji, right? Frankly, that boy scares them. The girl tearfully replied that she didn't care if they were going to insult her, but she asked them not to slander Ryoji. He was their savior, risking himself for this world. The advisors began to mutter among themselves that it was all women. Some thought it was too strange, while others believed her. They had no proof yet. After a while, MC began to think about how Daenerys had been silent the entire way back to the kingdom, and when they finally returned, she'd locked herself in her room, and the plan to conquer the Demon King began to slow down. He knocked on the door and, calling out to her, said he'd finished all the dungeons in her plan. Could he choose the next dungeon himself? Daenerys replied that she didn't mind. She needed to talk to her family and the nobles, otherwise a lot of problems would arise. He should forgive her for causing him problems. The protagonist, perplexed, asked again, "Problems? Did she mean he hadn't understood anything lately?" The girl smiled and said she thought that if she put in the effort to save the world, everyone would support her. But it seemed that wasn't the case. He asked in surprise, "Seriously, what happened?" Daenerys replied with a smile that it was nothing. She didn't know why she was sad. She loved this world too much, so she would continue to fight the Demon King to the end. Well, let him try his best, too. The protagonist thought he couldn't do anything about it. In the present, he explained that he had learned about it a little later. Proto 1 said he remembered something similar. The princess brought back memories. MC wondered if Daenerys had felt the same way back then as he did now. He wondered, "So what were they talking about?" The robot asked mockingly. Had he gone crazy? The protagonist asked. "They were talking about the comments under the video, right?" Proto 1 said there were too many for him to control. Let him deal with it himself. Did he want to leave things as they were or close the comments section? If he closed the section, there would be no more worries. On the other hand, they wouldn't be able to see their subscribers' opinions. He replied that everything was clear to him. Then he should leave it alone. Proto 1 noted that if he left things as is, he wouldn't have to work extra hard. On the other hand, he'd have to constantly see negative comments. The MC, perplexed, asked why he kept explaining. The robot irritably replied that he needed to finish the job. Note, truly terrible comments are blocked by the platform itself as a security measure. He replied with a smile that everything was perfectly clear to him. He was doing a good job. He should leave the comments alone. Proto 1 happily remarked that he felt very refreshed. The protagonist said he was going to go film a video. The robot wished him a safe journey and added that they were running out of material, so he should film as much as he could. Sometime later, on the 27th floor of the Ueno Park dungeon, the protagonist, having donned his gear and started recording, noticed that the 27th floor was a regular labyrinth. The main monsters on this floor were black scorpions. Wait, he forgot his helmet. Damn, he'd have to refilm everything. He thought about it. He didn't want to do anything. He'd take the day off today. After a while, MC returned home and, lying on his bed, asked if Keiko had watched those videos. Proto 1 asked if she was his childhood friend. His videos were so popular that it would be strange if she hadn't watched them yet. Confused, he asked, "Is it really that big of a deal?" The robot happily replied that they were talking about him on TV, in newspapers, radio, magazines, and even on anonymous blogs. The Dungeon Exploration channel had become the hottest topic everywhere. A special news broadcast was about to start on TV. The protagonist said he should check it out. After a while, he turned on the news. The presenter said that about a year ago, dungeons began to form all over the world. At the same time, the Earth's natural resources were rapidly depleted. Electricity supplies also began to decline. There were attempts to use nuclear and wind power, but they couldn't handle the required loads. Acute problems with logistics and the manufacturing industry arose. Furthermore, due to the depletion of natural resources, infrastructure development came to a standstill. Many companies went bankrupt, leading to a deteriorating economy. Some began to predict the inevitable fall of humanity. But it turned out that mana stones obtained from monsters could be processed into fuel. This changed the situation dramatically. Moreover, all minerals could also be mined in dungeons. Dungeon exploration became humanity's new hope. Proto 1 mentioned that, speaking of which, the Iwaki Industries company was making great strides in processing mana stones. He would like to buy their shares. The protagonist remarked that he'd learned some strange things. If he was sure he wouldn't end up in the red, he wouldn't mind. After all, they'd gotten paid for the video hosting contract. The host explained that defeating the slimes on the first floor didn't even require an adventurer's mark. So many had flocked to the dungeons to earn money. Surviving on the second floor and below required a mark and a high level. Modern weapons are practically useless against the monsters from the dungeons. Electrical devices don't work there at all. This slowed the speed of exploration, as without modern technology, exploration was practically impossible. The monsters themselves are powerful, which has led to a large number of deaths and seriously injured researchers. Currently, the death toll is approximately 10 million. Proto 1 noted that they don't talk about their channel at all. The host said that the viewers are watching an interview with a dungeon expert, Professor Shinohara. The man said that, unfortunately, no one knows as much about dungeons as he does, and they underestimate the danger of these places. According to his assessment, even with the resources extracted from the dungeons, human civilization faces inevitable degradation. They can only slow this process. And yet, despite all these circumstances, a major platform recently posted videos with correct strategies for exploring dungeons. The video source is the Dungeon Exploration channel, also known as DEC. The host added with a smile that this channel already has all the information about the first floors of more than 100 dungeons in Japan. Detailed information about monsters, accurate maps. This channel was the first to record video from inside a dungeon. How did they do it? They managed to interview DIC himself. The protagonist, perplexed, asked again. An interview? Proto 1, surprised, asked when he had managed to give an interview. He replied that he hadn't done anything. An actor dressed as the protagonist appeared on camera. He greeted everyone and said that he couldn't sit by and watch the dwindling population, so he decided to record these videos. It looks like some frail old man decided he was a dungeon expert. Let them tell him. Isn't he a fraud? Have they seen his decrepit face? He's probably never even been inside a dungeon. The MC was perplexed, wondering who this was. But he agreed about the old man. The actor added that he was the only one right, and now he was saying goodbye to everyone. The host said it was all an exclusive interview. Proto 1 noted that this imposter's helmet was just like his. The protagonist furiously exclaimed that the design was completely different. He wouldn't let it go. There was no forgiveness for him. Sometime later, he came to Kijima's office and said he wanted to do something about this imposter. She replied that she would help him with this matter. First, he should contact Muto law firm, and since legal costs were an expense, his taxes would be reduced. She would like to thoroughly investigate this matter to prevent something like this from happening again. Would he allow her to do so? The MC asked if he was imagining things or if she was bragging. The girl replied with a smile that he wasn't imagining things. She wouldn't leave them a chance. He said that then he would leave everything to her. Kijima added that before he left, she'd like to consult with him about one thing. Had he seen those popular videos yet? Confused, the protagonist asked, which videos? She showed him footage of a woman claiming to be the mother of the author of DX. Let them forgive her for causing them so much trouble. Another man said he was DC's older brother. Let people forgive him for causing them so much trouble. Another guy introduced himself as DC's former classmate and said he'd tell them about his student life. Kijima added that there were other self-proclaimed relatives and friends. Let him clarify. He doesn't know any of them, right? MC agreed, adding that he'd only revealed his true identity to her, so he had no idea who they were. The girl became embarrassed and said she'd then ensure no one dared imitate him. They'd need to organize a group to address this issue from all angles. The protagonist happily reflected that he could always rely on her. She asked if it was possible. Could he record a video formally filing a lawsuit for slander? She wanted to hammer it into the heads of anyone still thinking of profiting from him. He agreed with a smile and said he'd film and upload it today. Kijima thanked him and apologized for wasting his time. The protagonist replied that he should be thanking her. She asked if the research videos were going well. He turned around and, perplexed, agreed. Kijima smiled and said that she actually rewatched his videos very often. It was very exciting. She hadn't acquired the adventurer's mark, but watching his videos made her feel like one. It made her incredibly happy, and everyone around her seemed happy too. They said his videos were helping their fellow adventurers. She was eagerly awaiting his new videos. After some time, MC happily returned home. Proto 1 noticed that he seemed pleased. Had something good happened? He replied with a smile that everything was fine. He would go and film the video that Kijima asked him to make. The robot happily wished him a safe journey. Sometime later, at the entrance to the dungeon, the protagonist noticed adventurers and thought about how crowded it seemed. He wanted to record a video in a place where no one was. Maybe there weren't so many people in the depths. He used the detection skill and, noticing people, wondered how crowded even the deepest hunting grounds were. Could it be because of his video? Suddenly, the protagonist noticed Keiko and the guy next to her and wondered in surprise, was it her and Kei with her? But their party only consisted of 2 people. He used the invisibility and stealth skills and approached them. At this point, Keiko asked fearfully, is he sure everything will be okay? Kei replied with a smile that he was sure. After all, they had watched the Dungeon Exploration Channel's videos and bought equipment from Iwaki, and if anything bad happened, he would protect her. They both became embarrassed and held hands. MC, peeking at them, wondered if he had seen something inappropriate. Let them forgive him. They both had adventurer's marks, and they had watched his videos. Therefore, nothing serious should happen. He would leave them alone. After a while, Proto 1 showed him footage of the protagonist in a suit, saying he planned to sue the imposters pretending to be him and his acquaintances. That would be the only announcement today. Let them wait for the next Dungeon Exploration Channel videos. He noted with displeasure that he had used bad takes again. The robot replied that it was all because it was fun. Sometime later, his house rang. The MC walked out, wondering who it could be. He opened the door and saw Keiko. She wished him good morning and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Maybe they should go together to find out their results. The protagonist, perplexed, agreed, and asked why she wasn't with Kei. The girl nervously told him that he had cheated on her, which is why she had dumped him. He, shocked, thought about how he had been so sweet to her. After a while, they boarded the bus and hit the road. Keiko asked if he knew adventurers were so popular. Even at the exit of the dungeon, a ton of fans were already waiting for them. He hadn't been to the dungeon yet, had he? The protagonist replied that he was there every day. He wondered if he was the only one who entered using invisibility. The girl asked if he had contacted his former classmates. he would have invited someone to meet. The MC replied that he and Yamada communicated through Messenger. She noticed something odd about him. He didn't seem like the adventurers she knew. He didn't even have a profession. He replied that his profession wasn't showing up. It could be a simple bug. Keiko smiled and said, "Just keep your cool." The protagonist replied that he wasn't sad, and there was no need to cheer him up. He didn't like it. Did she understand? He thought about how this girl hadn't changed. He was glad she was doing well. Keiko smiled and asked if he'd seen the new issue of Delta. She really liked their handiwork. The protagonist replied that he hadn't decided between print and digital. After a while, they approached the adventurer's school. Seeing a multitude of cameramen, the girl asked in surprise, "What's that?" Suddenly, a reporter approached her and said with a smile that they were from a local channel. Would she give them a minute? She could tell from their uniforms that they were students at the adventurer school. Right? Could they tell them their level and job? Keiko replied with a smile that she was a level 2 warrior. The reporter asked, "What about him?" MC replied with a smile that he had reached level 1500 yesterday. Raising that from level 1490 was a difficult task. Even the Dark Dragon barely helped. His job was hero. The woman remarked in surprise that this was creepy. They were thanking them for their time. Keiko said he was as usual. The protagonist, perplexed, thought that he told the truth. After a while, they entered the school. The girl noticed that they were sorting students into classes based on their grades. Those with the highest scores were sent to Class A, while those with the worst grades were sent to Class E. He replied that then he should be in Class A. The protagonist began reading the list, perplexed, wondering what he should make of this. His name wasn't in Class A. As his level increased, so did his intelligence. He had prepared seriously for these exams, so he should be among the top passers. Could there have been some mistake? Keiko, also studying the list, nervously noticed that K was in Class A. How that made her angry. MC wondered if this guy was in deep trouble. She found her name and said she was in Class B, a class lower than this liar. He asked, "That's one of the top classes, right?" He was congratulating her on it. Keiko noticed that she didn't see his name there. The protagonist turned around and replied that he was supposed to be in Class A, but apparently they didn't put him in because of a mistake. He needed to go and ask in the staff room. Suddenly, the girl said she found it. He was in Class E. He was in complete shock and thought that he didn't understand anything. 10 years had passed since he was kidnapped and summoned to another world. All these years, he risked his life and fought monsters as a hero. He defeated the Demon King, saved the entire world, reached level 1500. But he ended up in Class E, one of the worst? MC, completely shocked, said that everything was clear to him. E must mean extra class, right? Amazing. He had a good feeling about this class. Keiko replied that that was not the case. It was the usual order A, B, C, D, E. His class was the worst. Was he okay? He just turned a little pale. He asked, perplexed, "Is it that bad?" "Fine, he'll go to his class." After a while, the protagonist entered the classroom and, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, thought that most of the people here had already given up hope. Well, he hoped they'd come to their senses a little later. But how did he end up in Class E? After a while, Sato entered the classroom and, introducing herself, said she would be the E-class homeroom teacher. She was glad to meet them. They might have ended up here, but each of them remained a chosen person with the mark of an adventurer. Once they increased their level and strength, they could change classes at any time. So from now on, they would be diving into the dungeon often. She hoped they would quickly get used to it. MC wondered in surprise, could he change classes? If he could prove his strength, he could be promoted to Class D. No, with his abilities, even Class A was no problem. But how could he prove it? He looked at his level and thought he had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps escaping from Class E was impossible from the start. Sato said with a smile that they had to form a party before entering the dungeon. Surviving alone would be too difficult, and if one of them died, she would lose her bonus. When creating a party, they should remember to consider job balance. Several students mentioned their jobs, and one girl wondered if they could form a 4-person party. Suddenly, Mohawk, a student, approached the protagonist and asked what his job was. He reflected that he had always fought alone, so he had long wanted to try something like this. The boy called out to him with disapproval and pointed out that he was talking to him. What was his job? The MC answered with a serious expression that he didn't have a job. Suddenly, the entire class burst into laughter, and everyone started shouting that he didn't have a job. How did he even get into this school? They saw him cause a scene during the level test. The protagonist was perplexed, thinking that he, the former hero who returned from another world, had become a dropout from Class E and a total outcast. Everyone started shouting that he is jobless. He thought about how just a minute ago they were all in despair, but as soon as they found a scapegoat, they immediately changed. This shocked him greatly, and the teacher didn't even try to stop them. Sato exclaimed in displeasure, "Shut up. Ryoji was simply special, that's all." His physical attributes and test scores were the best among all of them, and he was placed in Class E solely by decision of the principal and his vice principal, so they shouldn't dare make fun of him. MC thought that he knew it. After all, he was the best on the test. Suddenly, Sato couldn't help but laugh and remarked that he was jobless. He nervously pondered that he now understood why she had been assigned to Class E. Mohawk asked mockingly, "So he really doesn't have a job?" If he even realized how useless he was. Bullcut joined them and asked if maybe he should quit this school before he dragged them down. Sato worriedly noted that this was too harsh a statement. Maybe someone would take Ryoji into their party? The students responded with ridicule that this was simply impossible. No one would risk their lives by bringing useless baggage into a party. Mohawk leaned toward him and with a sly smile said that they would call him unemployed for the next 3 years. Did he want to bet that he would be afraid to go into the dungeon? The protagonist, with a calm face, said that with the teacher's permission, he would go into the dungeon. She was shocked by his words, and the whole class was perplexed. Seeing this, he wondered if she hadn't heard him. MC repeated that with her permission he would go to the dungeon. Okay? Mohawk, with a sly smile, put his hand on his shoulder and asked who would go to the dungeon with him. Jobless. He brushed the hand off his shoulder and replied that he would go alone. Sato, surprised, said that he should stop this. She would get into trouble if he died. The protagonist started to walk to the exit and replied that explaining to them was a waste of time. He was glad to meet them. After that, he left the office. Ponytail remarked that listening to his chatter was a waste of time. Sato, with a smile, said, "Come on. Let them stop." At that moment, Bowlcut approached Mohawk and asked what was wrong. He replied in surprise that he had brushed his hand off very easily, and he had been holding him tightly. The guy grinned and asked if he was weaker than a jobless. Mohawk nervously considered the fact that he was a level 3 martial artist. After a while, MC went outside and thought that this wasn't how he'd imagined school life, but oh well. It's good that the school is close to the dungeon. He felt like he was going through the official procedure for visiting the dungeon for the first time. It was a hassle, but he needed an ID to be allowed to leave during class. He arrived at the dungeon and thought about the lockers. They even had a changing room. True, it was a fee, but he thought the government would soon remove the fee to attract adventurers. Incidentally, the Adventurers Guild in another world also offered similar services. He was pleased to know they cared about their comfort. No one was around, so he could go straight to the 1000th floor using the dungeon core. After some time, the protagonist teleported to the desired floor and began to wonder if the Dark Dragon was the boss of the Ueno Park dungeon. Suddenly, a huge monster began to attack him. He dodged it and wondered if a sharp retreat would likely cause it to breathe fire. He countered with a prepared freeze spell. In an instant, the protagonist destroyed the boss, and a pile of treasure appeared nearby. He happily thought about the dragon's slaying. 5 seconds 31 milliseconds. A new record. It dropped a rare spellbook. Level Drain 2. His Level Drain skill was hardly useful, as higher level monsters had resistance to it. There should be an improved version in Volume 2. He'd read that later. Sometime later, the protagonist returned home. Proto 1 greeted him and remarked that he was up quite early today. Hadn't he really taken a video? He agreed with a smile and added that he'd only defeated the dragon as usual. Today, they will finally start filming a video for the second channel. After a while, the MC put on his mask and apron and thought about how scared he was. He was incredibly nervous. Proto 1 said he'd turn on the camera in 3 seconds. He nervously asked if he could count faster. After a while, the protagonist began explaining that after they defeated the slime, they shouldn't forget to collect its slime. It actually has many uses. Today, he'll teach them how to make a potion from it. Stop filming, he was really nervous. Proto 1 replied that everything was fine. He began explaining that the potion can drop randomly from any monster, so there's always a chance to get it even at level 1. He thinks there have been such people before. It's currently quite expensive, so anyone who's gotten one is really lucky. But in fact, the potion can be crafted by hand. The main ingredient is medicinal moss, which grows on the 26th floor. They'll need slime as a stabilizer. Without it, the potion will quickly spoil, which is impractical for long expeditions. Slime acts as an excellent preservative, preserving all the healing properties of the moss, so it was time to get to work. After a while, MC happily showed the bottle and said that the potion was ready. Now he would try it out. He drank the contents and said it turned out well. He even felt his skin become smoother. Making a potion by hand isn't that difficult. The main thing is practice. Well, they'll see each other again. After that, Proto 1 stopped filming and said it turned out great. The protagonist asked in surprise, "That's it?" And without retakes, the robot happily noted that if they reshot every shot he wasn't happy with, they'd never film anything. The protagonist excitedly asked if he could at least remove the shots where he starts mumbling. Let him promise, okay? The next day, he woke up and greeted the robot. Proto 1 reported that the second channel had already surpassed 3 million subscribers. The MC asked in surprise, "Really? Almost as many as the main channel. That's surprising." The robot added that the prices for slime and medicinal moss on the government procurement website were rising by the minute. He noted that they seemed to be short on medicinal moss. Proto 1 suggested that selling potions cheap could save the lives of many adventurers. The protagonist agreed, saying that he had plenty of moss, but selling it all at once would attract attention. Maybe he should sell it in increments to make it less noticeable? He thought that having entered the adventurer school, he could easily enter the dungeon at any time. He also made a ton of videos about safe dungeon crawling. The number of views has already surpassed 1 billion. Hundreds of adventurers leave comments expressing their gratitude. He enjoys being useful. And so the second semester began at this pace. After a while, MC arrived at school. The students were all buzzing about the new student, saying she was so beautiful, like she was completely out of their league. They only had 3 such beauties in their school. Hearing this, the protagonist thought, yeah, right, they'd been told they were transferring a foreigner. Well, 3D girls weren't his thing. At that moment, he never would have imagined he'd get close to them. Earlier in the government building, the president looked at his tablet and said Ryoji was just an ordinary, average high school student. Linda asked if he really owned the Dungeon Exploration channel. He didn't look strong. The president said that was her concern too. No one would have thought a sweet angel like her could be the best adventurer in the US, level 34. Linda awkwardly asked him not to talk like that in public. Why was he always looking at the camera? The man remarked that they were trying to film covertly, but he kept turning around every time they wanted to take a photo, even though the best team was doing the surveillance. The girl said he probably had detection skills. Linda looked at the protagonist sheepishly, and the president said that he was obviously aware of the US surveillance, so they stopped the operation. But his reaction to the filming, not every high school student has such courage. The president said he needed her opinion. What are the chances that another country might recruit him for dungeon exploration? Linda replied that none of them mattered. She'd seen him conquer the 100th floor of the Ueno Park dungeon, and it was simply breathtaking. The military didn't stand a chance against him. To force him, they'd need an adventurer of a higher level. She didn't know Ryoji's level, but he was definitely over 100. The president said that he still wants him to become part of the US adventurers. Could she win his heart? It was, of course, for the sake of national interests, but there was more to it than that. As her grandfather, he thought he was the perfect candidate for her, and his courage had helped save the world from many losses. Perplexed, Linda asked him not to joke like that. Had he forgotten that she was only 16? He replied that it wasn't a joke. Ryoji was 16 too. Linda thought that after such words, only one thing came to mind. He seemed like an ordinary guy, but in reality, he was the owner of Desi, the greatest adventurer and the dream of all female adventurers. The very same protagonist and her? The president asked what was going on with the Japanese government. His aide replied that they hadn't taken any action yet, only considering the idea of introducing a special tax for streamers. His project, Furuya, he believed the government was waiting for the annual financial results to be released. It's difficult to hide your information from the Japanese tax service. So many details of his secrets would be revealed at that point. The president remarked that Ryoji's peaceful life would last another couple of months at best. In the present, a schoolboy called out to the protagonist and asked angrily how he'd ended up in E-class. Was he planning on enrolling in B-class in the second semester? Like him, E-class is for the lowest of the low. MC, perplexed, thought this was the same guy who'd pestered him on the day he'd entered. The schoolboy added that he understood it would be difficult for an unemployed person to join the team, but sitting in E-class was a waste of time. Did he understand? He thought, waste of time, what is he talking about? The student turned to leave and asked to be lifted up, so he would wait for him in Class B. Ryoji watched him go, admiringly, and thought about how he wished he could be like him. The student asked sarcastically if they had seen what just happened. The girl asked, will he wait? Aren't you ashamed of him for saying such things? A classmate remarked, embarrassed simply because she had overheard him speak. Perhaps that was what constitutes shame. After a while he came to the classroom, and Sato joyfully announced, he's alive! If a corpse remains in the dungeon for more than 24 hours, the dungeon itself will absorb it. If he wanders the dungeon alone, he could die and be absorbed, since there will be no one to carry his body away. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure and thought, the teacher doesn't change. She came to her senses and exclaimed. She almost forgot. Director Iwaki had called him, and he had to go see him immediately. He asked, Principal, what does he want from him? Sato told him to remember to tell him she was a wonderful teacher. MC walked down the hallway, thinking, wonderful teacher? You couldn't tell from her. And then there was the principal's office. Suddenly, he noticed Isabella coming out of the office. She looked straight at him and bowed in greeting. He thought about how she was looking right at him. Isabella passed him and he thought, this girl is just like the main character of this season's popular anime, 9 Men. The protagonist knocked on the principal's office door and, upon entering, said that he was Ryoji from Class E, so he was coming in. Tanaka suddenly appeared behind him, but he grabbed his arm and pinned him to the floor. Tanaka exclaimed in displeasure, that's impossible. He's a level 25 assassin, and yet he was grabbed by a level 1 jobless guy? MC looked at him and thought, there are assassins targeting him in this world too. Could this really be the principal? Iwaki emerged from the shadows and apologized to him. Tanaka attacked him on his orders, then asked him not to hold a grudge. Ryoji inquired who he was. Iwaki introduced himself as the current principal of this school. He thought, a principal, but that seemed hard to believe. Iwaki smiled and asked, he doesn't look like a director, does he? He was an engineer by training, and they'd called him in specifically to check him out again. He apologized again. That's their job. Tanaka called out to Iwaki and reminded him about the check. He noted that he would ask directly, is he a former hero who returned from another world? MC awkwardly asked where he'd gotten that idea from. Iwaki replied that he was one himself, and it wasn't a lie. He took out a scout from his pocket and asked to look at him, and Tanaka threw it. The protagonist wondered why he needed it now. He used it and saw that Tanaka's palm had level 25 written on it. He thought he'd only shown it to the principal. Iwaki showed his palm, and suddenly it said level 1. Would he believe him? They'd been drawn into different worlds, though unlike him he hadn't defeated the Demon King with his bare hands. He'd simply assisted the local hero with his knowledge of magical engineering, and so, it all came to a point where he was using his acquired knowledge to create tools for adventurers. He'd also founded this school. Iwaki invited him to sit down and talk about everything. They sat down on the couch, and Iwaki asked where they should start. Ryoji remarked, regarding this conversation about returning to other worlds. He returned the scout, and Iwaki, smiling, remarked that as soon as he'd learned he didn't have a profession, he'd immediately suspected they were in similar situations. They were like comrades in misfortune, and he was glad to know his theory had been correct. And this dungeon exploration channel, wasn't that his work? His guides were simply amazing, and he did it all for the benefit of adventurers, right? If that's true, then they're on the same team. The protagonist was perplexed by the fact that he was talking so much. Iwaki asked how he managed to film that video. Could he show him his camera next time? Tanaka whispered to him, saying they had a plan, and asked him to switch to the main topic. Iwaki apologized for getting carried away. He'd returned from another world and had questions for him. Ryoji thought he didn't like this whole thing. Iwaki mentioned that random shuffle time would begin tomorrow, and he'd like him to help protect the students. The MC declined. Random shuffle time is when, once a year for a couple of days, random monsters move from the lower floors to the upper floors and begin killing any adventurers they come across. The last time, random shuffle time ended with countless casualties. He could simply avoid entering the dungeons for those few days. But monsters aren't the only thing this phenomenon brings. The chance of obtaining rare items and treasures, like the scout, also increases. Iwaki asked why he was refusing. MC replied that he had important things planned for that period that he couldn't refuse. He asked in confusion, isn't this random shuffle time? He even talked about how dangerous it was in his videos. Ryoji asked, didn't he mention in the same video that it's precisely because of the high risk that it's best to avoid entering the dungeons at all during that period? If it's so dangerous, why doesn't the school ban students from entering the dungeon? It's every man for himself in the dungeon, and he's not going to take responsibility for those who ignore his warnings. Iwaki pointed out that was true, but this semester they created a special class for outstanding international students. They hold top positions in the world rankings. Because of this, everyone from A-class upwards wants to show foreigners that they're just as good. He tried to stop Countess Isabella. The protagonist thought that displaying corpses and showing off his pride would be pointless. He apologized and wasn't going to change his mind. Iwaki smiled and thanked him anyway. It had been nice talking to him. He awkwardly mentioned that if he ever came to his senses, he could contact him. The protagonist asked him not to worry, as he wouldn't change his mind. Iwaki asked what business he had. He replied, a festival. He and Yamada had made an agreement 6 months ago. This time, his favorite artist would be there, and participants would be given limited edition figures of the heroine's 7 men. The artist would be arriving on the 3rd day, but on the 1st day, he wanted to receive that very figure and buy some official merchandise. The famous master Umatani worked on the prototype. Iwaki apologized awkwardly. He spoke so quickly that he missed it. MC remarked that back in middle school, he didn't have enough money to attend such events. He could only cry, but this time, nothing would stand between him and the festival. Did he know the festival was a real battlefield? He was so excited he could stay up all night, but out of respect for the event's rules, he'd arrive exactly at the opening. Iwaki, perplexed, asked, so he was going to some limited edition anime convention? Ryoji confirmed and asked not to be rude about it, as he might get angry. He replied that he had plenty of money, and even if he didn't receive the figurine that day, he could always buy it at an auction or resale. The protagonist glared at him, and he apologized fearfully for saying too much. The protagonist walked down the hallway and thought he was surprised, not realizing anyone else had visited another world. He would have talked to him more, but that was impossible until RST was over. If they did become friends, he felt it would only add to his problems. He'd better focus on the 3 days of the festival ahead of him, because it would be a real battle. Meanwhile, the first day of random shuffle time, Ueno Park Dungeon, 11th floor. Tanaka activated numerous skills, then rushed to attack the spider monster. Suddenly, he noticed that nothing had happened and asked in surprise. Bind the shadow of a level 25 assassin didn't work, and his knife didn't even scratch him. He's too strong for the 11th floor, and that's what random shuffle time is for, so he might die. Suddenly, Isabella appeared before him and deftly chopped the monster's body into pieces. Tanaka called out to her, and she asked, A-class students, are they all right? He replied that everything was fine and thanked her for saving him. Tanaka watched her, thinking how fast she was moving. At level 25, he hadn't even noticed her. He exclaimed joyfully, if Isabella and Tanaka weren't there, they would all have died long ago. Tanaka began untangling them from the web, complaining that he hadn't done anything. Isabella pointed out that she would continue on. Tanaka called out to her and asked her not to overdo it. She was going to save her lazy classmates. She was a kind girl, and he wouldn't want her to die in a place like this. His allies thanked him for his help, and he asked, "Where are the others?" The guy said everyone else had gone down to the 36th floor and their team was already tired, so they didn't go past the 35th floor. Tanaka, perplexed, asked, "The 36th floor? Is this some kind of joke?" His ally added, "He's telling the truth. Ayano and Ue were with them, so the exploration had proceeded without any problems." He was startled and came to his senses. The 36th floor. This is bad. The day before random shuffle time, the robot said he was in a good mood. Ryoji smiled. Tomorrow was that day, after all. He opened the door and asked in surprise, "Tanaka? A level 25 assassin?" He apologized for coming uninvited. Suddenly, the protagonist closed the door in his face and said he had to get up early tomorrow and said goodbye. Tanaka began to ring the doorbell, disgruntled, when suddenly the protagonist stuck his head out of the house and told him to be quiet. He said it was urgent. MC came out of the house and asked him to say what he wanted. Tanaka glanced around awkwardly and said this wasn't casual conversation. A few seconds later, he was standing in the doorway of the house, and MC asked if he was going to go any further. Tanaka replied that everything was fine here too. The principal had been summoned to a meeting with the Prime Minister and would likely be reprimanded for the situation with RST. Ryoji asked why the Prime Minister would do such a thing. Tanaka replied that unlike normal schools, theirs specializes exclusively in adventurers. How did he think they got permission for this program so quickly? The protagonist said he had no idea, since he wasn't the one building the school. He replied that they had received help from people higher up. The Prime Minister considered their project an excellent investment. The protagonist impatiently asked if they were going to talk for a long time, if he couldn't wait until tomorrow. Tanaka awkwardly asked for 3 minutes to speak. Some politicians were criticizing the school and demanding its closure. They said they were sending young people to their deaths in dangerous dungeons, but the public supported the Prime Minister because resources were incredibly important. So if too many people die at RST, the public will agree that the school should be closed and that they must protect the students. The Prime Minister will not risk his rating and will certainly close the school. The principal has been worried about this for a long time. The protagonist looked at his phone and asked him to wait 2 minutes. Tanaka was surprised and thought, what stubbornness. Countess Isabella, Ayano, and Ue, the 3 main beauties of their school and their pride. MC added that he was happy for them. He thought in surprise, he doesn't care about beauties. What is he made of? Ryoji remarked that he has 25 figurines of beauties at home. He worries too much. He released a warning video after all. Tanaka thought, I'd like to believe it. With 3 level 40 adventurers, how far down is it safe to go? The protagonist replied, no lower than 36, otherwise everyone will die on the 37th floor. Tanaka considered this. No one would go down that deep. He should trust him. Continuing to talk to him would only worsen his relationship with them. The protagonist asked, explain why the 37th floor is so dangerous. It would only take 10 seconds. He replied that it was fine, and then thanked him. MC thought the RST monsters were extremely strong. Maybe he was being too immature. Currently, Ueno Park Dungeon, 36th floor. A monster appeared right in front of the guys. Ue called out to Ayano, who used Iceberg, releasing ice from her staff straight at the enemy. The monster deftly dodged the attack, and Monica exclaimed how fast it was. Ayano hit the monster with the ice. Ue jumped up and kicked the frozen part of the monster's body, defeating it. The other guys began to cheer joyfully. So many rare materials. That's what they have RST for. I wonder how much they'll get for all this. He can buy himself an apartment in a high-rise building. They'll become celebrities and live luxuriously. They'll improve their lives and collapse the economy. You can buy so many things and strength really does matter. I wonder how much more they'll earn. The guy said contentedly that it didn't even feel like RST now. His teammates smiled and agreed. It was an easy victory. Ue exclaimed with displeasure. What are they talking about? This isn't a joke. Without her and Ayano, they would have all died long ago. The guy noted that it really helped them that they joined them. Ue said they didn't join. She and Ayano were there to stop them, and they helped because they were in danger. The guy happily thought about Ue's magnificent legs. The girl admiringly thought that when she gets angry, her Japanese gets worse. It's so cute. Ue added that it's very selfish of them to throw themselves into danger like that. It only ruins the reputation of their adventurer school. The adventurers, perplexed, began repeating one after the other. She doesn't care if they die. So that's what she's like? She thought they were friends. Ue awkwardly exclaimed that she hadn't said that. The boy happily said that he knew it. She did care about her classmates after all, so they could go down to the next floor. The boys began to leave and thanked her for her help. Ue, confused, asked what was wrong with them. She asked Ayano for help. She stepped forward and hesitantly called out to everyone. The previous battle had been so dangerous, and next time they could get hurt. The other boys looked at her in surprise and unanimously noted that Ayano had spoken. A real princess comes from the noble Sanzane family, and besides, her breasts are second in size only to Isabella's. The boy thought she usually only speaks to Ue. The girl called out to the boys with displeasure and exclaimed that it was written all over their faces. Her ally happily thought she wanted to see it too. Ayano awkwardly said she thought they'd already demonstrated the special class's capabilities sufficiently. The boy agreed. They'd achieved their goal, and most of Class A had left on the 10th floor. She asked why they didn't finish their research on this floor this time. A teammate, perplexed, asked what they were going to do. Monica asked everyone to wait and said they could easily go deeper. The previous monster had been strong because of the RST, but they'd managed to defeat this one, hadn't they? According to Ue and Ayano, the dungeon was dangerous during the RST, but it was precisely through this that they could earn money, or rather, earn reputation for their school. Wasn't she right? The boys agreed with her. It was worth at least trying. Monica turned to Ue and told them they were on their own from now on, then thanked them. Ue, perplexed, said they'd left. Perhaps they'd been so elated by their victory that they'd completely forgotten how to think. Ayano asked what they should do. They were also taking a great risk, and she was low on mana. She might think her cold-blooded, but anyone who descended into the dungeons and risked their lives would die, and not even a corpse would remain. She suggested she leave, and Yui agreed. She turned back and asked if everything would be okay. Ayano pointed out that an adventurer's main job was to retrieve the resources they'd obtained from the dungeon. If she didn't know her limits, she'd get into trouble. That applied to all of them. Wei sighed heavily and sadly agreed. Ayano pointed out that Ken from their class should be on the rescue team on the first floor. She worries about her classmates, but right now, she needs to worry about her and Wei's safety first. Wei remembered her mentor telling her that her job wasn't to defeat a superior opponent, but to protect the weak. She stopped and apologized to her, but she still couldn't abandon them. Ayano exclaimed, "Then she'll come with her." Wei pointed out that it wasn't necessary, as it would be dangerous. Suddenly, Isabella appeared next to them and asked if they were the only ones here. But where were the others? Ue and Ayano greeted her happily and said that things were going badly for them. The monsters were too strong, and their mana was running low. Plus, their classmates had descended to the 37th floor alone. Meanwhile, Tanaka used his sprint speed and quickly ran past the crowd. He thought about how crowded the crowd was, and where was Ryoji. He needed to hurry or the students would die. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood at the end of the line, happily holding up his timesheet. The event team said they were sold out of spots to receive the 9-men figurine, so they didn't have to line up. He asked them to remember that the figurine was only sold at the designated counter. Yamada exclaimed joyfully, he made it just in time, and can consider that he already has the official figurine. The protagonist said he'd caught the very first train, but still barely made it. The 9 men were too popular. A few seconds later, Tanaka found him and asked why he was there. He apologized, but he was urgently needed in the Ueno Park underground. They'd managed to recall almost all the students, but the special class had descended to the 36th floor, and they were most likely already on their way down to the 37th. Yamada called out to the protagonist and noticed that the line was already moving. The MC, with tears in his eyes, handed him his report card and asked Tanaka to take his figurine, and Yamada would explain everything. He so wanted to do this himself. Tanaka thought in surprise. Tears? He was so sad. He's in his debt, and he can leave the souvenirs with him. Ryoji turned to Yamada and said he'd explain everything later. He started running, and suddenly the event team admonished him, asking him not to run in the building, as it was dangerous. Meanwhile, Isabella confidently walked towards the 37th floor and exclaimed that she couldn't believe they'd gone any further, especially during RST, so they had to hurry. Wei said that if they just showed up, they'd only anger them, and that was too dangerous. It would be better for them to hide and observe the situation. Isabella said she couldn't just hide and watch. Wei asked in surprise, so she's one of those people? Ayano smiled, noticing how honest and open she was. She asked, is she the same? That's what they're nobles for. All they can do is complicate things. Meanwhile, near the 37th floor, Monica and the others stood near the entrance to the dungeon. She thought about how she'd been ridiculed as a simple thief, but she'd managed to level up to become a good adventurer. She even knew perfectly well that they couldn't escape this, so they'd die here. The monster opened its eyes, and suddenly Isabella's instinct struck. She ran and said she'd go ahead. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in line and thought in disbelief that he'd wanted to teleport straight to Ueno Park, but the restroom was simply overflowing. Isabella remembered passing by the protagonist and thinking about the student she'd encountered yesterday, who was at least level 50. He kept popping into her head, but right now she had to focus on something else, getting to the 37th floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the festival area, the MC looked around and thought about how he needed to hurry, otherwise the entire special class might die. But if someone saw him using teleportation, it could only get worse, and using magic outside the dungeons was forbidden. He spotted the festival team's room and went inside. A man noticed and abruptly burst into the room, saying that outsiders weren't allowed. Suddenly, he noticed no one was on the stairwell and was surprised. A few seconds later, Ryoji found himself near the dungeon and, peeking around the corner, was surprised. A crowd of adventurers was asking for help. He asked, "What's this?" He'd warned them so many times, and they all ignored him. He didn't have time to help everyone. he needed to hurry to the 37th floor. He used his invisibility skill and walked past them. Looking around, he thought it was an emergency, then used super heal. In an instant, all the wounded were healed, all wounds healed, and nothing hurt. The protagonist asked if there were others who could already use super heal. Kent angrily ordered everyone to stop their thanks. They were so blinded by greed that they barely made it to floor 10. The crowd begged them to stay with them a little longer. His arm was still broken. He angrily asked them to shut up, as healing was first come, first served. The protagonist entered the dungeon and considered leaving the healing to him, so they needed to hurry. Meanwhile, on the 37th floor, a monster emerged from the shadows, and Monica exclaimed that she'd seen it on the deck channel. It was the dragon's child from floor 100. The crowd of adventurers looked at the monster in bewilderment, and she thought, after all, she was the one who convinced everyone to come here, and she should bear the responsibility. She was buying them some time to escape. The man asked her not to talk nonsense. Weren't they all a special class? The mage said that thanks to Ue and Ayano, she still had plenty of mana. They all raised their swords together and shouted that they would finish it off. Suddenly, the dragon quickly attacked them, and Monica found herself without an arm. She looked at the defeated crowd in surprise and asked, "What happened?" Monica turned her head, but suddenly she saw the monster in front of her. The difference in levels was too great. She needed to stop the bleeding with magic, but what was the point? She'd be killed soon anyway. Suddenly, Ayano used her iceberg skill and said she knew it. Ice enveloped the monster's paws, and Monica wondered in surprise, are they saved? Wei swung her leg and attacked the enemy, creating a huge column of dust. Monica looked at it in surprise and wondered if that was Ue's strike. Ue noticed there wasn't a scratch on it. The dragon opened its mouth and was about to attack Monica when Isabella suddenly struck it with her shield and threw it against the wall. She thought in disbelief. She threw it against the wall without even using her sword. Isn't she #1 in the world rankings? Isabella held her sword in front of her and asked the goddess to grant her strength. She considered the possibility that she couldn't pierce it, then used the goddess's embrace, restraining the monster's paws and head. Monica smiled and remarked that even she couldn't defeat it. Isabella ordered everyone to leave quickly, as she couldn't hold it for long. The goddess's embrace had used up all her mana, and she wouldn't be able to restrain the monster a second time. Ayano used super heal, and her classmates immediately thanked her. Ue turned to Monica and said they would buy themselves some time, and then they would catch up, and Ken was waiting upstairs. She thought in surprise, they don't even hope to kill it? Wei ordered everyone to run faster, as they wouldn't last long, and those who could walk should help the others. Isabella opened her inventory and took a potion from it, thinking it was her last mana potion. She noticed Ayano, exhausted, and threw it, hitting her squarely in the forehead. Ue handed her the potion and said she was a full mage and shouldn't throw things like that. Ayano remarked that it wasn't that bad. Isabella apologized guiltily. She hadn't meant to throw it like that. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the protagonist opened his inventory and thought about immediately teleporting to the 37th floor. Suddenly, he noticed the dungeon core was missing. He hadn't planned to go into the dungeon today, so he'd left it at home. Maybe he should go back for the core, or it would be faster to reach the 37th floor on foot. Meanwhile, Isabella was fighting a monster and thought that this was the end. Ue said she'd hold it off for 5 minutes, and then everyone could escape. Ayano noted that with her magic, she could cast a maximum of 1 large-scale spell and restore her health 3 times. Isabella and Ue rushed to attack, but suddenly the monster threw them aside, tearing their clothes to shreds. Ue thought he was too fast, immediately targeting her legs and shield. They simply couldn't keep up. Suddenly, the monster vanished from their sight due to its speed. Ue picked up Isabella in her arms and used the body strengthening skill, triple. The monster unleashed a huge stream of flame at them, but Ayano managed to intercept the attack with great sage magic. She praised her and said that this spell drained a lot of mana. Suddenly, Ayano noticed cracks in the shield and used Fool's Exchange. Wei remarked that she would use her trump card. This technique deals massive damage, ignoring any type of defense, but the price of the technique is her life. If she seizes the moment, then they can escape. Ayano, perplexed, said she didn't want her to die. Besides, if the shield fell, they would all die. She launched an iceberg at the monster, but it flew upward, dodging the attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist entered the floor and said that it was dangerous and good that he had made it in time. He wore a knight's helmet, which he had in his backpack. They greeted him joyfully, and Isabella asked in surprise, "Is this the host of the Dungeon Exploration channel?" He looked them over and then turned sharply, staring at the system inventory window. The MC handed them the robes and told them to take them, as he had them lying around unused anyway. Ue, Ayano, and Isabella looked down at their bodies in embarrassment. He awkwardly turned away and said he wouldn't bother them. Today was supposed to be one of the best days of his life, and these fools had ruined it, though they got their share of it. Ryoji swung his fist and hit the monster with all his might, but suddenly, all that remained was ashes. The protagonist remarked that he had mistakenly put too much force into the blow. Ayano thought with fear at how terrifying that was. Ue noted in surprise how surprisingly powerful he was, and Isabella asked, "Is the channel owner in a bad mood today?" The protagonist thought they were already dressed and turned to face them. They were about to collapse. "Could I heal them?" Ue happily asked. "Can I?" Isabella said she would be very grateful for his help. A magical clot appeared in the MC's hand. He thought it should be enough to heal 3 level 40 adventurers. The dust scattered throughout the dungeon, and Yu, surprised, said it was amazing. All the wounds had healed so quickly. Isabella thought it was the first time she'd seen such powerful healing magic. They couldn't express how grateful they were to him for saving them. How could they repay him later? Ryoji said he didn't need any payment from them. He helped because he wanted to. Ayano peeked out from behind Ue and sheepishly thanked him. The protagonist noted that Tanaka had told him what had happened. After all, they had sacrificed themselves to buy time for the others, hadn't they? He ran into their class on the way here. You asked in surprise. Is he talking about that Tanaka? It's surprising they knew each other. The protagonist pointed at the monster and said they would split the items 4 ways. Even though it was his fault, some of the materials were destroyed. Wei asked, they didn't do anything, so why is he dividing the loot 4 ways? Isabella pointed out that he was the one who saved them. She simply had no right to demand a share from a dragon. MC said he came here in the middle of a fight, so the loot should be divided among everyone. If they had escaped, he wouldn't have been so generous. During their heroic days, Daenerys called Ryoji to follow her, and he asked why she included their division of the loot. If they hadn't been here, they would have died long ago. Daenerys replied that she was doing it so they wouldn't cause them problems in the future. They hunted this monster, and they stole it from them. Such things happen. Sometimes she thinks humans are more trouble than monsters. Currently, the protagonist pointed out, they can leave the loot here if they don't want to. It will expire in 24 hours anyway. Yu exclaimed joyfully. She wants it. She will forever remember how he shared the loot with them. Ayano called out to her and whispered, to which U replied that she was also in on it and asked him to tell her she would remember his kindness. Isabella thought, of course he would remember. After all, she herself had come to Japan because she admired the Dungeon Exploration Channel. Until now, she had tried to be polite and maintain a noble facade. But if she didn't speak out now, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She hesitantly said that she too would cherish these memories in her heart. MC thought, would they remember and cherish them in their hearts? They must be subscribers to his channel. This was the first time he had interacted with one of his subscribers besides Kojima. He was starting to get nervous. Ryoji said he divided the loot into 4 parts, and they could choose whichever they liked. Ue happily said she didn't even know what to choose. The protagonist looked at them and thought they looked happy. Yue asked Ayano to put her share in the storage as well. She opened the system inventory window and asked why nothing else fits. Ue looked at it questioningly. Was there some kind of bug? Ayano, perplexed, said it looked like it was full, and she'd been throwing everything she could find in there. The protagonist thought, he's acting the same way as if he'd met a fellow sentient being. Isabella remarked that if they didn't mind, she could help them. Ue and Ayano thanked her. The MC looked at Isabella and thought that it was her he'd seen outside the principal's office. So kind and caring, just like Elysia of the Heroine's 7 Men, a 3D anime heroine. Ue noticed that in real life he spoke very normally, although he stuttered in the video. He asked in surprise, does he stutter in the video? She said it happens so often that children even made a habit of imitating him. MC felt uneasy and asked why they entered the dungeon in random shuffle time despite all his warnings. Ue asked why. The video became a popular topic among adventurers. Isabella said that the special class wasn't originally going to the dungeon. They looked at each other questioningly, and Ayano awkwardly noted that, in fact, the director and his vice principal. Isabella asked in surprise, the director and vice principal? Why didn't they know? She said they were away for the weekend. Meanwhile, Kanuta told A class that RST is only dangerous for ordinary adventurers. They are a special class, the best in the world rankings, and they are different from ordinary adventurers. Isn't this a great opportunity for them to rise even higher? Many in Class A doubt their abilities, and now they'll be able to demonstrate their full strength. They'll be able to collect many rare items in RST, and naturally, good results will also reflect in their grades. A special class, the chosen ones. So why not try their hand at random shuffle time? You asked in surprise. So was the principal provoking them? Ayano added, and Class A was also egged on by his vice principal. She asked if she knew anyone in Class A. Ryoji wondered if that was the only thing surprising to her. Ayano said she'd overheard a conversation between the students in that class. He wondered if he somehow felt a kinship with this Ayano. Isabella asked why the principal and his vice principal would create conflict between the 2 classes. She awkwardly asked, perhaps because of factional fighting? Principal Kanuta received orders from the Ministry of Culture and Education, and Vice Principal Tsunegi from the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure. Ayano asked in surprise, does she know that much? Isabella also noted with surprise that she'd expected nothing less from the Sanzine family. Ue asked, unsure if she fully understood, but apparently they pitted 2 classes against each other because of interministerial rivalry. Isabella said it was hard to believe. MC considered this. Usually the most incredible stories are true. Even in another world, where everyone was on the brink of extinction, there was a struggle for power. He thanked Ayano for telling him about it, and was pleased to know that his video had ultimately had the desired effect, and only the supreme rulers had ignored him. They had been a great help today, and if the students had died in the dungeon, the existence of the adventurer school would have been in question. However, he hoped that next time they wouldn't get involved in such madness. Yui and Isabella agreed they would be more careful. Ryoji had noticed that when dungeons appeared a little over a year ago, the entire world had changed. High levels didn't solve every problem, but they did solve most of them. The truth is, those with higher levels are in charge. That's just the way the world is today. They understand the importance of levels and strive to improve them, so he doesn't want them to die over something trivial or beyond their capabilities. A holy knight, a warrior, and a mage, all of that, high-ranking jobs and their levels are very difficult to raise, but they've managed it perfectly. He could clearly see how much effort they'd put in, descending into dungeons time and time again. Wu asked, surprised, how he knew about their jobs. Isabella suggested that Tanaka might have told him. Ayano asked if he kept track of the rankings. Ryoji noted that he was only told their names and levels, but their professions he saw through his equipment. Yua asked, surprised, through equipment? He wondered what this strange atmosphere was. He had given such a beautiful speech, but it seemed he hadn't expressed himself very delicately. The protagonist stammered that he'd be waiting for them upstairs. Ue smiled and asked if they'd meet at the entrance. They'd get there quickly. He thought, perplexed, that he wasn't talking about that. It was a complete failure. Sometime later, the protagonist came home. He said he'd run home, embarrassed, and hid under the covers. He'd met the audience and felt like giving a motivational speech. It couldn't be worse. He wanted to erase every memory of it. While he was telling Proto 1 this story, all he could do was smile. That night, Tanaka came and brought him a poster and a limited edition figurine. He said he'd investigate the story with the director and the vice principal, and he'd spend the rest of the days happily enjoying himself at the festival. The protagonist smiled and said the festival was the best. Yamada agreed. All their trophies could be sent home by courier. Sometime later they were sitting in a cafe. He said that in fact, he is a level 1501 hero, and they asked him to save the schoolchildren. Yamada remarked that he'd heard of a game where he transforms into a villain. MC said that Yamada easily accepted his story and seemed to take it as a joke, but he was still a good guy. 3 days later, the festival ended, and that same day, random shuffle time happened. The protagonist also thought about how the students who entered the dungeon in random shuffle time had received a severe reprimand and suspension, something like house arrest for a week. For some reason, the protagonist had also been suspended, so he devoted himself entirely to watching anime and reading books. Proto 1 told him that it was best not to record videos on additional channels for now as a precaution. A week later, Monica was testing her prosthetic. It was controlled by mana, and she needed to get used to it. Ui exclaimed in surprise. Her arm hadn't been reattached. Monica turned to the girl and thanked her for saving them during RST. She added that if she hadn't been there, they would all have been killed. Wei told her to thank the protagonist. Without him, the dragon would have killed them and then chased them. Monica looked at her in confusion. Ken approached them and remarked to his ally that her arm could have been reattached if she had shown him her wound right away, but she stubbornly insisted on healing the others first. Monica said his name reproachfully, making it clear he shouldn't have brought it up. Wu supported Ken. He was right. She should have gotten the treatment first. Monica replied that it was no big deal. Ken mockingly remarked, well, apparently she prioritized the weapon over her arm. He understood. His ally countered that wasn't true at all. She simply felt guilty. She sighed heavily and said she was going to the dungeon. Wei and Ken looked after her in confusion. When the girl left, Ken noted that she'd apparently been kicked out of the party. Wei exclaimed anxiously, what did he say? Does that mean she'll go to the dungeon alone? They ran after Monica, Wei shouting that they would go to the dungeon together. The girl, with tears in her eyes, gratefully pronounced their names and replied that she was glad about it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lost in his own thoughts, chuckling occasionally. Golem asked him if something was wrong with the master. The protagonist answered that he was still in E-class and wondered why. His grades were definitely better than the others. Proto 1 told him to contact the 25th level assassin Tanaka about that. Tell him to call him. MC exclaimed. Exactly. He owed him, and they exchanged numbers during RST. Tanaka answered his call in a sleepy voice. Assassin asked, what Sir Ryoji need at such an hour? The protagonist asked him not to call him Sir. He asked Tanaka to tell him how they decide who can and can't transfer to another class. Tanaka replied that they looked at grades and dungeon exploration progress. Progress is determined by profit from dropped loot and its rarity. They receive data from official retailers from the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure. The protagonist was surprised at Tanaka's words, but he had sold a ton of materials through official retailers. Assassin exclaimed in amazement, is that true? Then he'd look into it. MC hung up, thinking it was suspicious. He decided to visit his tax accountant, Kijima, after calling her first and asking her his questions. When the protagonist arrived, she immediately laid out all the financial data. Regarding his question about the adventure school, she also had something to say. The protagonist, surprised, noted how fast she worked. Kijima continued, the school's founder is Iwaki, and he's also the current CEO. He adheres to the philosophy that their mission is to cultivate a younger generation of adventurers. The school operates at a loss, but they don't accept donations. All funding comes from Iwaki Industry, the parent organization. She's inclined to believe they don't want to rely on donations, so that no outsiders have a say in the school's policies. The protagonist looked puzzled. So he wasn't joking when he mentioned his philosophy, was he? Kijima replied that was true. She thought it was quite likely. She added that this industry also had a brand of adventurer gear, but the profits from that were negligible. Thanks to their low cost and high market performance, they have no competitors, and since the technology itself was made public, they're not subject to antitrust laws. The protagonist respectfully thought of Iwaki as a good guy. So the problem isn't the CEO, but the school principal? His mentor, Kijima, as always, approached the matter thoroughly and researched the matter thoroughly. Proto 1 was strong at finding information, but he had his limitations. The accountant continued, this industrial company's main source of income was mana stone processing and the sale of processing equipment. They were number one in the global market. Ryoji was surprised. Really? He thought. After all, he, Iwaki, was an engineer from another world. The protagonist shook Kijima's hand, and she thanked him for his cooperation. The protagonist told her with a smile that he was always happy to do business with her. Walking down the street, MC thought, mentor Kijima is a reliable person. Meanwhile, the accountant looked at her hand, which the protagonist had shaken. She could still feel his handshake. At that moment, Kayoko, back at school, indignantly cried out, why is everything like this? She doesn't agree with this. Her allies tried to calm her down, addressing her as a princess. She continued to rant. Their party had sold far more materials. They'd even given away a few rare items. Why were they being promoted to Class A, and they were still in B? Her ally asked the princess to speak a little quieter. Kayoko yelled at him to shut up and stop telling her what to do. Her partner told her that their leader is the daughter of the president of a large company, so it's not that simple. Kayoko angrily shouted, what is this? How it infuriated her. She can't stand people who take advantage of her. People like them make all their efforts seem like a joke. The protagonist, passing by, asked her in bewilderment, what happened? She was making so much noise that she could be heard from far away. Kayoko asked him what class he was in now. D, C. The protagonist glanced at her and noticed how short her skirt was. The girl, paying no attention, continued, he's not in Class E, is he? MC replied that she was right, as long as he was in that class. Kayoko exclaimed angrily, he's an idiot. What is he doing there? The protagonist couldn't believe his ears. She insulted him like that. Her allies began to reprimand him. So he, a small fry, was in Class E? The princess was in a bad mood right now. So he should get lost, and he should forgive them for their harshness. The protagonist went on his way, thinking that this somehow felt wrong. Since the last time they saw Kayoko, she had changed a lot. At that moment, Tanaka called out to him, again addressing him as sir, and he waved his hand in greeting. MC irritably noted that he had asked him not to use the word sir. The assassin, ignoring his remark, spoke up. The CEO wanted to thank him for his help. He asked Ryoji if he could go with him now. The protagonist replied that he would only go if he promised not to make any new offers. Tanaka agreed to this. He added, by the way, that he was now level 26. MC spoke, meaning he was now a level 26 assassin. Kayoko's allies watched them in amazement, perplexed. Why was someone from Class E hanging out with him? Kayoko couldn't believe her eyes either. Why was Ryoji getting along so well with the CEO's secretary? He was from Class E. He had no profession, and his parents were dead. What did that mean? When the protagonist entered the principal's office, Iwaki began to thank him from the bottom of his heart. He was so glad that not a single student had died. Maybe he could somehow thank him? The protagonist was surprised. Thank him? Then he'd like to be taken back to the past, to the day the festival began. The CEO said thoughtfully, currently not thinking that was possible with his technology. The protagonist thought he didn't understand his sarcasm at all. Iwaki told him he could pay him, but he already had enough money. MC replied, E-class then. The CEO looked surprised. E-core class? The protagonist told him to ignore it. Ryoji thought no one would like it if he changed his class thanks to his connections. Iwaki said that since he didn't need the money, maybe he could use these. With that, the guy showed him the glasses, adding that they were a prototype reconnaissance device, developed specifically for the government. This thing displays a person's level and profession, not on the palm of their hand, but above their head. Maybe he would find this thing useful. The protagonist couldn't answer in amazement. Iwaki smiled at his reaction, noting that he liked it. He handed it to MC and told him to take such a valuable thing. The protagonist thanked the CEO for such a generous gift and put on his glasses. Sure enough, he saw a level 1 above Iwaki's head and a level 26 above Tanaka's. Assassin whispered warningly to his superior, "This is a secret development, isn't it?" Iwaki replied, "It's Ryoji, so it's all fine." The protagonist exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, indeed, everything is visible." Iwaki mentioned the school principal and his vice principal. He suspected them of being in E-class, right? Well, he was right. They were deliberately faking his grades. But even he, as his ally, thought it would be to his advantage, making him less conspicuous. Iwaki continued, "They only helped the big shots rise, so to speak, the sons of politicians and the daughters of wealthy entrepreneurs." The protagonist asked him in surprise, "So all his sales were credited to them?" The CEO said yes. He added that he'd already discussed everything with Prime Minister Takahashi and that they'd be firing them today. Iwaki touched his forehead and noticed that all this was giving him a headache. The protagonist asked him with a smile if he could join in on this spectacle. Iwaki replied, "No problem." Tanaka, perplexed, tried to make the CEO understand that he shouldn't. The guy replied, "No way. After all, they all owed the protagonist a favor." On the way, Tanaka turned to the protagonist and asked him not to cause any trouble. Ryoji promised, okay. Tanaka said that the fact that he'd repeated it twice already gave him a bad feeling. When they entered the principal's office, the protagonist noted that attendance had dropped by 99%. The principal turned to the CEO and asked him, so what did he want to talk to them about? Iwaki said, well, they'll get straight to the point. He formally addressed the school's management and asked them to submit their resignations that very day. The principal and his vice principals stared at him in bewilderment. Then the principal asked him sarcastically, what if they don't want to do it? Iwaki said decisively, then he'll fire them himself. The principal was indignant. He seemed to be missing something. How much longer did he think his school would last if two ministers became his enemies? Iwaki was surprised. So they were threatening to close the school? He didn't even know what to say to that. The vice principal replied that whether it was a threat or not was entirely up to him. The principal laughed sarcastically. At that moment, the protagonist apologized to everyone and asked if he could intervene in their conversation. The vice principal asked him contemptuously, who the hell is he? The principal exclaimed in bewilderment, what is a schoolboy doing here? The protagonist blurted out that this was all a waste of time, that they needed to have a frank conversation. The protagonist activated his hypnosis skill. The ministers looked at him with dog-like devotion. Iwaki and Tanaka reacted with bewilderment to what Ryoji had said. The protagonist, unfazed by the looks from his allies, turned to the director and vice president. He asked them what they were trying to achieve. Did they really need money that much? The vice president chuckled obnoxiously and declared him an idiot, saying they had more money than they needed. The director told MC they were planning to turn the adventurer school into a place to raise the next generation of slaves. Tanaka stared at the ministers in amazement. Iwaki, incredulous, repeated, slaves? The vice president said that the adventurers would essentially become their slaves, gathering resources for them. The director added, and of course, they, the elite, would become their masters. Ryoji himself didn't expect to hear that. The principal said, well, you can't openly call them slaves, or the lower class will resent it. It will be easier for the public to accept it if the high school students are the future generation of adventurers. It would be enough to simply advertise it in the media. The vice principal said, that's why students must graduate only with the highest grades. This will increase their market value. Do they understand that? In any case, the lower class has always been and always will be slaves. After these words, he giggled disgustingly. Iwaki exclaimed in amazement, oh my god, he created this school for adventurers. Tanaka pointed out, adventurers risk their lives, and they want to turn them into a cheap source of resources. The protagonist told the ministers that to control slaves, you need to understand how they think. He advises them to go down into the dungeon and experience everything for themselves. The vice principal said, that's right. The principal said, they simply must go down into the dungeon. The protagonist told them, before that, let them write their resignations and prepare their equipment. As he left the office, he made a remark. Let them correct all the falsified data. The ministers obediently replied that they would do as he said. Ryoji thought, he's no fighter for justice, and he doesn't know whether he's lower class or elite, but he knows he needs his data back. After some time, the ministers, as they promised the protagonist under hypnosis, descended into the dungeon and began fighting the slimes. The director exclaimed, why are common slimes so hard to kill? His deputy replied, even adventurers can't kill them, can they? Suddenly, the director screamed, and the monsters surrounded them. The ministers began waving the monsters away, shouting at them to stay away. The deputy screamed, he doesn't want to die. The slimes began to devour them, and at that moment, Monica, Ken, and Wei arrived to the minister's aid. Ken activated double healing and freed them from the monsters. Then all three attacked the monsters, destroying them all in a matter of minutes. The ministers, drenched in slime, thanked their saviors. Wei exclaimed, it's dangerous to enter a dungeon in such gear. They should arm themselves better and come back down. Ken was indignant. A dungeon wasn't a playground for them. The deputy bowed to the adventurers, thanked them again, and remarked that they wouldn't forget. The director continued to thank them. Ken irritably replied, there's no need to thank them. They should get out of here quickly. They were only getting on their nerves. Monica thought, puzzled. They looked exactly like the principal and vice principal, though they would never go down into the dungeon. Sometime later, the protagonist and his golem were watching the news. The newscaster reported that the former principal of the adventurers' school and his vice principal had been injured in the Ueno Park dungeon. They were taken to the nearest hospital. Fortunately, their injuries were minor, and they were quickly discharged. Apparently, neither of them were adventurers. Proto 1 spoke up, calling an ambulance for minor injuries. The protagonist suggested they should have been encouraged to bring better equipment. The golem replied that it wouldn't have helped. The protagonist agreed with him. The ministers were grossly underestimating the dungeon. Meanwhile, Iwaki, having watched the same news, noted that the principal and vice principal had submitted their resignations, but he barely remembered how the conversation went. Tanaka said he didn't remember either. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at Kyoko's house. Her mother came out to greet him. MC greeted her back and said he'd come to return the manga she'd lent him. He noted that the girl's mother had lost weight. The woman took the bag containing the book from him and said it must have been heavy for him to carry, right? The protagonist told her that it wasn't. The woman looked toward the windows of her house, then apologized to him and said, perplexed, that her daughter didn't want to see anyone, and she locked herself in her room. Ryoji wondered if Kayoko had deliberately given up her social life, but that wasn't his concern. He told the girl's mother that he had to go. The woman called out to him and said that her daughter wasn't as smart as he was sometimes, and that he should forgive her if she was causing him trouble. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. The girl's mother continued, selfishly asking for such a thing, but she wanted him and Kayoko to remain friends forever. When MC came home, he told the golem everything. Proto 1 said, and of course he caved. The protagonist responded indignantly, nothing funny. He went there with the goal of forever severing all ties with Kayoko. The golem noted that her mother had keen intuition. Now he and the girl were friends forever. The protagonist expressed bewilderment. It was simply creepy. He hates being yelled at, and on top of that, they call him an idiot. He asked the golem if he understood what Ryoji was trying to say. Proto 1 answered, but isn't she the embodiment of an anime tsundere? MC countered, anime is different. When Ryoji lay down on the bed, he yawned and said, Kayoko used to be completely different. The golem spoke up, it's simple. She may have the mark of an adventurer, but this role proved beyond her capabilities. The protagonist asked him in surprise, beyond her capabilities? He thought, come to think of it, Kayoko had begun to change after she'd received the mark. The golem noted that even in another world, there were adventurers who simply couldn't bear the burden of their powers. The protagonist sat up in bed and thought, in the world he'd been summoned to, adventurers accounted for about 2% of the entire population, and about 1/10 of them were changing, not for the better. They were driven mad by their own power. Adventurers, depending on their profession, can possess powerful skills and unique abilities. As they level up, their stats also increase. With each new level, they become increasingly distant from ordinary people, which can lead them to mistakenly believe themselves to be gods. Ordinary people, on the other hand, lack skills, a profession, and cannot level up. Eventually, they begin to look down on ordinary people, beating them for fun and robbing weaker adventurers in dungeons. Kayoko, of course, hadn't reached that point yet, but her personality had changed dramatically. She'd become arrogant. Golem said, by the way, this world was becoming more and more like the one he'd been summoned to. The main character looked at him in bewilderment, silently asking him what he was talking about. Proto 1 continued. The news reported that adventurers had attacked commoners on the first floor of a dungeon. They'd beaten them up and stolen all their materials. Maybe PK and MPK would appear soon, like in the games. The protagonist, astonished, asked him, is he serious? Ryoji remembered the world he'd been summoned to. There, the adventurer's mark was considered a gift from God, so adventurers were charged with the duty of harvesting resources from dungeons. Those who refused to fulfill their duty faced severe punishment, and those who used their skills to carry out raids faced the death penalty. He thought it was too harsh, but Daenerys convinced him it was necessary to maintain order. Meanwhile, in the Ueno Park dungeon, Kunimi told his boss it was time to return. The boss agreed with his suggestion, and they headed for the exit. He remarked that hitting the slime from behind had proven very effective. Kunimi said it was true. He added, by the way, that there had been a lot of robberies here lately. They should be more careful. Suddenly, they saw a group of adventurers arguing among themselves. Tara exclaimed indignantly, she won't do this. Why should they even listen to them? Her rival rudely advised her to shut her mouth. Tara vigorously rubbed her bruised cheek. Her attacker exclaimed sarcastically, what, is it too painful for her? Well, let her forgive them. It's so hard to control your powers on the 3rd level. The boss, watching the scene, muttered, the bandits are attacking the poor girl. Kunimi motioned for them to be quiet and added that they would take a detour. Suddenly, his boss emerged from around the corner and strode resolutely toward the crowd. Kunimi wanted to stop him, but the boss wouldn't listen. He approached the adventurers and shouted at them to get away from the poor girl. Aren't they ashamed of their actions? The bandits began to mock him, telling him not to get so brazen. Does he think he'll pretend to be a high-level person and have them run away? He has no equipment or stats, so he should leave his things here and get out of here. One of the bandits grabbed the boss by the collar, but the man didn't give in, exclaiming, why should he give them his loot? They can kill slimes themselves. At that moment, Kunimi shouted at the bandit to get his hands off his boss. The bandits shouted angrily, are the worms planning a riot here? They pounced on Kunimi and his boss and began beating them. The leader told his partners not to overdo it. If they died, they'd get into serious trouble. The bandits rejoiced. Beating up old men was so much fun. They told the boss one last time to try harder. Next time, he'd be more obedient. When the gang left, Kunimi helped the boss up. He asked him if his benefactor was okay. The boss, clutching his head, replied that he was fine, but he should better check on the girl. Kunimi approached Tara and asked her if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. She added regretfully, she spent so much effort on the materials. The boss told her that the main thing was that she was safe and sound. Tara thanked them for standing up for her. The boss told her there was no need to thank them. They hadn't really helped. He yelped in pain, finding it hard to speak. Kunimi said irritably, she shouldn't thank them. Just be more careful next time. Tara said, offended. She wasn't thanking him, but the guy with glasses. Kunimi exclaimed in amazement. What did she say? What about him? He helped too. The girl angrily replied that he'd ignored her, and besides, he'd even tried to run away. Kunimi exclaimed indignantly, he's only 22 years old. The boss stepped between them and spoke conciliatorily. They're all safe, and that's good. They should go home for today. As she walked, Tara irritably remarked how idiots like the ones who attacked her infuriated her. What were the police doing? Kunimi told her not to be stupid. Ordinary cops were no match for them. After looking around, the guy declared that the rear was clear. Tara turned to him and angrily asked him if, just because the police weren't their equal, they could now do whatever they wanted. The boss tried to calm her down. He explained that he thought they were hunting high-level adventurers, but the first floor was mostly filled with people without marks. Kunimi added that with the right approach, adventurers quickly leveled up to level 2. They only needed a couple of runs. The boss added that the bandits had realized this, so they were attacking anyone who strayed from the main route. Tara, surprised, asked him what they were talking about. She didn't understand a word they said. Kunimi explained to her that, simply put, they needed to stay close to the dungeon exit. They wouldn't attack there. Tara exclaimed mockingly. There were tons of people at the entrance, scouring the grounds for slimes, and they wouldn't make any money. So what were they supposed to do? The boss said in amazement, oh really? Kunimi remarked that he didn't think they could do anything here. She was surprised. Was he serious? The boss, watching them, smiled and rejoiced at the way the two had gotten along. Tara thought they were right, but for Seer's sake, she had to kill as many slimes as possible. Kunimi walked, thinking about the protagonist. He wondered how he was doing. Sometime later, the protagonist was walking through the school grounds. Isabella saw him, and he reminded her of someone. The protagonist arrived at Warehouse C, where Tanaka met him. The assassin apologized for calling him and added that this was a private matter. At the director's request, he was becoming the school's principal. Ryoji exclaimed in surprise, so he had a teaching license? That meant he was now Principal Tanaka, a level 26 assassin. Tanaka remarked that they could simply call him Principal. Regarding the class change, he mentioned that he was currently investigating the previous principal's activities, which would take him some time. The investigation was in full swing, but he expected that by the end of it, he would be transferred to a special class. The protagonist responded with a smile, naturally. Suddenly, he became serious and said, there's a girl named Kyoko in Class B. Will she be transferred to Class A? Tanaka looked at the student list and said that since this was private information, he couldn't divulge the details, but her chances of getting into Class A were slim, so he should forgive him. The protagonist noted with disappointment, but thank him for the answer. Tanaka said, now they would move on to the main topic. The CEO wants to stock up on medicinal moss. As far as he knew, he, Ryoji, had a whole horde of it in his inventory, right? They were willing to buy it at a price 5% above market value. The protagonist was surprised. Medicinal moss? So Iwaki brews potions too? Assassin said he planned to brew 100,000 bottles of the potion. They believed the protagonist had that kind of supply. Ryoji, without further ado, activated his inventory and showed it to Tanaka. He added, pointing to a large number of bags, that there should be enough for 100,000 bottles. He could get enough for 500,000 bottles right now, and that's not the limit. Assassin asked in surprise, 500,000? He had that much. Was moss gathering his hobby? MC told him that wasn't true. He added that if the market price of potions dropped, it would save the lives of many adventurers, especially for those without the adventurer's mark. If Iwaki was planning to start selling potions en masse, he'd be happy to help. Tanaki muttered with a smile. The CEO hadn't been mistaken. The protagonist, not hearing him, asked him what he'd said. Assassin remembered Iwaki's words. He told him that he and the protagonist shared a common goal, and he'd definitely help them. Tanaka asked Ryoji if he preferred cash or a bank transfer. MC told him he'd prefer a bank transfer to his project account. Sometime later, the protagonist, wearing the glasses the CEO had given him, entered his classroom. His teacher, Sato, exclaimed, the jobless guy has arrived. She asked, had he spoken to Iwaki? The protagonist was surprised to see a second level above her head. The entire class mockingly greeted him as jobless, laughing at him. He looked at the entire class and, through his glasses, saw that the others also had levels 2 and 3, but they acted like elementary schoolers. He even felt embarrassed in front of the neighboring classes. His classmates wouldn't stop. They asked the jobless guy to tell them something. The protagonist activated hypnosis and told them to calm down. Everyone, stop chatting. The entire class fell silent as if by magic. Ryoji saw that some of them were warriors, some were mages, monks, hunters, and thieves. He said, so, they all enrolled in this school 6 months ago. Why hadn't any of them leveled up in that time? The protagonist turned to one classmate and asked him why his level hadn't increased. The classmate replied that leveling up was so boring these days. He preferred to sit at home and watch videos. The protagonist turned to a second classmate. The boy replied that the dungeon was too dangerous. He could die there. Ryoji looked at Sato and asked the teacher why she was at the same level. The girl replied with a smile, what's the point of raising your level beyond second? She was already several times stronger than normal people. MC thought, That's what he needed to prove. He said out loud, "Those of them who steal loot from people without adventurer's marks should raise their hands." To his astonishment, the entire class raised their hands, along with the teacher. The protagonist was simply shocked. He thought, well, everyone with even a shred of conscience has already transferred to another class. It seems there's nothing he can do. He activated the level 2 drain. A rare level 2 drain loot dropped from one of the monsters in the Ueno Park dungeon. Originally, it was a scroll with a spell used to lower monsters' levels, but it could also be used to lower the stats of low-level adventurers. The higher the level, the higher their magic resistance. Now, everyone who was level 3 had been promoted to level 2. The protagonist told the class that if they improved and became worthy people, he would return their adventurer's marks to them. He took the list from Sato and noticed that 5 people had officially asked to go to the dungeon today. As they were leaving the classroom, the protagonist turned around and told everyone that the hypnosis would wear off in a minute. They would forget this conversation and never remember it again. Meanwhile, in the park's dungeon, a group of bandits were thieving. The leader asked his allies, "I thought the old man went this way, didn't he?" His partners advised him to forget it and find someone else. Suddenly, they felt an incredible heaviness in their bodies. Then they realized their levels had dropped. Confused, they worried. What was going on? Could an adventurer's mark really disappear? The leader shouted at them, "Now is not the time to ask questions. They could be caught by the slimes from the dungeon. They need to get out of here quickly." The protagonist, watching them stealthily, thought that Class E was easy to deal with. But the story doesn't end with them. What should he do? He just wanted to protect a world where he could watch anime peacefully and without any problems. He had no particular desire to become a defender of justice. After some time, he returned home and sat on his bed, deep in thought. Proto 1 told him he was guilty. In the entire world, only the students in his class had lost their adventurer's marks. He might become suspect as the only one who hadn't lost his mark. The protagonist countered that it couldn't be true. Or maybe it could? The golem noted that he was starting to worry. Ryoji asked him hesitantly if it would probably be better for him to leave them alone, right? The golem replied that he didn't think so. He continued that if they turned a blind eye, the scale of the problem would only increase, and the adventurer's reputation would plummet. But he thought it would be easier to just get rid of them. In another world, they would have been sentenced to death long ago. Ryoji looked at him, puzzled. The golem said that if he wanted to do something like that again, he should try to divert suspicion from himself. The protagonist looked gratefully at his assistant and said he understood. So his plans were changing. He would go to the dungeon and reach it via teleportation. If he found any more bandit adventurers there, he would take their marks. Proto 1 supported him in his decision. The protagonist wisely remarked that it was easier to hide a tree in the forest. Did his assistant agree? The golem finished his sentence sarcastically. That was the tree thief. He wished his master luck, and he would continue making videos for their channel. And so, the protagonist toured every dungeon in the country and took marks from about 100 bandits using a second-level drain. That was quite a challenge. Finally, having filmed himself, he told the viewers why, if they commit crimes inside the dungeon, their crest can disappear. All stats are lost along with it, so they shouldn't abuse their powers, as robbery is illegal. A little later, watching the video at home, he told his assistant that he'd used bad takes again. Proto 1 retorted, "He has a sense of taste." Ryoji told him he was now interested in seeing if this would help reduce the number of robberies. Golem replied that his project had enormous influence, and he was confident they would listen to him. The protagonist looked at him sheepishly. Proto 1 asked him, "What's wrong?" MC replied, "He understands they're doing wrong, but he still feels guilty for taking their crests. He's also trying to cover up his crimes with this video." Golem paused, perplexed, and then said, "If he feels guilty, then let him just not upload the video to the channel, and let him return all the tags to their owners." The protagonist said, on the other hand, that if he did that, the world could fall into chaos. The golem, almost crying, remarked that he could stop caring about the world. He, his creation, wanted his master to be happy. He didn't have to do what he didn't want. The MC looked at him in surprise and told him he'd be out for a bit. Let him upload the video to the channel in the meantime. The golem replied that he understood and wished his master luck. The protagonist warmly thanked his invention and thought that he would try to give it his all again. The protagonist went to Iwaki and apologized for distracting him from his work. The CEO replied that they would always have time for him, and he was eternally grateful for the medicinal moss. Iwaki asked him what he wanted to talk about. Ryoji said, "They've already broadcast this on the news." He wanted to talk to him about adventurers robbing instead of leveling up. Iwaki sounded puzzled, so that's what he was talking about. He added that if they didn't find a solution to this problem quickly, it could be catastrophic for them. A decline in the adventurer's reputation would be just the beginning. Only high-level adventurers could solve this problem, but they had plenty to deal with on the other floors as well. They needed a long-term security system. Iwaki asked him if he could make cameras that worked inside the dungeon, right? The protagonist replied that wasn't an option. He considered suggesting that high-level adventurers patrol the lower floors, but how would he get them to cooperate? The CEO exclaimed, "I see." He could get the Prime Minister involved to recruit volunteers, and as motivation, he could offer bonus points at the material sales points. Ryoji thanked Iwaki with a smile for his help, adding that he couldn't have pulled off such a thing alone. The CEO said he could help them speed up the volunteer recruitment process if he released a video about it after the patrols were officially announced. The protagonist thought that if all went well, other countries would follow suit and that would make his life much easier. Iwaki mentioned, by the way, the entire E-class suddenly lost all their crests. Was that his doing? The protagonist was taken aback by the question and timidly said he had nothing to do with it. The CEO, understanding, laughed and said, so that's how it is. Karma has caught up with them all. That's what he thinks. In any case, he's glad the protagonist asked him for help. They were experts in different fields, so they could always offer each other advice. Ryoji said with a smile that he understood everything. He thanked Iwaki again for his time. On the way back, MC thought the CEO can be relied upon, and that was surprising. Meanwhile, in front of Ueno Park dungeon entrance, near the government store, Tara angrily scolded Kunimi and his boss. She'd been wearing this until now, so what's the problem? The boss told her that wasn't right. Kunimi added that she'd just been lucky. She fiddled with the gear and resolutely declared that she'd buy this instead. Tara sighed regretfully. It was an expensive item, and she didn't have 50,000 yen on her. She went to change. Kunimi asked the boss why he'd invited her to join their party. The boss responded sheepishly. In their day, it was dangerous for a girl to wander alone through the dungeon. The boy protested. That's no reason. At that moment, Tara appeared, saying she had already changed and was ready to continue. She suggested they hurry inside the dungeon. Kunimi stared at the girl. The boss, noticing his glance, told her that the outfit suited her very well. He turned to Kunimi and remarked, didn't he think so too? The boy looked embarrassed and hesitantly said yes. Entering the dungeon, Tara exclaimed, excellent. So it's time for them to start hunting slimes. When they encountered the monsters, the boss shouted to the girl that he and Kunimi would attract the slime's attention, and she could attack it from behind. Working together like this, they quickly dispatched all the monsters. Kunimi remarked, that's all for today? The boss told them that they had both worked hard today. Tara was surprised. It was already so late. Returning back, Kunimi sheepishly apologized to the girl for walking past her last time. Tara looked at him carefully, and she told him she didn't blame him, so he shouldn't worry about it. The girl thought she herself had abandoned Seer. Sometime later, as the allies walked down the street, the boss asked her why she'd decided to go down into the dungeon. Tara told him they said you could earn a lot more money there than in the office. Kunimi pointed out that while that was true, it wasn't an easy task. Unlike adventurers, they didn't level up nor did their stats improve. That's why they always take risks, and it would only get harder with age, so she needed to start valuing her life soon. Tara scowled at him and asked him to shut up. She added that he was too young to lecture her. She called him a grown-up uncle. Kunimi was simply seething at her words. He wasn't her uncle. Tara turned to the boss and remarked, adventurers are lucky, aren't they? But doesn't he get annoyed by guys who take advantage of their position? If there was a god, she hoped he would take their marks away. The boss answered with a smile. Yes, that was true. She said sadly, God is so unfair. They work so hard in this dungeon. Here, the boss agreed with her. The girl continued, Jiji Baba has a mark, but he won't set foot in the dungeon. Kunimi answered her. Well, yes, she said. If he doesn't need the mark, let him give it to her. What's the problem? The boss noted that made sense. Tara groaned. She really wanted the mark. Kunimi thought she was talking too much. The boss chuckled and told the girl that he could understand her. At that moment, someone called out to them. When the allies turned at the call, they saw an old woman walking straight toward them, holding a magic ball. Approaching them, the old woman giggled and asked if they wanted the adventurer's mark. In fact, it was the protagonist, disguised as an old woman, out scouting. But the adventurer team didn't know this. They thought it was truly an elderly person. Tara asked her in confusion, is she lost? Kunimi suggested, perhaps she was a stray, the boss added, or a fortune teller. The old woman sharply told them to listen carefully. She wouldn't repeat it again. The adventurer's mark. Do they want it or not? What would their answer be? Kunimi wondered, wondering who this old woman was. The boss remarked, with the adventurer's mark, they could hunt more than just slimes. Tara suddenly announced that she wanted the mark. Kunimi was more in favor than against. The old woman laughed nastily and told them it would cost 100,000 yen. Would they agree to that? The allies exclaimed in surprise. It was cheap, suspicious, and dubious. The old woman looked at them in surprise. A few hours earlier at the adventurer's high school, Ayano had asked Ue if she'd seen that video on the Dungeon Exploration channel. Her ally had replied that she'd watched every single one of his videos, from start to finish. Which video exactly was she talking about? Ayano said sadly about the disappearance of the adventurer's mark. If that happened to them, what would they do? Ue remarked, that's what she was talking about. They say marks only disappear from those who attack the weak, so she definitely had nothing to worry about. Ayano perked up and said, I see. She expressed hope that it was true. Wei said, wondering what happens to missing marks, like they just dissolve, and that's it? Ayano said thoughtfully that she didn't know. Ue continued, saying that if a mark disappeared from one person, it could very well appear on someone else. Meanwhile, on the street near the dungeon, the adventurers team continued their conversation with the protagonist, who was disguised as an old woman. The protagonist asked, isn't that too rude? They told her straight to her face that she was suspicious. She'd simply seen how diligent they were, so she decided to sell them the marks. Tara sheepishly replied that they hadn't meant to be rude, but an adventurer's mark for 100,000 yen sounded very suspicious. The boss supported his ally. The old woman exclaimed in surprise. Really? She knew she should have offered a higher price. Kunimi looked at the old woman's cape and wondered, "What is this cloak made of?" Out loud, he said, "A mark for 100,000 yen sounds like a scam." The protagonist, in the guise of an old woman, looked at them carefully and said, "Then they'll do it. What if the price for the mark were 100 million? Although even that wouldn't be enough." Kunimi thought, "Of course, the mark would be worth much more." Tara suggested that it was a lot. The boss thoughtfully remarked that even if he wanted to take the risk, he simply didn't have that kind of money. The old woman smiled and said, "Do they understand now? That's why she's only asking for 100,000 yen. Despite her appearance, she's still a messenger of God. Her goal is to bestow adventurers' marks on those who truly deserve them." Kunimi thought in amazement. Now it became even more suspicious. Tara asked her in surprise, "She's a messenger of God?" The boss was perplexed. "Why not give the marks away for free then?" The old woman, glaring at them, told them it was impossible. How would people prove their resolve if they didn't have to sacrifice anything for the mark? The full significance of her gift would be devalued, and then people wouldn't take it seriously. Kunimi thought it was clear she was taking the adventurer's marks and those who would receive them seriously, but that didn't make her any less suspicious. The old woman, seeing their hesitation, said she was giving them 5 seconds to think. They needed to make a decision. She raised her hand, held up one finger, and began counting. Kunimi turned to the boss, who told him it was an obvious scam. He'd never heard of such marks being sold like merchandise. Tara thoughtfully asked him, "Does he think so?" The boss agreed with his subordinate's words. He noted, frankly, that he too found the whole thing suspicious. But if someone had told him 2 years ago that resource-rich dungeons would appear all over the world, he wouldn't have believed it either. Nothing is impossible in this world now. The old woman, meanwhile, said the number 2. The boss asked Tara what she thought about it. She thought for a moment and then said that if it turned out to be a scam, she would be seething with anger. So she thought it would be wiser not to buy it. But if it turns out the old woman was telling the truth, she'll be even angrier and regret not buying this mark. MC, in the guise of the old woman, said the number 3. The boss exclaimed that he couldn't make decisions in such a hurry. Kunimi insistently told him it was a scam. They should just leave and forget about it. Slime prices keep falling. They can't throw away such sums. The boss, dubiously, answered that it was true. The old woman counted out the number 4. The allies were in deep thought. The protagonist counted out the number 5 and pointed to that number with his fingers. The boss exclaimed tensely, "He's buying." Kunimi called out to him in confusion. "What's he doing?" The boss, ignoring him, said he was ready to buy the mark. Then he turned to his partner, apologized, and added that he believed the woman wasn't deceiving them. The boss told them he was going to the store to withdraw money. They should wait for him there. Kunimi volunteered to go with him. Tara told them she'd look after the old woman then. The old woman indignantly remarked, "What kind of look after?" She sighed heavily and said, "Oh, these modern girls." Tara looked at her in bewilderment. They fell silent, and a tense silence fell between them. Finally, the old woman asked her if she was planning on buying a crest. The girl told the protagonist that she wouldn't be able to. She'd bought new equipment today, and it had cost her all her savings. Even if she wanted to, she simply wouldn't have the money. The protagonist, imitating the old woman's voice, laughed nastily and said, "What a shame." Tara said sadly, "Well, she's been unlucky since birth. She was recently robbed, and even earlier, she fell for a hoax video that led to her friend dying right before her eyes." The girl turned to the old woman, and she asked, "If God really does exist, then why does he allow such unlucky people to be born?" The protagonist, in the guise of the old woman, looked at her carefully. Continuing to play his part, he said that in her form, she was like a messenger from the god of the dungeons. How could he know what was happening above? Tara had noticed. Seriously. Then the girl bowed her head and quietly said that she understood everything. She apologized for her strange question. The protagonist looked at her and wondered, was that really what she was asking about herself? A difficult story. This wasn't how he'd imagined it all. Why did it all turn out this way? He was similar to her in terms of bad luck. He'd been taken to another world where he'd been forced to fight the Demon King. He couldn't even remember how many times he'd been on the brink of death. But just when he thought it was over, his parents had died right there. And even now, he's having to force himself to do all of this. In an old woman's voice, he told her not to worry. If she persisted, something good would definitely happen. Tara looked at her carefully and asked if she was okay. At that moment, the boss and Kunimi approached them. The boss apologized to them for taking so long. He handed the old woman an envelope with money and told her it contained 300,000 yen for the 3 of them. Tara stared at him in confusion, processing his words. Then she asked what he meant by that. Kunimi frowned and told her that she had said she had no money. He and the boss had discussed it and decided to withdraw the party's savings, set aside for a rainy day. The girls simply gasped in amazement. That was all their savings. She had only just joined their party today. Kunimi grumbled sullenly in response. If they were going to fall for a scam, they should do it all together. The boss smiled and remarked, then they could say they tricked the whole party. Tara, trying to hide her tears, said harshly, what's wrong with them? Let them do as they please. She turned away slightly but couldn't hold back her tears of gratitude. Kunimi, understanding her feelings perfectly, looked at her with a warm smile. The protagonist smiled and thought, well, that's something good. Then, maintaining the old woman's appearance, he spoke in her voice. 300,000 yen for 3, that's right. He raised his hand and activated the goddess's blessing. The golden glow appeared above the allies, and they noticed with great surprise that they had acquired marks. Kunimi received a level 1 mark for the warrior job. The boss received a level 1 mark for the monk job, and Tara exclaimed in surprise that she was now level 1 for the mage job. She added in amazement that she couldn't even believe it. Kunimi wondered if it was a trick. In theory, only he could see the level. He turned to the boss, showed him his palm, and asked if he saw anything. The boss looked at his palm and said he didn't see anything on it. Kunimi, examining the mark, wondered if it wasn't an inscription or a sticker. So was it all true? No, not everything had been verified yet. He looked questioningly at his allies. Tara understood his gaze and said, she knows a spell. She wondered with interest if she could create fire. Opening her palm, she activated a small flame. Kunimi, still doubtful, wondered if this was really true. The boss countered, saying they would only use their skills inside the dungeon. The protagonist gave them a few words of advice before leaving. They should take care of their marks, since they had worked so hard to earn them. If they don't value them, they'll disappear. He added that no one should know about this meeting. Suddenly, the old woman seemed to vanish into thin air. Kunimi exclaimed in surprise. She was gone. Tara remarked in surprise. Was she really a messenger from God? Kunimi thought she looked too simple for a messenger. The boss smiled happily. Meanwhile, the protagonist informed his assistant that he was home. Proto One congratulated him on his return. The protagonist told him that he'd sold about 50 tags and deposited the proceeds into his account. The golem praised him. He'd done a good job. MC stretched out contentedly on the bed and asked his golem to transfer the money to the Adventure Support Fund as an anonymous donation. Proto One replied that he would do everything to the letter. He would transfer the donation to the Iwaki project and do it in installments so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Ryoji noted his business acumen. The golem continued saying, by the way, that it seemed he'd never heard of the goddess's blessing spell. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was true. He created it himself, based on a second-level drain. Proto One noted, immediately reminded of Luna Maria, the goddess of another world. What nostalgia washed over him. The protagonist spoke. Her name itself a spell, and only the pure of heart can activate one like him, and he was pure. Suddenly, he remembered, he'd forgotten to record his favorite anime, the golem remarked, and now he'd switched over. Sometime later, in Warehouse C at the Adventurers High School, Tanaka mentioned that he needed 100,000 bags of medicinal moss. Would payment by bank transfer be okay? The protagonist thoughtfully agreed. The boy asked if something was wrong. He replied that he was curious about the E-Class members. He'd been very busy lately, so he took a break. Tanaka said he understood everything. His curiosity was understandable. They were his classmates after all. They all suddenly lost their adventurer's marks. The MC asked if the adventurer's mark was the main criterion for admission to the school, right? Now they were going to be expelled? He replied that no, he'd spoken to the CEO about it. The disappearance of the mark wasn't their fault, so they weren't in danger of being expelled. Of course, they'd have to adjust their training program. From now on, they'll train like regular adventurers without adventurer's marks. When they were told they would now be hunting slimes on the first floor of the Ueno Park dungeon, they all turned very pale for some reason. Immediately afterward, the entire class decided to voluntarily leave the school. Even their homeroom teacher resigned. The protagonist wondered if the entire E-Class had been robbing the first floor. Perhaps they were afraid to face their victims? Tanaka said the transfer had been completed. The CEO had asked him to convey his gratitude. He thought it was good that he had managed to clear up this story. MC replied that the money had arrived. He should tell Iwaki his regards. Tanaka called out to him and said he was being transferred to a special class. When he returned to class, he should first stop by the principal's office, where he would be given a key card. He should forgive him for taking so long. He was the first person to be transferred to a special class. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was expected. The boy smiled as he thought about Ryoji being a hero who had returned from another world. And yet, he still found joy in such trivial things. Sometime later, the protagonist returned home and told him that he had been transferred to a special class, even though he hadn't wanted to stand out. Proto One noticed that his expression showed it all. He congratulated him and was glad that he had finally been recognized. He joyfully thanked him and thought that today had been a good day. Suddenly, Keiko started calling his phone. The protagonist became nervous and said that she was calling him. Proto One happily remarked that he was a softie. He replied that he shouldn't force a smile. MC picked up the phone and said that he was listening. Keiko hysterically said that her mother had suddenly fainted. What should she do with her? Maybe she should call an ambulance? He worriedly replied that she should calm down. Everything will be fine. He would be there soon. The protagonist used the teleport and transparency skills and arrived at her house in an instant. He then entered and asked with a serious expression, "Is Auntie in the bedroom?" Keiko, in complete shock, called out to him and agreed. They entered the room where the woman lay. MC, seeing her, wondered if she was in cardiac arrest. He used the hear skill and began listening to her heartbeat. Keiko, frightened, said she had given her a potion, but it hadn't worked. He thought it wouldn't have worked anyway. The protagonist said they would use a high-level potion. He gave the woman the liquid and wondered if it was actually an elixir. A moment later, she woke up. Keiko, tearful and joyful, called out to her. The protagonist said she would be fine. So what happened here? She nervously replied that she was tired of her lectures. She simply asked her to shut up, and then she suddenly collapsed. He asked her seriously what her level was. The girl replied that she was level 11. MC asked menacingly. She started yelling at her and didn't control her bloodlust aura, did she? If a level 11 person directed that kind of aura at an ordinary person, it could easily kill them. Those who can't control themselves are excluded from the adventurer lists. She should practice self-control. She doesn't want to accidentally kill anyone, right? Keiko nervously shouted that she didn't have any bloodlust. He replied that he didn't need these childish excuses. Everything was obvious. She exclaimed angrily, "Don't let him judge her. She didn't do anything, and she's not a child. At least, she's already past the age where she likes anime." MC looked at her with devastated eyes and wondered, what is this? For the first time, he's completely indifferent to what happens to Keiko. She says something, but he doesn't care, and he feels a thirst for blood. This is no longer the girl he knew. He turns and starts to leave. She nervously shouts, "Is he listening to her?" The protagonist replies that he wasn't helping her, but his aunt. Let her forgive him, but he doesn't want anything to do with her anymore. He goes outside and thinks he can't believe Keiko has become so disgusting. But somewhere deep down, he believed it wasn't true. He's starting to like 2D more and more. He needs to fix this, and soon. After some time, MC reaches the 200th floor of the dungeon, and sitting on a column and watching the monsters, thinks that this calms him down. These guys are cuter than Keiko. He's always held back his bloodlust. But what if he lets it out? Will they be scared? He used his skill, and in an instant, all the monsters were dead. The protagonist was perplexed, wondering what had happened. Were they all dead? He used the locator skill, and wondered if they were all dead. His level 1503 bloodlust frightened him. He shouldn't worry about Keiko now, but rather about not letting this bloodlust out. Sometime later, school started. The protagonist went to the principal and greeted him. Tanaka apologized and said that he couldn't accompany him due to urgent matters. He handed him an item and pointed out that it was his keycard, so he shouldn't lose it. He should ask his classmates how to use it. MC happily thought, that's cool. The assassin principal is always busy. He approached the special door and wondered, what the hell is this? A magical security door? How do you use it? Do you have to hold the card to the scanner? The protagonist placed the card in the designated area and wondered, perplexed, why it wouldn't open. Was the door broken? Yu approached him and asked with a smile, what's wrong? He couldn't open the door. He should let her see it. Seeing his card, she noted with surprise that his card hadn't been registered yet. So he was Ryoji from Class E? The protagonist agreed and added that Headmaster Assassin Tanaka had told him to ask the students of the special class for help. Ue was overjoyed and told him to ignore it. She would explain everything to him. He should hold the card like this and infuse his mana into it to register it. They use a magical trace instead of fingerprints. He followed her instructions and, placing the card in the door, finally unlocked the door and then thanked her. The girl replied with a smile that there was nothing to thank her for. By the way, she had taken his coat to the dry cleaners. She would return it to him a little later. MC replied that there was no need. He can do more, so she should keep it. Yu joyfully exclaimed that she knew it. They would all have died if he hadn't come to their aid then. He was their savior. She was truly very grateful to him. He thought about how cute she was. The protagonist excitedly asked, what was she talking about? Did she mistake him for someone else? He'd never even seen a dragon in his life. Wu replied with a smile that he shouldn't be afraid. She wouldn't tell anyone. But Ayano and Isabella could recognize him by his voice. He nervously wondered if she was definitely not a hidden anime heroine. Could they really figure him out by his voice? Right? In his haste, he completely forgot to hide his voice. This is bad. After Keiko, any girl seems so cute to him. They entered the office where Ken met them. He nervously noted that he had just transferred from Class E, and already he was going out with a girl. What a lucky guy. The MC was perplexed, wondering who this guy was. The guy introduced himself angrily and added that he was level 40 and ranked 7th in the world. Everyone in this class was ranked in the world. Now did he understand where he was? He thought about what he remembered. This guy was treating the wounded at the entrance during shuffle. Ken nervously asked what his level was. The protagonist replied that he was always level 1. He said he heard he was on good terms with Director Tanaka. Was he by any chance shoved in here through connections? Ue worriedly said, let him finish. This is no longer funny. The guy replied, let her forgive him, but she can't get involved in this. There was a showdown between men. The protagonist, with a serious face, replied that he got here honestly, not through connections. Ken said that everyone is good at talking, let him prove it with his strength. He agreed and asked how he could do that. The guy told him to direct his bloodlust at him. That way, they'd see what he was capable of. Seeing MC standing there silently, he asked him if he was scared. The protagonist replied that, come to think of it, the school had assigned him to this class, so why did he need to prove anything to it? The boy frowned and asked him irritably, was he serious? If he was a man, then he'd better stop being such a coward, otherwise it might even become a habit. Or maybe it already was. He always backed down if he didn't like something. MC smiled, looking at him. Ken continued to provoke him, but it was written on his forehead that he'd never been to a dungeon. Enough of being an eyesore at school, let him stay home and watch his stupid anime. The protagonist didn't like Ken's words. The other classmates, watching them, noticed the creepy atmosphere surrounding the two. The protagonist thought discontentedly. Stupid anime? He said to Ken. Fine, but if he dies then he shouldn't complain, okay? Ken thought gloomily. Dead people don't talk anyway. He told MC that his bloodlust would never kill him. He could check it out himself. The protagonist smiled and replied, okay, he's being careful. Wei watched them tensely. Ken agreed with Ryoji, but he thought to himself, well, just how strong is he? The guy had teased him, and he was lucky. He just transferred from Class E, and he's already with a girl. MC wondered, confused, what lucky meant. For starters, why would he be happy about going to school with a 3D girl? He'd already said his type was anime heroines. The protagonist activated his skill and cast a spell at half power to scare him. An aura emanated from him, and he directed it at the guy. Ken saw the image of death before his face and barely managed to stay on his feet. He exhaled and said mockingly, is that all? But his classmates suddenly felt ill, deciding it was dangerous for them, and they decided to leave. You spoke in surprise. Weak? The protagonist continued. He remembered Ken's words about him being a coward and backing down. He was the one being cowardly? Hadn't he defeated the Demon King? Only when Ken defeats his own king will he be able to assert his rights. Ken, meanwhile, felt a colossal pressure. He frowned and felt his nose bleed. After a brief moment, he asked the protagonist to stop. He told him, okay, he admits he's strong, so that's enough. MC replied, no, 2 more. Let him try to hold on. He's not a coward, right? Ryoji continued. He remembered the guy's words about never having been to a dungeon. The protagonist thought, what does he know? He'd only been in a dungeon for a year and a half, and he already thinks he's the center of the universe? And what about 10 years? He'd spent 10 years in another world. Day after day, he explored dungeons, practically living in them. Even now, he has to go there. He makes videos for them, the newbies, so they don't die in vain. He doesn't do this for himself. It's simply his duty as a former hero. The tension and strength emanating from the protagonist with each new thought stunned Ken. He could barely stand, blood streaming from his nose. Ryoji said gloomily, his words still angering him. So they weren't finished yet. Wei intervened, asking the protagonist to stop, telling him that everything was fine. But MC didn't hear her. He said, stupid anime? He said, stupid anime? Wei fearfully thought he was furious. Suddenly, she approached Ryoji, hugged him, and told him that everything was fine. He didn't have to continue anymore. He didn't need to prove anything to anyone anymore. The protagonist seemed to have come to his senses. Wei? The girl pulled away from him, noticing with a smile. Ken had already realized how strong he was. The protagonist looked at the boy. Ken stood as if turned to stone. The protagonist thought with concern. Horror. Had he really overdone it? He walked up to the boy, shook him by the shoulders and asked him, is he okay? Let him come to his senses already. Ken groaned and saw the image of his grandmother addressing him. He asked her how she was doing. He was so worried about her. The grandmother answered him, he's always been such a kind child, but it's time for him to go back. It's too early for him to come there. She waved at him and vanished into thin air. The protagonist noticed in surprise, is he smiling? The boy, as if in a dream, said the word grandmother with a smile. Wu anxiously patted the boy on the shoulder and asked him, is he okay? When Ken came to his senses, he realized what had happened and thought, that was so dangerous. The protagonist anxiously asked him how he was feeling. The boy barely managed to say that he had no problems. MC cursed silently. There were so many problems. Ui brought a chair for Ken and asked him to sit down. When he sat down and the protagonist approached him, Ken jumped away from him. Ryoji told him to sit still because he would be healing him. The boy apologized and sat quietly. The protagonist extended his hand and activated the healing spell, projecting it onto the injured Ken. The classmate noted in amazement. Healing? He healed him in an instant? It wasn't the healing spell he knew, and he almost killed him. He has a truly terrifying talent. Ken turned to the protagonist and apologized. He admitted that he had deliberately provoked him to see what he was capable of. He promised him that he would never do that again. The protagonist sheepishly replied, it's okay, it's his own fault. He overdid it. He's very sorry. He thought Kyoko wouldn't have done that. At that moment, their classmates walked in. Ken shook MC's hand in front of everyone and said that he, Ryoji, had gotten into this school thanks to his abilities, and he was welcome to the special class. The protagonist became even more embarrassed by the attention and mumbled something in response. Sometime later, in the Ueno Park dungeon, Kunimi suggested to his allies that they level up today. The boss and Tara eagerly accepted his offer. After their foray, the adventurers went to a cafe. Tara mentioned that she was very hungry. Kunimi said that they had reached level 4 today, and that tomorrow they could go down to the 2nd floor. Tara exclaimed in surprise. Is he serious? The slimes have only just become easy to defeat, so maybe they'll hang around the 1st floor a little longer? Kunimi replied that he wasn't opposed to the idea, but it was an unspoken rule. If someone reached level 4, they had to go to the second floor. The girl wondered, puzzled. Where did that rule come from? The boss explained with a smile. The loot on the first floor was for people without the adventurer's mark, and for adventurers from levels 1 to 3. Thanks to this, they could level up without any problems. Terra chuckled. Well then, nothing could be done. Kunimi reminded his allies to watch the video clip about the second floor before their dungeon expedition tomorrow. The boss and Terra assured him they wouldn't forget. When the companions started eating, Terra exclaimed delightedly, "How delicious. Beef was just right after a hard day's work." The boss remarked that the videos from the DC channel had been very helpful. Kunimi answered, "That's right. He has all the strategies, maps, and monster details. It looks like he's already been to every dungeon in their country." Terra said in surprise, "Really? There are hundreds of these videos, then he's simply amazing." She added that before DEC appeared, there was a ton of fake information about dungeons on the internet. Her best friend died because of it. Thanks to DC, deaths due to false information stopped, and all the scammers were arrested. Kunimi remarked that he was glad they were all caught. He and the boss themselves almost died because of a fake. The boss said cheerfully, but they still survived. He's so happy that he managed to live until this moment. Suddenly Terra asked them, "Who is DEC?" The boss said uncertainly, "Well, there are a lot of different rumors, but his true identity is still unknown." Terra chewed her food and suggested, "Maybe DC is an alien?" Kunimi almost choked on her words. She exclaimed at him to be careful. The boss asked him if he was okay. Kunimi cleared his throat and told them he was just choking. Terra advised him to chew slowly. She continued, "Apparently, this hero is incredibly strong. He knows too much about dungeons." The boss remarked thoughtfully, which was true. Kunimi asked the girl with a laugh, "And where did this hero come from?" "Just don't let her say from the dungeon planet," Terra said with a smile. "Who knows? But the dungeon planet sounds plausible. Do they agree with her?" Kunimi was surprised. Was she serious? The boss chuckled and said, "Come to think of it, he has an unusual helmet, somewhat reminiscent of a ranger." Kunimi wondered if the boss really believed it. "No, he's not an alien, although how true could that theory be?" Terra said, "He's probably disguising himself as a human, like a high school student. In the video, he looks very young. She's willing to bet there's a high school student under the mask." The boss answered her, "Exactly. There's a theory that he's one of the students from the adventurer school." The girl asked him in surprise, "Adventurer school?" The boss confirmed that it was. "They say he studies at the adventurer school attached to the Ueno Park dungeon. Most of his videos are about that dungeon." The boss turned to Kunimi and asked him if that school had a special class where adventurers from all over the world were gathered, right? The boy answered that it was. All the members of that class are in the World Adventurer rankings. Terra addressed her allies by name in surprise, astonished, noticing how much they knew. Are they crazy about adventurers? Kunimi thought in surprise. Did she call him by name? She's clearly younger than him. How old is she exactly? Would it be rude if he asked her directly? The girl continued. If they narrowed the suspects down to one school, wouldn't it be easy to identify him? It can be assumed that he really does study at that school, which means he was assigned to a special class. It turns out that the guy with the highest level in that class is DEC. The boss was thoughtfully searching for something online. Then he said, "According to the world rankings, their DEC is Ken Takeshi, ranked 7th. Meanwhile, at the adventurer school, Ken suddenly sneezed. The protagonist indignantly told him not to sneeze on him. The guy apologized to him and said that it seemed he had caught a cold because of his bloodlust. The protagonist objected. "It doesn't work like that." Ken smiled, noticing that for some reason, the more he communicates with Ryoji, the more interesting he becomes. The protagonist told him to go somewhere already, or is he that type of character? The guy asked him in surprise. Why was he so withdrawn? He should just call him by his last name, like everyone else. The protagonist only now realized that Ken called him by his first name. Is he serious? This is a standard school anime plot. Maybe it's okay for extroverts to call other people by their first names, but otaku prefer last names. Even his anime friend Yamada calls him by his last name. MC replied to the guy, "Okay, he can call him by his first name." Ken raised an eyebrow in surprise and said that he understood. Isabella thought in surprise, didn't Ken already call him by his first name? The protagonist just didn't hear? Ayano thought about Ryoji, that he was very cute. Ue noted with a smile that the atmosphere in the classroom had eased. She turned to the protagonist and told him that he could call her by her last name too. The protagonist was surprised by this, but agreed to her proposal. The embarrassed protagonist is so cute. Ayano and Isabella thought the same thing. He is the epitome of cuteness. At that moment, Ken suggested that MC go to the dungeon together. A surprised Ryoji thought, their level difference is too big. Even if he joined as support, he'd mostly just be an observer. What's fun about that? It wouldn't do him any good, and he was busy filming. But if he refused, he might be discovered. What was the best thing to do? A saving thought occurred to him. He smiled and said that if he had time, he'd go with him. Ken happily bumped fists with him. After a while, Terra asked, "So this Ken is Deck?" The boss replied that, given all their conditions, yes. Kunimi, with a serious face, remembered the main character and thought that DC was most likely that guy. He had defeated 2 slimes in the blink of an eye and healed them. He even told them about a hunting ground that no one knew about back then. There's a good chance that guy is deep. The problem is the ranking. Given DC's strength, he should be in first place. But in first place is a girl named Isabella. Your level is checked when you enter a dungeon to update the ranking. That can't be hidden. However, he somehow bypasses the checks. Tara, looking at Ken's photo, said something was wrong. He doesn't look like a country boy. The boss replied with a smile that he also thought it wasn't Ken. DC had a completely different aura around him. The girl asked what about the other students? Maybe that guy was among them? He replied that there was a theory that DEC was a girl. Kunimi said, surprised that he'd never heard of it before. The boss explained that, while it was funny, the theory sounded plausible. Deke doesn't swear, and the way he sometimes stutters when delivering his lines is cute. Then, it's most likely the #1 ranked Holy Knight Isabella. Tara admiringly said that she adores her. She even follows her. This girl is noble, but she doesn't look down on everyone. She's a beauty and a real cutie. They're the same age too. Kunimi was shocked to think, are they the same age? The boss smiled and said that if she's D, it's possible she's releasing the video to fulfill her duty as a noble hero. Most people support this theory since it explains DC's motive. Tara replied that if Isabella is DC, she'll be absolutely delighted. He happily agreed. Kunimi frowned, his voice growing increasingly unsure of his theory as he listened to his boss. Maybe Isabella really was Dek? Wait, if a helmet could hide one's face, how could one conceal the rest of one's body? After a while, they went outside and started talking. The boss said there were other theories, a time traveler, a hero from another world. Tara replied that she preferred the Isabella theory. Kunimi thought nervously, but he shouldn't stray from the topic. The boss added that he'd heard that the owners of the website where DEC releases videos had signed a contract with him, so they must definitely know him by sight. One thing he could say for sure, he's a superhero. Until they knew his true identity, they could pretend he was just a hero, and that was fine too. Everyone else happily agreed. After a while, the protagonist returned home and happily told him that today was the first time he'd been called by his name. Ken had absolutely no idea how to keep his distance. Proto 1 remarked that he had a weakness for being called by his first name, but it wasn't the first time Princess and Kaiko had called him by his first name too. His memory was also poor. MC took out his phone and said that Ue had messaged him. Robot asked in surprise, was it Yamada who messaged him, but a 3D girl? He asked in confusion. Why is he so surprised? It's just Ue, nothing special. Proto 1 asked in shock. He's even calling her by her first name? The protagonist replied that he could explain everything. If she hadn't stopped him, he could have hurt Ken. The robot replied that he could have chalked it up to an accident. The master's savior is his savior too. Next time, let him introduce him to her. He thought about it, that's for sure. Wei knows who he is, so it can't hurt. The protagonist agreed and said that he would do so. She wanted to talk about something, so he would go. Sometime later, they met at a cafe. Wei greeted him cheerfully and said that she apologized for inviting him, but it was important. She would like to have something to drink. MC agreed and thought about how he had been invited to a family restaurant in the middle of the night again. He asked if it was okay for a schoolgirl to be walking around the city at night. The girl asked with a smile if he was worried about her. Thank you, but she was second in the world rankings, so she would be fine. The only ones stronger than her were Isabella and him. The thing is, had he told Isabella and Ayano about DSC? The protagonist, perplexed, replied that no, he hadn't. He hadn't even seen them at school. He thought he had a bad feeling about this. Yu began telling the story of how today, in the Ueno Park dungeon on the 44th floor, the adventurers had defeated the floor boss, the killer ant queen. Isabella happily noted that the floor boss had been destroyed. They had both done well. Ayano added with a smile that they had broken the world record. Wei inquired, world record, huh? Rio, oh, well, that is if you exclude DC videos. They asked curiously, what does Rio mean? The girl excitedly replied that D doesn't usually post videos of bosses, so most people assume he's never killed them. But how did he manage to get all the way down to the 100th floor? That's so strange. Isabella called out to her and remarked that she'd heard she'd come to school with Ryoji, who'd transferred from Class E. Ue replied that she'd simply helped him with his key card. The girl smiled and explained that she'd only met him a couple of times, but that was enough to sense his incredible power. She thought he was DEC. Ue excitedly asked if they could have tea together. She'd make some delicious biscuits. Isabella grinned and replied that she understood everything. Ayano asked if she knew DEC had an account at Yoko Bank, an account under the name Furuyari Project. In shock, she asked where she'd gotten that information. The girl replied that it was from the bank. Most of the shares in that bank belonged to her family. Wei nervously asked if it was okay to divulge such information. Ayano replied that it wasn't, but billions of yen were transferred into the account every month, so it was difficult to hide. There was only one student in the school named Furuyari. She'd once gone to Class E to see him. He had a pleasant face and was about the same height as DEC. She also thought Ryoji was that DEC. Ue, incredibly excited, said that she also knows how to make almond tofu. It's delicious. She finished telling the story and apologized. The protagonist asked what she was apologizing for. Yu replied that seeing this reaction only confirmed their suspicions. She knew it wouldn't be possible to hide such a secret. He was very surprised and asked if he was really doing a bad job of hiding it. The girl, perplexed, asked, "Isn't it? It's written all over his face." MC, shocked, thought about how, as a child, he'd often been told that it was written all over his face, and now he was being reminded of it again. No, this had happened in another world too. Back then, he'd been forced to participate in a banquet hosted by the Empire. He'd been told that his displeasure was written all over his face. He'd been very Ue angry. Despite this, he tried to bear it all with dignity. What had he looked like then? That very day, Daenerys apologized and said that next time she'd be in charge of official events. He should focus on leveling up. They need to try to defeat the Demon King. But she personally likes this quality of his. She feels calmer around him. Currently, Yu said with a smile that she personally likes this quality of his. It calms her. The protagonist was surprised to think that his intuition skill told him that Yu is a person he can trust. He said that he trusted her. He didn't know much about those two, but if she trusted them, she could tell him everything. He planned to reveal himself one way or another someday. The girl thanked him and said that she was very glad he trusted her. Then she would think about what to do next. She thought it was like a dream. DC itself trusted her. Sometime later, the protagonist returned home. Proto 1 greeted him and asked how the date went. He smiled and replied that it wasn't a date. The robot happily noted that everything had gone well. MC nervously replied that he was telling him he was wrong. The next day, the three girls descended to the 44th floor of the Ueno Park underground. Yue revealed that Ryoji was DDC. Isabella, smiling, said she knew it. Ayano excitedly asked if it was okay for her to tell them this. The girl replied that Ryoji himself had given permission, so it was fine. Isabella remarked on how close they were. Wei chuckled and replied that she had so hated keeping it a secret from both of them. She felt much better now. Isabella called out to them and said she had something to tell them too. Ryoji had saved them all from the baby dragon. That day, the admiration she felt for him blossomed into love, but he was an impossible dream, and she thought she simply loved him enough. He didn't have to know how she felt, but that was how it had been before. Knowing that Wei had befriended Ryojo, she couldn't stand by and do nothing any longer. She wanted to get closer to him. Ayano blushed and said she wanted to get closer to him too. Wei, shocked, replied that she wanted to get closer to Ryojo too, maybe even become his girlfriend. They clasped hands, and Isabella said she was glad they were able to discuss everything openly. She suggested they have a fair fight. No matter who wins, they wouldn't hold a grudge against each other. Sometime later, the protagonist, in costume, on the 1000th floor of the dungeon, killed a dragon and, sneezing, realized he couldn't stop sneezing. His immunity grew with each level. It couldn't be a cold or a fever. Could it be some special demon pollen from the dungeon? Meanwhile, at Adventurers High School, Isabella, level 42, Holy Knight, ranked first in the world, and Ayano, a level 42 mage ranked second in the world, entered the main gate. As the girls entered their classroom, which was designated as a special class, Ue laughed and remarked that they both intimidated her. Their faces too serious. Isabella exclaimed hesitantly, "No way." Ayano turned to Ue and asked, "Mr. Ryoji will come to school, right?" Her ally was surprised. "Mister? She wrote him a letter. Does she want to see?" At that moment, the classroom door opened, and the girls thought it was the protagonist. But instead, Ken, a level 41 great priest, and ranked 7th in the world, entered the classroom and joyfully greeted the girls. Only U greeted him with the same enthusiasm. Isabella and Ayano simply nodded. The boy looked at them in bewilderment and said, "All members of the best party in the world are here." This was very fortunate. He'd been meaning to talk to them. Isabella suggested they do it some other time. Ken exclaimed in surprise, "What's that?" Yu smiled and told him she could listen. He was forced to agree, adding that it was a secret matter, so he'd need to use his sacred territory creation skill. Yue asked him in surprise, "What is that? Is that a skill unique to the High Priest?" Having created a secret cocoon, Ken told her that no one outside the sacred territory would hear them. This skill is useful when you need to keep a conversation secret. Yu remarked admiringly, "It's perfect for a High Priest." Ken finished speaking, and now let's get down to business. He said Ryoji's bloodlust is simply terrifying. Most likely, his level has long since surpassed 100, and he believes the protagonist is the man in the iron mask. Wei said in amazement, "Is that so?" The guy continued, "Now the most important thing. From what he'd seen, he could tell the protagonist had no permanent companions. He was strong on his own. Not having partners could end badly." Did she understand what he was getting at? Wu stared at him silently, surprised. Ken said, in other words, he had no friends at all who could show him how amazing he was. He added, Wu had probably seen a lot of complimentary comments under his videos, but he needed real friends who were adventurers like him. He'd always fought alone, and he was only 16, just like them. He must feel lonely. Wu said, amazed. She had admired the man in the iron mask so much that she hadn't even considered it. She thought the MC also seemed a bit lonely. Meanwhile, the protagonist, on his way to school, happily thought about how everything around him was blooming and fragrant, and the second season of 9 Men turned out to be a true masterpiece. You can't just watch bits and pieces of it. He decided to postpone filming the dungeon video. To everyone, he was just Ryoji, level 1, without a job, and with no place in the world rankings. In fact, his level is 1511. Meanwhile, Ken continued to tell Ue that the protagonist was currently pursuing his project solely out of love for humanity. But if for some reason he became disillusioned with humanity, he would immediately stop filming his videos. The girl listened attentively, her eyes wide. Ken remarked, and it doesn't end there. With his power, in the worst case, he could become the Demon King. Wu gasped in amazement. The Demon King? The guy told her that it was. He added that it might sound far-fetched, but just a year and a half ago, no one would have even imagined dungeons and monsters. Anything could happen in the future. Ue exclaimed, the protagonist will never become the Demon King. She believes in him. Ken folded his hands in a prayerful gesture and said that this was a relief. He understood that his fears were unfounded, but he couldn't stop worrying. He was trying to ensure that he remained on their side. He spent time with him. He made sure he wasn't lonely, and whenever possible, he tried to cheer him up. Wu looked at Ken seriously and said that she understood everything. She remarked that in the future, she too would try to ensure that the protagonist never felt lonely. Ken looked at her with satisfaction and said that it was good that they understood each other. Then, he told her that he was canceling his secrecy skill. At that moment, the classroom door opened again, and Isabella and Ayano anxiously wondered if the protagonist had arrived. But instead, Monica entered. She looked at everyone present and asked in a questioning tone, "Good morning." Everyone answered, greeting her back. Ayano sighed sadly and wondered if Ryoji had decided to take a rest today. After all, she should have asked Wei to organize the meeting. Isabella objected. She couldn't let someone else do everything for her. That was her family's code of love. She added that for a fair fight, their interactions and meetings must be natural. Ayano remarked admiringly, she was so responsible. Could she be called a mentor? Isabella didn't see a problem with that. She remarked that Ayano should keep in mind that she wouldn't be lenient toward her student. Ayano agreed with her mentor. The others listened to their exchange in amazement. Ken said in surprise, "What's this?" Yui noted that Ayano was getting stranger. Monica remarked that Isabella had the image of an unapproachable lady, but it was good that she knew how to act her age. Ken agreed with her ally. Wei added with a laugh, "Isabella and Ayano are just nervous. This will be their first meeting with the protagonist." Isabella looked at Ayano and said, "Almost there. Is she ready?" Ayano nervously told her teacher that she was ready. The girls stared at the classroom door in anticipation. Yu chuckled. She was already feeling scared. Meanwhile, the protagonist was met in the hallway by an adventurer who greeted him and congratulated him on his transfer to a special class. Ryoji looked at the boy and remembered he was in Class E. The adventurer said, "Just let MC wait. He'll catch up." The protagonist replied with a smile that he had no doubt about it. He'll be waiting for him at the top. The guy laughed and said goodbye to the protagonist, telling him they'd see each other again. MC realized he'd forgotten to ask the guy's name, but whatever. He entered the classroom through the back entrance. Isabella and Ayano were surprised by this. Why did he enter through that door? The Holy Knight gave him a wide smile and greeted the protagonist. Ayano thought her mentor had taken action. The protagonist greeted her back, surprised. Isabella asked him point blank if he'd like to have lunch with their party today. Ryoji thought, this Countess of Crinwich, a holy knight, looked like Elysius, the heroine of the 9 Men. The protagonist told her he was busy right now, so he wouldn't be able to. Ken thought in surprise, really? He'd turned down the offer of the school's most beautiful woman. Ua thought nervously. She'd never seen Isabella so nervous. Ayano wondered if Plan A had failed. Isabella was flustered and stuttered, asking him if perhaps he could give them some dungeon exploration tips. Ayano noted, and immediately Plan B. Her mentor had even taken the protagonist's interests into account. The protagonist replied to Isabella with a smile that he admired her adventurous spirit. She was great. Isabella's spirit had simply perked up, so he wouldn't refuse her? MC replied that he was unlikely to be able to help her with anything. He couldn't do anything special. He added that he just wanted to watch anime. He also advised the girl to watch videos of the man in the iron mask. They were very educational. Isabella stared at him in bewilderment. The protagonist didn't understand the reason for her surprise. At that moment, Ken turned to the protagonist and asked if he could distract him for a minute. The guy told the girls he'd be borrowing the protagonist for a while. Ken took the protagonist to a safe distance and activated his secrecy skill, stating that their conversation would be private. The protagonist was surprised. A sacred territory skill? Ken said, "Let Ryoji allow him as a friend to give him one piece of advice. He should choose his words more carefully. If he keeps this up, rumors will spread around the school that he rejected Isabella." The protagonist was surprised. Friend, but was he really serious about rumors? Ken added that he shouldn't say no to her face. He should try to do it gently, so as not to embarrass the girl, who was already nervous. The protagonist replied that he understood and thanked the guy for the advice. After that, Ryoji approached Isabella and asked her to forgive him. That wasn't very polite of him. The girl told him not to worry, everything was fine. He said he's not just refusing for no reason. Can she listen to him? Isabella, looking at him mesmerized, replied that she was, and she was ready to listen. The protagonist told the girl that long ago, he had become a mentor to aspiring adventurers, but he had fallen asleep during their last lesson, and everything had ended in disaster, so he didn't think he could handle something like that. And money, no work is done for free. The man who initiated him into the basics of adventuring had taught him that. He was referring to Daenerys. He continued that if he taught everyone for free, there would be a huge line, but if he refused everyone indiscriminately, his reputation would suffer. He charged a lot for his lessons, although he wouldn't want to take money from a classmate. It would make him look bad. Therefore, he was forced to refuse her offer. The protagonist exhaled. It seemed he had explained everything. Isabella smiled at him and thanked him for explaining everything. She'd asked him, would he listen to her in return? The protagonist thought, since she'd listened to him, he should too, right? He nodded his head in agreement. Isabella said they aspired to be adventurers, But the man in the iron mask was an unattainable target. To get closer to him, they needed only his guidance. Since they were wasting his precious time, he deserved a reward. She understood that. The girl asked him how much he needed. Ayano thought excitedly. Amazing, she'd gotten straight to the point. If Isabella paid the required amount, Ryoji would have no choice but to accept her offer. The protagonist was at a loss. Everything had turned out strangely. He didn't want to get involved, so he decided to raise the price to the ceiling, and they would give in, and Isabella would save face, so to speak. The protagonist told her the price, 1 billion yen per person. He simply hoped that they would definitely refuse, but the opposite happened. Ayano said it was a fair amount. Isabella exclaimed with a smile, "That's so cheap." Ui said she could afford it too. MC was so surprised he couldn't even answer them right away. When he returned home, he told his assistant everything. At the end of his story, he added, that's why he became a private instructor for Ue and her allies. Golem said, the harem begins. The protagonist was indignant. That's not true. He wondered where they got so much money. Proto 1 answered, Countess Isabella and Ayano are aristocrats. Ue is the daughter of a millionaire from China. He lost the moment he made money his shield. The protagonist said resignedly, oh, come on. How could someone like him know about such things? Sometime later, Ryoji, lying on his bed, remarked that being a dungeon guide was so interesting. The golem remarked that he could always refuse if he didn't want to. The protagonist looked puzzled. Wouldn't it be foolish to refuse them now? Proto 1 replied that even high-level adventurers could die in the dungeon if they acted carelessly. He didn't see anything foolish in refusing. The MC was forced to agree with him. Indeed, maybe he should refuse the girls after all? At that moment, a message from Isabella arrived on his number. The protagonist asked in surprise, a message from the Countess? The girl had written to him that she was immensely grateful to him for agreeing to guide them through the dungeon. She was eagerly awaiting their meeting, and once again expressed her gratitude to him. The golem noted that the girl spoke Japanese perfectly. The protagonist looked surprised. Was she looking forward to meeting them? At that moment, he received another message, this time from Ayano. The girl texted him that the moon was truly beautiful today. He was surprised. The moon? MC started writing her a reply, and he asked the golem which was better. It's raining outside, or is it raining right now? Choosing the latter, the protagonist sent a reply. Proto 1 spoke up. Ayano wasn't talking about the real moon. It looked like she decided to step on the gas. The phone beeped again, notifying the protagonist that he'd received a message. The golem remarked, he'd become so popular. Ryoji countered, oh no. This time, Ue had texted him, saying she couldn't wait to go down to the dungeon together. She really wants to learn how to make figurines. The protagonist thought in confusion, figures? What was she even talking about? The golem didn't understand either. He said that if his master wanted to cancel everything, he better do it now. MC said he'd be training them. The golem looked at him, puzzled. The protagonist spoke, still remembering the times when he was low level. The dungeons in the other world were mind-boggling. He understood nothing. He learned most of it from Daenerys. This was only natural, as his death could have caused them a lot of trouble. But without Daenerys' help, he would never have been able to defeat the Demon King in 10 years. And this time, it was his turn to pass on his knowledge to others. Golem remarked that the princess would be pleased to hear these words. And these girls trained hard to become the best of the best. They were worthy of training. Let him be a worthy mentor for them. The day of private dungeon exploration lessons had arrived. The girls were waiting for the protagonist on the 44th floor of the Ueno Park dungeon. When the protagonist teleported right in front of them, he apologized to the girls for his delay. They were very surprised by his appearance. Yu exclaimed, how did he end up here? Ayano wondered, were there really teleporters in the dungeon? The protagonist looked around and noted that there were no other adventurers here. Detection confirmed it, but he needed to look around again. Isabella told him not to worry. Only he and she could reach this level. Ue added that it was their world record. MC understood. They recognized him. He said, then, he'll explain how he navigates the dungeon. Ryoji showed them the core of the dungeon, and this item caused genuine delight and amazement among the adventurers. Ue exclaimed, what is this? The protagonist explained that it was the Ueno Park dungeon core. It allowed one to reach any floor of the dungeon in the blink of an eye. It was a very convenient thing. Ue remarked that it was great. She'd like something like that too. Where could she get one? The protagonist replied that to get it, she needed to defeat the dungeon boss. He warned his students to ask questions only when necessary. He understood they would encounter many confusing things, but if he explained every little detail, they would simply be wasting their time. The girls unconditionally accepted his condition. He said, then they would head to the training grounds. When they arrived, the girls saw a kind of plane with small spheres on it. They asked him in surprise what kind of place this was. The protagonist noted that it was the 500th floor of the Ueno Park dungeon. The allies were amazed. How could this be? It was so bright here. Even the air was different. The MC told them with a smile that they would spend the first half of the day leveling up here. In the afternoon, they would descend to the other floors for practical training. Isabella exclaimed in amazement. Leveling at such depths, Yu noted that they had only gone as far as the 44th floor. The protagonist sighed and told them not to be surprised. All questions would come later. He simply wasn't ready to answer them. The protagonist said, pointing to the orbs, that there was only one type of monster on this floor, the dark orb. These monsters couldn't attack, so the girls could beat them to their heart's content. Let them destroy the orbs and gain experience points for it. The protagonist activated his vault, pulled out his weapon, and told Isabella to try attacking the orbs with it. Isabella turned to him and asked him to address her by her first name, not as Countess. He thought in surprise. She'd asked him to call her by her first name. Since he called Ue by her first name, did that mean he could address her by it too? Having gotten over his surprise, Ryoji told her that he understood and spoke her name. Ue told him, pointing to the embarrassed Ayana, that the girl also wanted him to call her by her first name. He replied that no problem, he would call her by her first name as well. Isabella, looking at the weapon the protagonist gave her, wondered in awe. Was this a sword made of mithril? Only 3 items made of this material had been found in the world. The protagonist turned to Isabella and remarked that he would now buff her. After performing the necessary actions on the surprised girl, he noted that her strength had now been increased 16-fold. He told her to try attacking the dark orb. Ayano thought in amazement. 16-fold? Without casting a spell? She really wanted to know how he did it. Isabella prepared to attack. Ryoji told her to keep in mind that the dark orb wouldn't be easily pierced. She exclaimed that she would begin then. The countess attacked the monster, plunging the sword the protagonist gave her into it. But when she pulled the weapon out, all her allies were surprised to see that it was broken. The protagonist asked her if she was okay, if she was injured. Isabella responded with a surprised tone that everything was fine, but his mithril sword was broken, and she was truly sorry. MC was surprised to think that breaking that sword would require a high level and honed swordsmanship. A buffed holy knight, that was something. He told her not to worry about it, he had plenty of such swords. He handed her the next sword and told her to try this one now. The girl took the weapon and wondered, puzzled, what kind of sword was it? The protagonist said it was an orichalcum sword. It shouldn't break, but it might be a bit heavy for her. The countess was surprised. No one had ever found orichalcum items. She had so many questions to ask him. MC noted that he had placed 6 more buffs on her, now increasing her strength by 1,024 times. Isabella attacked the dark ball and managed to cut it in half. The protagonist exclaimed, excellent. Her allies were overjoyed for their partner. Isabella was surprised to see her level increase, and what's more, it was still going strong. She marveled at how she'd leveled up to level 72. Ryoji said that was pretty good. Ayana was surprised, but that's too much. Ue, in disbelief, said, wow, I wish she could destroy the dark orb herself sooner. Ue was next in line. The protagonist gave her the orichalcum knuckles and told her to use them. He added that they had 10 buffs. The girl equipped the knuckles, activated her steel technique, and attacked the dark orb. Afterward, she too marveled at how her level was increasing. That was so cool. And just for one orb, the protagonist told Isabella and Ue to destroy the orbs until the buffs wore off. It was Ayano's turn. He told her that magic was useless against dark orbs, much to the surprise of the girl, who held the profession of a great sage. A dark orb is a monster of the 500th floor. It's usually completely harmless. Usually. A few hours earlier, at Adventurers High School, a bespectacled boy said good morning to Mohawk. Mohawk returned the favor. The boy laughed and said, he won't believe it, but he ran into Ayano yesterday. Mohawk drawled incredulously. Oh well. The boy continued. It was a chance encounter in the school hallway, but considering they can explore dungeons instead of classes, this meeting is incredibly lucky. Mohawk pointed out that it was true. They themselves only go to school on mandatory days. The boy, ignoring his remark, exclaimed enthusiastically, and he met none other than Ayano herself. She's so cool. She's so cute. She's downright cute. She's a great sage. This girl ranks 2nd in the world rankings. A cold gaze, a beautiful face, the heiress of the noble Sanzain house. As a child, she studied etiquette, the rules of the tea ceremony, classical dance, and the art of ikebana, and her hair is like flowing silk. And she has a sense of taste, and besides, she has a truly stunning figure. Mohawk remarked in bewilderment. What was he talking about? Ayano's admirer continued. No wonder she's so popular all over the world. She already has 1 billion subscribers. A whole billion. It's crazy. Mohawk said he'd heard him say that 100 times. All he does is talk about Ayano. The guy exclaimed, but most of all he admires her inner world. He looked at his ally and asked if he understood him. He also heard from his friend from the special class that this girl never despairs and is always cheerful. When the random arrangement happened, they were all in danger, but she, without hesitation, confronted unknown monsters to save her comrades. Mohawk looked at his interlocutor with disbelief and noted that she really was cool. In the present tense, Ayano said to the protagonist, but it seems she didn't quite hear what he said. The protagonist remarked that if he repeated his words, she would have the most trouble because magic is ineffective against the dark ball. At first, Ayano was surprised, and then she wilted. Ryoji hastened to reassure her. He had already figured out what to do about it, so everything was fine. He added more quietly, probably. The girl's spirit immediately perked up. She folded her hands in a prayer gesture and exclaimed, I see. This is simply amazing. The protagonist thought her reaction was interesting. He gave her an orichalcum staff and told her to use it. She was surprised. A staff? Doesn't magic work against the orb? The protagonist explained that this staff converts mana into physical damage. With it, she can defeat the dark orb. When Ayano picked it up, Ryoji told her to try pouring mana into the staff. It would be difficult at first, but she would get the hang of it. The girl closed her eyes and instantly did as the protagonist told her. Ryoji was simply amazed. An easy victory. He was a little upset that he hadn't hadn't succeeded in his time. Ayano said, I think she's succeeded, so that's fine? The protagonist replied, more or less. He suggested that she now attack the dark orb with this staff. He added that she should aim for the very center, where its core is. The girl replied that she understood him. She took the staff in her hands and said, let's begin. Ayano struck the monster, cutting it in half on the first try. MC praised her. Well done. The girl, overcome with emotion, jumped up and down with joy, exclaiming that she'd succeeded. Ryoji thought in surprise. She was completely different from what he'd imagined. She seemed very happy now. She had a quiet and refined personality. That's what he'd thought of her. But she turned out to be much more emotional. Ayano closed her eyes and spoke, it's begun. So many levels. It's simply amazing. This is her first time. Her level rose to 71. The protagonist put on the glasses Iwaki had given him and was surprised to see her level. The girl noted in surprise, glasses? The protagonist asked her how her mana was. She sighed and said, it's empty. MC told her he'd prepared a mana restoration potion. She should drink it, and she'd be able to attack the monster again. When she saw how much he'd pulled out of his storage, she asked him in surprise, that much? The girl asked, is he sure? Mana restoration potions rarely drop, making them very expensive. She'd never seen so many. The protagonist thought they probably dropped almost every other time at lower levels. He knew how to make them himself, but explaining it would be a pain. He told her it was fine. She could use as much as she needed. Ayano, surprised, said he was an amazing gentleman. In that case, she'd take advantage of his kindness. The protagonist noted that she'd also called him gentleman. After a while, Ryoji, looking at the girls who had parted ways, thought, so this is where the problems begin. They're having fun, leveling up easily, but for him, this is a real fight. He continued to stare at his students, and before he knew it, he almost fell asleep. When he got bored, he always felt sleepy. He had prepared countermeasures for such cases. Activating his storage, the protagonist grinned. He thought of everything. He pulled out a comfortable sofa and a book. And now, sitting on the sofa, he thought, storage is a handy thing after all. Now would be the perfect time to read the magic books he put aside for later. And for dessert, he had the latest volume of 9 Men. But before the MC could even begin reading, his students approached him and informed him that their buffs had worn off. The protagonist chuckled in surprise, and a few seconds later, he informed them that he'd refreshed them. The girls went back to attacking the orbs, thanking him for refreshing their buffs. An hour later, he brought them tea and told them they could now take a break. The girls happily accepted his offer. Then Ryoji put on his glasses, looked over the adventurers' heads, and announced that they had all leveled up to around level 200. Wei asked him, surprised, if he could see their levels. He told her they were his reconnaissance glasses. Then, in a stern voice, he added, no questions. MC changed the subject, telling the girls that such a sudden level increase puts a lot of strain on the body. It could lead to injury or worse. This tea would help their bodies relax and also restore their strength and mana. Ayano asked him if, in the game analogy, it meant their levels had risen, but their HP hadn't recovered, right? Ryoji pointed out that this applied not only to HP, but also to mana. There were other minor issues too. For example, their bodies hadn't yet had time to adjust to their new strength. They would drink tea once an hour until lunch, until around level 300. After lunch, they'll descend to the 50th floor and put their new skills to good use. Ayano thought with a smile, she'd guessed right. Isabella offered a suggestion. Why don't they spend the whole day here, leveling up? The protagonist thought tensely. Here we go. The Countess continued, saying that with practice, they could handle their new skills on their own, but without him, they'd never be able to handle the dark orbs. Yu supported the girl, saying it would be far more effective. Ayano remarked that she also thought it was better for them to continue leveling up. The stronger they became, the less of a burden it would be on him. Isabella said she wanted to help him in any way she could. Wei smiled, saying that she, too, wanted to support their master, Ryoji. He was deeply touched by their concern for him. His eyes stung with emotion. He covered them with his hand, bowed his head, and muttered that something had gotten into his eye. The girls looked at him understandingly. Finally, when he raised his head, he told them they'd paid him for this training, and for him, the client's wishes were his command. But there was one problem. The protagonist explained that by hunting the dark orbs, they'd quickly leveled up, which couldn't help but trigger a surge of joy in their brains. They're currently under the influence of the reward system. Simply put, they're addicted to the dark orbs. The girls stared at him in amazement. Is he talking about an addiction? He continued. It's gotten to the point where they want to hunt the dark orbs for as long as possible, and they're starting to get nervous at the thought of it ending. These monsters respawn much faster than other monsters. Considering all the factors, he'd call it a specific type of dark orb attack. Carefully replaying the protagonist's words in her head, Isabella thought, yes, that's true. Even the thought of the orbs brings joy to her, who remarked that leveling up was so pleasant and fun. Ayano was surprised. Is it like love in a way? The protagonist paused briefly, then said, and if they continue hunting the dark orbs, only one thing awaits them, death. The adventurers looked at him with fear and confusion. He continued, it's not physical death. The adventurer's spirit will die within them. He remembered how, in another world, Daenerys had once told him that everyone had their own reasons for becoming an adventurer, but she didn't think anyone became an adventurer solely to hunt dark orbs. The protagonist asked the girls why they became adventurers. Everyone had their own reasons, but not many people wanted to spend the rest of their lives hunting dark orbs. Adventurers who could have reached the very end of the dungeon developed a dependence on the dark orbs and never went below the 500th floor. This was quite common, so they needed to be careful. Isabella and he both agreed. So that's why the 500th floor was called the test floor. It was where a person's willpower was tested. The protagonist said that only those with a will of steel could reach the 500th floor and below. Isabella thought in surprise, a test of willpower? Wei noted, steel? Ayano marveled inwardly. Master Ryoji was so cool. Isabella declared she wanted to pass this trial. Wei said she did too, wanting a will of steel. Ayano addressed the protagonist, saying she would definitely overcome this trial. The protagonist smiled, activated the vault, and remarked that he'd prepared something just in case they needed help overcoming this trial. To the adventurer's utter surprise, he pulled out 3 iron helmets, identical to the one he uses for his channel. The girls were shocked to recognize the items. MC remarked that he'd spent all night making them. You exclaimed in delight. That's so cool. They're exactly like his. Ayano couldn't believe it, and she asked him if they were real. Ryoji laughed and said he didn't want to go into a long explanation, so he'd just tell them briefly. These helmets reduce the effects of dark orb attacks by 96%. They can keep it. Consider it his gift to them in honor of today. Ue, frozen with happiness, asked the protagonist, can they wear them? The protagonist didn't see a problem with that, so he told them, go ahead. Ue, putting on the helmet, asked Ayano to get her a magic mirror. She wanted to look at herself. Ayano, also putting on the helmet, told her that she would do anything. The girls simply rejoiced. Ue raised her hand and exclaimed, they're like Power Rangers. CP Squad Red Ranger. Ayano proclaimed, the initiation rite. CP Squad Purple Ranger. The protagonist asked Isabella in surprise, won't she wear her helmet? The countess, embarrassed, fumbled her answer. Panicked, she wondered what to do. She'd watched so many horror movies as a child that she was now afraid to even put on a mask. MC exclaimed regretfully, did she really want some other color than blue? The girl thought, this is it, the test floor. She told him she really liked blue, and she resolutely pulled on her helmet. Extending her hand, she exclaimed, KP Squad, Blue Ranger. Mentally, she reassured herself that everything was fine. After all, this was the helmet Mr. Ryoji had made especially for her. The protagonist said with relief, then they'll continue hunting the dark orbs. He buffed them. The girls greeted his proposal with delight. The protagonist, sitting on the couch, watched his students. He thought, so their plans have changed, and they've decided to continue training in the afternoon. Well, that was expected. And yet, no matter how careful he was, information from another world still slipped out. He was worried his students would bombard him with questions, but thankfully, that didn't happen. They were surprisingly perceptive. 2 hours earlier, at the gathering point in the Ueno Park dungeon, Isabella had told her allies she wanted to consult with them. Ue and Ayano looked at her carefully and prepared to listen. Isabella explained that 6 months had passed since the dungeons appeared. She was level 44 and ranked first in the world. She believed the protagonist was level 500 or higher. Was it possible to level up to that level in such a short time? Ayano thoughtfully remarked, good question. It was clearly impossible in 6 months. Ue added that she thought so too. To achieve that, you'd need about 10 years of dungeon exploration. Isabella continued, there was a boy in Class A who attended the same middle school as the protagonist, and she'd spoken to him under the supervision of the assassin Tanaka. According to that boy, Ryoji was a perfectly ordinary kid in middle school, an unremarkable guy. Ue, surprised, told the girl that if she was so interested, she should ask the MC himself. Isabella answered her question with a question. Wasn't she interested? Ue sheepishly remarked, I am. She herself didn't like it when people bombarded her with questions, so she didn't want to pry into the protagonist's affairs. Ayano agreed with Ue. She would wait until the protagonist wanted to talk to them. Isabella looked closely at her allies and, laughing, said she was glad they all thought alike. She suggested the girls do their best to become adventurers Ryoji could rely on. Ue and Ayano enthusiastically supported her idea. The protagonist, sitting on the couch with a book, thought, the new volume of 9 Men is so interesting. A few hours later, he praised his students. They had done a great job today. He thought, just like that, the leveling training in the dungeon had ended. Each of them had managed to level up about 400 levels. Isabella was level 427, Yu was level 432, and Ayano was level 425. The girls heartily thanked their mentor for the training. Then, using an escape route, they descended to the first floor and went home. The protagonist knew there was a level indicator at the exit. All stats were recorded in the world rankings, but since the protagonist is always level 1, he won't be able to climb the rankings. A sudden increase in Ue, Ayano, and Isabella's levels could cause a big stir, but he was too tired to think about that. He decided to sleep it off today and deal with it tomorrow. He informed Proto 1 that he was home. Golem congratulated him on his return and added that his master had had a long day. MC didn't even have the strength to respond to his assistant. Lying face down on the bed, he simply grunted in response. Meanwhile, in the USA, in the Rocky Mountains dungeon, on the 45th floor, Linda and her allies attacked and finished off the floor boss. The team rejoiced. They had succeeded. They had broken the world record. Linda said that thanks to this foray, her level had risen to 45. Now her dream had come true. She had finally taken first place in the rankings, and it was simply amazing. The next morning, when the protagonist got up and wished his assistant good morning, Proto 1 anxiously informed him that they were in trouble. The main character looked at him in bewilderment and asked if someone's neighbor's dog had damaged their gate again. The golem replied that it was true, but he'd take it away now. But that wasn't the issue. It was much more serious. MC asked in surprise, "Is the gate really that bad?" The golem exclaimed irritably, "Not at all. He was talking about leveling up with high-level players to level up faster. Since the adventure rankings were updated at midnight, the internet has been in a complete frenzy." Ryoji remarked, "Oh that, yeah, right. Ue and everyone else leveled up 400 levels in almost a day." Proto 1 commented that his master wasn't in the mood at all. According to the current adventure rankings, Ue, a holy warrior, holds first place in the world rankings with a level of 432. Isabella, a holy knight, holds second place with a level of 427. Ayano took third place with the great sage job, her level was 425, and Linda with the marksman job, her level was 45. Golem declared, "It's much worse than its master thinks. The news is already live. Entire trends with names like Scandal are trending on anonymous forums." The protagonist cursed. "Well, it's logical that only he can raise his level to 400 points. It's no wonder suspicion fell on him." Proto 1 exclaimed, "Exactly. The situation in the comments on his channel is no better." The protagonist asked him in bewilderment, "What are they writing there?" The assistant replied, "Most people say it's unfair, that everyone should be leveled equally." He added, and the second most popular comment, "Dictator," showed his face. Ryoji, not believing such nonsense, exclaimed in surprise, "He's a dictator? Just level someone up, and now they call them a dictator?" Golem said, in his opinion, they just like the word, so he should forget about it. He continued, Ue and the others' social media was also exploding, inundated with accusations and words of injustice. Ayano even closed the comments. MC was increasingly surprised. Was he serious? But girls had nothing to do with it. Proto 1 wisely noted that it was simple envy. Adventurers shed blood for leveling up, and then bam, plus 400 from leveling up with a high-level player. Naturally, someone wouldn't like that. The protagonist said thoughtfully, "That's true. It's all logical." The assistant told him not to worry about it. "You can't please everyone unless you do nothing." At that moment, Ken called the protagonist. The guy apologized to Ryoji for the sudden call and for waking him up if the protagonist was sleeping. Before MC could answer, Ken said, "Maybe he already knows, but the school is full of journalists and streamers." The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "What's he talking about?" Ken noticed that Isabella and the others' levels had skyrocketed, and they were still in school. Reporters were now interviewing everyone. He'd already warned his classmates not to say anything unnecessary, although their allies wouldn't have said anything anyway. The protagonist said thoughtfully, "I see." He thanked the guy from the bottom of his heart for the warning. Ken replied that he didn't need thanks. They were friends after all. MC thought, confused. "Friends." Ken continued, "If he needs anything, let him tell him." But for now, he hung up. Ryoji, looking at his phone, told his assistant that school was now a problem. Golem replied that there was nothing he could do about it. But Ken, it turns out, is such a cool guy. The protagonist's phone rang again, and he was surprised to hear Tanaka calling him. MC picked up the phone, and the assassin asked him to come to the principal's office immediately. It was about his participation in the leveling process. MC replied that he understood and would be there soon. The golem wished its master good luck and added that it seemed the school was currently in a state of unrest. Soon, the protagonist was in the principal's office. Iwaki apologized for calling him. At that moment, Isabella, Ue, and Ayano greeted the protagonist. He was surprised. Had they been called too? Iwaki thanked them for taking the time to come here. He exclaimed that the view was simply stunning. The world's 4 strongest were gathered here. MC remarked, "Well, if you think about it, that's true." Iwaki continued, by the way, about the leveling materials. "What kind of drops do they have? There are monsters from the deep floors, right?" He can't wait to find out. Tanaka sheepishly suggested to the director that he'd strayed a bit from the topic. The protagonist chuckled to himself. Iwaki, as usual, in his usual manner. The CEO became serious and spoke about leveling up. They'd received a call from Prime Minister Takahashi. As director, he ignored all other requests. This one couldn't be ignored. Ryoji, surprised, asked him why. Iwaki explained that it was directly related to the situation in the country. He thought the government official wanted full information. The protagonist thought hard. It was all much more serious than he'd thought. Iwaki continued, wanting to hear their opinions before meeting with the Prime Minister. He turned to MC and asked if he planned to continue developing the leveling up business. The protagonist responded with bewilderment. "No, of course not. Why bother?" Ue and everyone else were special cases. The girls were flattered by what Ryoji had said. The CEO had asked him, so he definitely wouldn't be involved in leveling? The protagonist replied, "Never. It was a pain in the ass." Iwaki said he understood. He turned to the girls and asked them, "What about them?" Isabella replied that they wouldn't say anything about leveling. We confirmed that this was true. She added that the 3 of them had discussed it and decided not to interfere with the protagonist. Ayano said that thanks to the video, many adventurers could now safely explore dungeons. The effect of this is many times, no, hundreds of times greater than leveling up a couple of people. Interfering with their actions would be tantamount to wreaking havoc on the world. The protagonist thought, if we're going to put it that way, then that's it. Iwaki agreed with them. He added that humanity had only preserved civilization thanks to the protagonist. The guy folded his hands in a prayer gesture and said, on behalf of the whole world, he wants to thank him. The protagonist thought sheepishly, thinking he'd started this so he could watch anime in peace. If he said anything, they'd probably just kill him. Isabella said they wanted to help them in the future, once they got used to the new level. Iwaki smiled and remarked, great idea. Then the adventurer school and his corporation would support them as much as possible. At that moment, the protagonist's phone rang, and he was surprised to see it was Kojima. The protagonist apologized to his allies and told them he had an important call. His accountant asked him to call her back. MC thanked everyone, and Iwaki told him they'd discuss the rest later. Walking out into the hallway, MC received a call from Kojima. The accountant thanked him for calling her, asking if it would be convenient for him to meet today. He wondered, I wonder why? But he told her he could adjust his schedule. The girl asked him where he was now. Could she drive there? The protagonist was surprised. Is she in a hurry? The protagonist told her he would wait for her at his house. He decided to return home via teleportation. Sometime later, Kojima came to him with profuse apologies for her sudden arrival. She said a request had arrived from the President of the United States through Mitube's parent company. The protagonist was very surprised. Kojima admitted that it was true. He had urgently flown to their country incognito to meet specifically with the protagonist. She had been tasked with acting as his representative, as he was a minor. The protagonist apologized to her for burdening her with matters other than accounting. The girl told him it was okay. She believed her job was to protect the client from any risk. Ryoji thought she was on edge right now. Sometime later, they arrived at the American president's residence. Kojima told the protagonist she was unrivaled when it came to contracts. She promised to protect him. He thought this was encouraging and thanked her for her assistance. The president himself came out to greet them. Mr. Bluestone expressed his joy at seeing them and thanked them for coming. The president shook hands with Kojima and the protagonist and said he was glad to meet them, especially the grand champion, referring to MC. Mr. Bluestone asked Kojima if they needed a translator. She replied that she would personally translate for Ryoji. The protagonist told them he could do it himself. Kojima, surprised, asked him if he knew English. He told her that adventurer's intelligence increased with leveling, so he had no problem with languages. The girl remarked with amazement, I see. The protagonist thought the president looked slightly disappointed. Mr. Bluestone said, before getting down to business, he would like to introduce them to another adventurer. Her name is Linda, and she is #1 in the USA. A teenage girl appeared before them. She struck a provocative pose and asked the protagonist if he was the one. She remarked that he looked weaker in person than in the video, but on the other hand, he was 100 times cuter. The protagonist tensed at this treatment. He thought in surprise, Tsundere? The president suggested they finally get down to business. He said he had 2 requests. The first was for the MC to film a video in an American dungeon. The second was to level up the top USA team. The protagonist, surprised, thought, what? A little earlier in the car, Kojima had told the protagonist that she wanted to discuss something with him, which is why she had come early to coordinate all the details with him. The protagonist agreed. The girl said first she wanted to check with him. Was this leveling that's been so much talked about right now, was it him? Ryoji answered her honestly that it was. She chuckled and remarked, okay, so they'll have to put up with some troubles for a while, but if they manage things correctly, they can handle it. The main thing now is to properly execute the first step, collaborating with the USA. The protagonist replied that he was counting on her. He thought she was so confident of her success. Kojima continued, saying that the American president had probably contacted him to ask about leveling up their adventurers and recording their dungeon runs. The protagonist, surprised, noted that he understood everything. The girl noted that both assignments would likely come with large rewards, but if there was no need to respond right away, it would be better for them to take a break and think things over. And now, the president told the protagonist that, as for the reward, they would pay him $1 million for one dungeon. For leveling up, the amount would be 5 times higher than what the Crinage Party was paying. The protagonist thought in amazement. Everything was exactly as Kojima had said. It was simply unbelievable. That means 50 billion yen per person for leveling up? The president, his confidants, and Linda looked at the protagonist expectantly. He asked them in confusion, can he think for a moment? Linda indignantly turned to her grandfather and said that the protagonist was embarrassed. Don't talk to him in a subtle way. The protagonist thought in surprise, she's addressing him by his first name? The president replied that it was simply the American business style. The girl countered that Ryoji was Japanese. He's not a businessman, but the greatest adventurer in the world. The president said, okay. He turned to MC and told him that as long as the amount wasn't exorbitant, America was willing to pay him whatever he asked. MC couldn't believe his ears. How much would he tell them? He thought for a moment and then said, he's bad at business, so he'll tell them straight. He films and posts dungeon crawl videos only because he doesn't want civilization to collapse, because then anime would stop being made. So he was planning on filming American dungeon crawls anyway. Since the opportunity presented itself, he'd do it now. He doesn't need a fee, His only condition is that the videos be published on his channel. He'll still earn money from the views. The president muttered in bewilderment. The protagonist might forgive him for interrupting him, but how could he work without a salary? It could wreak havoc on the world. Linda exclaimed in amazement, turning to Ryoji. That's not right. His videos save all of humanity. You can't give them away. The protagonist thought irritably how much he hated all this. Kijima looked at him with a half smile, and the protagonist closed his eyes. He mentally addressed Daenerys, and she answered him. Ultimately, the decision was his. MC turned to Kijima and told her he would think about it and give an answer tomorrow. He thought he had rushed his answer last time and later deeply regretted it. The girl replied that she understood. She asked him if the same place and time as today would be okay. The protagonist replied that it would be fine. Kijima turned to the president and asked him to give MC time to think. She added that he would give his answer tomorrow at the same time. The president agreed and said he would be waiting. Linda told Ryoji to think carefully. Kijima drove him back. The protagonist thought she really was a reliable person. Entering the house, he told the golem that he was home. The protagonist muttered how tired he was. His assistant greeted him and suggested he rest. Then he asked him how his date with his aunt went. Ryoji blurted it out. It wasn't a date, and let him stop calling Kijima that. After a while, Proto 1 asked the protagonist if he'd made up his mind. The protagonist replied that he was still thinking about it. Regarding the leveling up, he'd certainly turn them down. But if he took money for the video now, he felt like he wouldn't be able to refuse new orders later. Filming voluntarily was one thing, but being forced was quite another. He didn't like being pressured. The golem replied that he understood him 100%. He added that dungeons were dangerous places. If you lose concentration, it's the end for you. It's best not to even go there without the right mood. Ryoji, without opening his eyes, remarked that that was also true. But he needed to save money. He didn't have any support. Proto 1 told him he didn't have to worry about money. He'd already multiplied his savings, and he could retire tomorrow. He'd taken the starting capital from the Matube contract and invested it. He'd multiplied it 20-fold. The protagonist asked him in amazement, "Are you serious?" MC sat up resolutely on the bed and said, "He's decided he won't take money for the video, and he'll refuse to level up." Proto 1 looked at him in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist received a message on his phone. Ryoji exclaimed in surprise, "A message from Chairman Iwaki?" Golem asked him. "A romantic message?" The protagonist countered. "No way." He'd stopped bringing his romantic fantasies into everything. After reading what was written, MC exclaimed in amazement. "What?" He wrote that the government was discussing introducing an adventurer tax. If it were passed, the rate would be 1 billion yen per level. The golem, perplexed, expressed hope. "But isn't this just a discussion?" The protagonist replied that it wasn't. According to Iwaki, the law would definitely be pushed through. He was already furious and was planning to move his corporation abroad. Proto 1 spoke regretfully, saying that if adventurers left for other countries, the state would collapse. Introducing such exorbitant taxes is a death contract for the country. The protagonist, after a moment's thought, said sadly, perhaps it was his fault. The golem looked at him in confusion. What did he mean? MC remarked, he posts free videos to help others. So the politicians decided that an adventurer's job was too easy. People risk their lives, but from the outside it looks like an easy way to make money. And that's where the adventurer tax came from. The golem told its master that he was taking on too much. Without his videos, many more people would have died. The protagonist remained silent, looking guilty. The golem sighed heavily and said, "Well, there you go. He's turned on the dark hero mode. It's times like these that he misses the princess." Just then, another notification came on his phone. Ryoji was surprised. Was it from Ken? The guy had texted him that he was bored and offered to play the game with the protagonist. Proto 1 noticed this handsome guy was just in time. After a while, Ken came to the protagonist, and the guy apologized for distracting him. When the allies sat down to play games, they began to have fun. Ryoji, controlling the joystick, told Ken that he was naive. "Let him catch the banana." The guy exclaimed, "That's unfair." After a while, Ken cursed in irritation. He'd lost again. The guy told the MC that he was like lightning today. The protagonist asked him why he wasn't using items. Ken remarked in surprise, "What's the point? Winning by cunning wouldn't bring him joy." The golem said, "That's Ken, a real samurai." The guy told the protagonist that his robot is a real brain. The golem spoke, and besides, he's cuter than his shoe. And besides, he even has a name, Proto 1. Ken noted in surprise, so that was his name? After a while, as they were saying goodbye, Ken told the protagonist that he hadn't played games like this in a long time. He thanked the protagonist and his assistant. The guy also noted that their class's internship abroad had been postponed until next week. They were going to the British dungeon. If Ryoji can make it, he should join them. MC looked at him in surprise. They said goodbye, and the golem said that Ken was a good guy. After all, he came to visit him. The protagonist realized this himself. Now he knew what answer to give to the American president. The next day, when MC arrived at the US Embassy, the ambassador's residence, he told Mr. Bluestone he'd like to clarify something first. Was America planning to introduce a special tax on adventurers? The surprised president told him he had no intention of doing so, and, moreover, that it certainly wouldn't happen under his administration. He added that taxing those who bring resources to the country was unthinkable. On the contrary, he was providing them with benefits. The age of dungeon making was a new era of exploration. Many Americans were living the dream of explorers, and he wanted them to realize it. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he understood everything. Kijima looked at him encouragingly. Ryoji continued, Then they would move on to filming the video. He wanted $1 million for one dungeon. For the dungeon in the Rocky Mountains, $10 million, since it goes down 700 floors. He added that the footage, once edited, would be published on his channel. After a brief thought, the president declared that these terms were acceptable to him. America would fully support the filming process, and he could ask for whatever his heart desired. The protagonist mentioned that they had a small problem with upgrading. Linda looked at him with interest.